Chapter 331. Catcher. The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand quickly pierced into Yuan Xin's chest. Yuan Xin's chest immediately spurted out a large amount of blood. Yuan Xin let out a miserable scream. This was a fatal blow. He felt like he couldn't even breathe properly. I refuse to accept this. Yuan Xin roared furiously, but in the end, he still couldn't resist the sharpness of a high-level spirit weapon. Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword stirred inside Yuan Xin's body, directly piercing through Yuan Xin's heart. Yuan Xin's eyes were wide open. Even in death, he looked at Fang Chen with unwillingness. His body slowly fell to the ground. Poochie. The moment Fang Chen killed Yuan Xin, Haoyang's fist suddenly bombarded Fang Chen's body. In an instant, Fang Chen's body was directly sent flying, and the hidden star sword in his hand flew out of his hand. How is this possible? After sending Fang Chen flying, Haoyang was shocked to find that Yuan Xin was already dead. A trace of fear appeared in his heart. He's already injured. He's not my match. Haoyang comforted himself inside. Bang! Fang Chen's body just so happened to collide with the bones on the praying mat, and then he fell to the ground. Poochie. Fang Chen coughed up blood. His face was pale. In order to kill Yuan Xin, he had received Haoyang's full power attack and was heavily injured. When Haoyang saw that Fang Chen was heavily injured, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Then he walked step by step toward Fang Chen. Brat, what qualifications do you have to block me now? Haoyang sneered. When Haoyang got close to Fang Chen, he clenched his fist and punched out. Just at this moment, Fang Chen endured the pain all over his body and used the Deluo soul-killing flame. Swish! The soul of a mid-orange level soul shot out rapidly. Then, it turned into a flame in the sky and attacked Haoyang. This move again. Seeing this, Haoyang was enraged. He threw a punch at the great Luo soul slaughter flame and instantly shattered it. Just as Haoyang destroyed the great Luo soul killer flame, Fang Chen quickly crawled towards the skeleton. Seeing this, Haoyang wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by dense orange-level souls. He quickly appeared in front of the skeleton and placed his palm gently on it. Bang! The instant Fang Chen's hand touched the skeleton, a majestic spiritual aura instantly pressed down on Fang Chen, causing the entire valley to be filled with an extreme pressure. Haoyang stopped in his tracks. His eyes were filled with fear as he watched this scene. He didn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, Fang Chen was already suppressed by the powerful spiritual aura to the point that he couldn't move. His pupils shrank as he looked at the skeleton. Then, he unleashed the great Luo soul slaughter flame in an attempt to shatter the surrounding pressure. Just as the great Luo soul slaughter flame came into contact with the surrounding majestic spiritual aura, a sigh was suddenly heard. In an instant, Fang Chen felt the pressure on his body lessen. Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. His heart was even more shaken because the sigh came from the skeleton. After the sigh came from the skeleton, an even more majestic spiritual aura instantly enveloped the entire valley. Fang Chen and Haoyang were both trapped inside. The fact that you're able to come here means that your spiritual aura has reached a certain level. An aged voice was heard by the two of them. When the two of them heard this, their hearts trembled. Senior. Fang Chen called out to the skeleton. My remnant consciousness has finally met the fated person. The skeleton spoke once more. However, my inheritance can only be given to one of you. Hearing Drybone's words, Fang Chen and Haoyang exchanged glances. Both of their eyes were filled with enmity. The skeleton's inheritance could only be given to one of them. In other words, the other person would definitely return empty-handed. The two of them both wanted the inheritance. Naturally, neither of them was willing to back down. I've set up a test here. Whoever can pass the test will be able to obtain my inheritance. The skeleton continued. Senior, what is the test? Asked Fang Chen. The test is to compress your spiritual aura to the red tier. As soon as the skeleton finished speaking, Fang Chen felt an immense pressure. Soul compression to the red tier? Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. He had always heard of increasing. This was the first time he had heard of compressing. Could it be that the spiritual aura could also be compressed? Fang Chen glanced at Haoyang. The latter was sitting cross-legged. It seemed he was compressing his spiritual aura. Fang Chen also sat cross-legged and began to compress his spiritual aura. Since the skeleton had said that the spiritual aura could be compressed, then it should be possible. He just needed a method. Fang Chen closed his eyes. Some information regarding the spiritual aura flashed through his mind. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Haoyang was still crazily compressing his spiritual aura. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his hands towards the skeleton. The spiritual aura cannot be compressed. Even if it could be compressed, with my strength, I wouldn't be able to compress it. Senior's test is simply impossible. Fang Chen spoke the truth. Hearing Fang Chen's words, a carefree laugh came from the skeleton, followed by a joyful voice. You've passed the test, said the skeleton. Haoyang, who was doing his best to compress his spiritual aura, was filled with unwillingness. He shouted, Senior, why did he pass the test? He's right. With your strength, it's impossible for you to compress your spiritual aura to the red tier. This test itself has a problem, said the skeleton. He didn't compress his spiritual aura blindly. Instead, he was thinking. But you, after hearing my test, you started compressing your spiritual aura blindly. Your understanding of the spiritual aura is inferior to his, continued the skeleton. Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. So this test tested one's understanding of the spiritual aura. Hearing the skeleton's words, Fang Chen was very happy and excited. I refuse to accept this, Haoyang shouted. He refused to accept this result. You can accept my inheritance, said the skeleton to Fang Chen. At this moment, Haoyang wanted to take the opportunity to kill Fang Chen. However, he was shocked to find that his surroundings were filled with boundless spiritual aura. He couldn't move his body. Damn it! Haoyang roared angrily. Under the skeleton's guidance, Fang Chen came to the praying mat and sat cross-legged in front of the skeleton. However, before you accept the inheritance, I'll have to compress your spiritual aura to the red tier. The spiritual cultivation technique of your continent is too crude. Although your spiritual aura has reached the middle stage of the orange tier, your foundation isn't good enough. It's very crude and will affect your future development. As soon as the skeleton finished speaking, a majestic aura burst forth and circled around Fang Chen's body. Eventually, it tunneled into Fang Chen's body. Hiss! Hiss! Fang Chen felt that his head was about to explode from the pain. He wanted to scream out loud, but he persisted. At this moment, in his mind, the orange tier spiritual aura was constantly being compressed by the skeleton's spiritual aura. As time passed, it was undergoing changes. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. In these 6 hours, Fang Chen's body underwent earth-shattering changes. Haoyang looked at this scene and was furious. The inheritance that should have belonged to him was snatched away by Fang Chen. He hated Fang Chen very much. Kid, I'll definitely kill you. The inheritance is mine, Haoyang said in his heart. After 6 hours of compression, Fang Chen finally realized that the middle stage of the orange tier spiritual aura in his mind was gradually weakening. Now, it was only at the early stage of the orange tier spiritual aura. Compression of the spiritual aura? How powerful is this? Fang Chen was shocked. Even a condensing reality realm warrior wouldn't be able to do this. While Fang Chen was shocked, his spiritual aura was gradually being compressed. After another 6 hours, Fang Chen's spiritual aura was finally compressed to the red tier. At this moment, the skeleton was still compressing Fang Chen's spiritual aura. Hiss! When Fang Chen's spiritual aura was compressed to the early stage of the red tier, the skeleton's boundless spiritual aura finally left Fang Chen's mind. Crash! Fang Chen instantly regained consciousness. He hastily checked his spiritual aura. If he didn't check, he wouldn't have known. How is this possible? Fang Chen was sure that his spiritual aura was only at the early stage of the red tier. However, he could clearly feel that even though his spiritual aura was only at the early stage of the red tier, the strength of his spiritual aura was not weaker than the orange tier spiritual aura from before. How is this possible? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. He was extremely shocked. I've already said that your continent's spiritual aura cultivation technique is very crude. Your spiritual aura cultivation technique's foundation is not good enough. The skeleton said. Only now did Fang Chen notice the skeleton's words. His face was filled with shock as he looked at the skeleton and asked, Senior, could it be that you don't belong to our continent? The skeleton didn't answer this question. Instead, it continued, You're a bit better than I imagined. Being able to find a successor like you while my spiritual aura is dying makes me feel relieved. Chapter 332. However, the fact that Ku Jiyu was able to compress his soul had already convinced Fang Chen. After learning that Ku Jiyu wasn't an expert from the ancient sword continent, he was even more shocked. Now that he heard Ku Jiyu say that there were some things that Fang Chen needed to know, his intuition told him that this matter had to be extremely important. I'm all ears. Fang Chen cupped his hands. Perhaps you don't know, but I'll tell you now. Your so-called ancient sword continent is just a small continent in the vast universe. Outside the ancient sword continent, there is an even vaster world. Just the Qingyun realm has 3 continents, including the ancient sword continent. Outside the Qingyun realm, there is an even vaster world, said Ku Jiyu. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. This was the first time he had heard of the Qingyun realm. According to Ku Jiyu, the ancient sword continent was just one of the continents within the Qingyun realm. The Qingyun realm had 3 continents, including the ancient sword continent. That shocked Fang Chen. If the ancient sword continent was already so huge, then just how huge would the 3 continents be when added together? Qingyun domain, Fang Chen muttered to himself as his eyes burned with passion. Hearing Kugu's words, Fang Chen realized that the place he lived in was just a tiny place in Kugu's eyes. I am someone from another realm. Back then, I was seriously injured and landed on the ancient sword continent. But because my injuries were too heavy, I came here on the verge of death. I am a soul cultivator. Perhaps you haven't heard of me. Ku Jiyu continued, soul cultivators are the same as martial cultivators. They also have a complete cultivation system. All soul cultivators focus on cultivating their souls. Their souls are extremely powerful, but they are also on the weak side. However, once they cultivate their souls to a certain degree, they can kill people from 1,000 miles away. Soul cultivator. That was a new term. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at Ku Jiyu. Back then, I investigated the ancient sword continent. There were also soul cultivators, but they were almost extinct. All these years, I've always left behind a trace of my will to find a successor to inherit my soul cultivation legacy. Senior, how can I become a soul cultivator? Fang Chen asked. It's very difficult to become a soul cultivator, the skeleton said. Only with exceptional soul talent would you be able to meet me here. You're very lucky. You're destined to become a soul cultivator. After Dry Bones' introduction, Fang Chen thoroughly understood the so-called soul cultivator. Soul cultivators were similar to martial cultivators in that they had a complete system of cultivation. Soul cultivators specialized in soul cultivation, and used all sorts of soul techniques to deal with their enemies. Soul cultivation corresponded to the level of one's soul, and was also divided into 7 ranks. A first-rank soul cultivator's soul was red rank, and a second-rank soul cultivator's soul was orange rank. Only now did Fang Chen understand why Dry Bones had compressed his soul strength. It was because his soul strength wasn't solid enough, so it was impossible for him to become a soul cultivator. The most basic requirement to become a soul cultivator was to have a solid soul. After Fang Chen learned about soul cultivators, he was extremely excited. Soul cultivators had very powerful killing methods, and they were also very strange. If he could become a soul cultivator, his strength would definitely increase again. Furthermore, Dry Bones was from the outer realms. His inheritance would definitely be incomparably powerful. I can help you become a soul cultivator, but I can't teach you any soul attack secret techniques. During that battle, my spatial ring was destroyed, and all of my cultivation techniques were lost. Even the soul secret techniques in my mind gradually disappeared with the passage of time, said Dry Bones. Fang Chen cupped his hands toward Dry Bones. At this time, a majestic aura came out of Dry Bones and wrapped around Fang Chen. "Don't resist," said Dry Bones. Fang Chen closed his eyes. He could sense that Dry Bones was tempering his soul. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Dry Bones had been tempering Fang Chen's soul. Finally, Dry Bones released Fang Chen, and the latter opened his eyes. At this moment, Fang Chen felt as if heaven and earth were under his control. "This feeling is really good," said Fang Chen inwardly. "After my tempering, you have officially become a soul cultivator," said Dry Bones. "Take a look at your soul. Is there a seed?" Hearing Dry Bones' words, Fang Chen carefully examined his soul. He found a seed lying quietly in his soul. He asked puzzledly, "Senior, what is this?" "This seed is called a soul seed. It's something that every soul cultivator has. Only by condensing a soul seed can you be considered a true soul cultivator," said Dry Bones. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Dry Bones' methods were too powerful. He hadn't even known that he had condensed a soul seed. With a thought, Fang Chen's soul seed began to move. At this time, Fang Chen discovered a majestic soul aura coming from the soul seed. "This is a soul cultivator." Fang Chen wondered inwardly. After becoming a soul cultivator, Fang Chen finally understood how powerful soul cultivators were. Right now, he could only be considered a first-rank soul cultivator. According to Dry Bones, if a first-rank soul cultivator cultivated to the peak, they could easily deal with any Qi High expert. "Although I can't give you any cultivation techniques, I can help you modify your soul secret technique." While speaking, Dry Bones' aura came out and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. After a while, a large amount of information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. After reading this information, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. Dry Bones had completely modified his Deluo soul-killing flame. The current Deluo soul-killing flame was countless times stronger than before. Xiue crystal stone floated out of Dry Bones. This crystal stone looked very ordinary. It floated in front of Fang Chen, and Fang Chen grasped it in his hand. "One day, when you are strong enough to leave the ancient sword continent, take this crystal stone and follow its guidance to find the things I left behind," Dry Bones said slowly. Fang Chen looked at the crystal stone and stored it in his interspatial ring. "I don't have much time left. This is my understanding of soul cultivation. You can have a look at it," Dry Bones said. Voila! A majestic aura drilled into Fang Chen's mind. He sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the understanding of soul cultivation. Fang Chen carefully comprehended the understanding of soul cultivation left behind by Dry Bones. As time passed, his understanding of soul cultivation became deeper and deeper. 10 days later, Fang Chen's soul had silently reached the mid-red rank. This made Fang Chen very excited. His soul reaching the mid-red rank also meant that his soul cultivation had reached the mid-first rank. A mid-first rank soul cultivation could easily kill any martial artist below the 7th level of the Qi High realm. For Fang Chen, this was still not up to his expectations. If his soul cultivation could reach the late first rank, he would be able to easily defeat martial artists at the last 3 levels of the Qi High realm. A first-rank soul cultivation corresponded to a martial artist at the Qi High realm. An early-rank soul cultivation corresponded to the first 3 levels of the Qi High realm, a mid-rank soul cultivation corresponded to the middle 3 levels of the Qi High realm, and a late-rank soul cultivation corresponded to the last 3 levels of the Qi High realm. Generally speaking, a soul cultivation could instantly kill a martial artist at the same level. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, the aura of soul around him was immediately withdrawn. At this moment, Dry Bones on top of the praying mat shattered and turned into a pile of yellow soil, disappearing into the canyon. Fang Chen bowed deeply to the praying mat 3 times before standing up. At this moment, with a huala sound, the majestic aura of soul in the canyon dissipated. Hao Yang, who was trapped here, could finally move. The moment he saw Fang Chen, his eyes shone with a golden light. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. In this canyon, Fang Chen had gained a lot. Not only did he become a soul cultivator, but he also received Dry Bones' inheritance. Although Dry Bones had never mentioned his name, he had left a crystal stone for Fang Chen. When Fang Chen had the ability to leave the ancient sword continent, the crystal stone would guide Fang Chen to the place where Dry Bones left his inheritance. At that time, Dry Bones' identity would be revealed. "Brat, how dare you steal my inheritance? I will tear you to pieces." Hao Yang roared angrily. Fang Chen looked at Hao Yang with disdain. Even before he became a soul cultivator, he would have been able to defeat Hao Yang in a one-on-one fight, let alone now. Now, it was needless to say. Chapter 333. Hao Yang was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Earthfire sect. He had entered the divine illusion space in order to find an opportunity that belonged to him and soar to the top. His luck was pretty good. He had encountered this mysterious canyon as soon as he had entered the divine illusion space. The mysterious canyon contained a majestic spiritual aura, which made Hao Yang believe that there was definitely an inheritance ultimate treasure within. After entering the canyon with great difficulty, Hao Yang had originally thought that the inheritance ultimate treasure would be his. However, Fang Chen had appeared out of nowhere and snatched the inheritance that should have belonged to him. This made Hao Yang extremely angry. Not only that, but Hao Yang was also trapped in the canyon and could only watch as Fang Chen accepted the skeleton's inheritance. His eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to tear Fang Chen to shreds. "Kid, no matter what faction is behind you, you will definitely die today." After the majestic spiritual aura in the canyon dissipated with great difficulty, Hao Yang regained his freedom. He glared at Fang Chen and roared furiously. Fang Chen bowed deeply 3 times in the direction of where the skeleton had dissipated. Then, he turned his head and looked at Hao Yang. Hao Yang and Yuan Xin had joined forces to stop him from the start. If it hadn't been for his ice intent, he might have been seriously injured by Hao Yang and Yuan Xin. After using the ice intent with great difficulty to kill Yuan Xin, Fang Chen had also suffered a heavy blow from Hao Yang, which had injured him. Fortunately, Fang Chen had obtained the skeleton's approval and successfully accepted the skeleton's inheritance. He had become a shocking soul cultivator. After becoming a soul cultivator, Fang Chen's vision naturally wasn't limited to a mere Golden Crown nation. He had obtained many secrets from the skeleton's information and his strength had increased greatly. Although his soul cultivation rank was only at the mid-grade grade 1, the strength of his soul had once reached the mid-grade orange grade. Although it had been suppressed by the skeleton's heaven-defying methods, Fang Chen had gained a lot of experience in this aspect. Therefore, Fang Chen was confident that in the near future, his soul strength would once again reach mid-orange level. At that time, even spirit condensation elites would not dare to provoke Fang Chen. Originally, Fang Chen didn't intend to let Hao Yang go. At this moment, seeing Hao Yang's scarlet eyes and his terrifying aura, Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he said, "If I were you, I would run away as far as I can. Brat, hand over the inheritance and I, Hao Yang, can leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a proper burial ground." Hao Yang said coldly. He stared at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with greed. He wanted to get the inheritance. Hao Yang could feel that Fang Chen's aura had changed greatly. This was definitely because of the legacy. Therefore, Hao Yang had to obtain the legacy at all costs. "Leave my corpse intact. I want to see just how you'll leave my corpse intact," sneered Fang Chen. "You're courting death." Hearing this, Hao Yang roared in anger. In the next moment, a wild aura exploded from Hao Yang's body. Hao Yang clenched his fist, and the wild aura gathered on his fist. In the end, there were sparks of fire on Hao Yang's fist. Earthfire God Fist. Following Hao Yang's roar, the Earthfire God Fist was displayed. The Earthfire God Fist was one of the secret skills of the Earthfire sect. It was extremely powerful. Hao Yang displayed the Earthfire God Fist in order to kill Fang Chen. The Earthfire God Fist had a total of 9 levels, and Hao Yang was only at the 6th level. If he could reach the peak of the Earthfire God Fist, he would be able to destroy the heavens and earth with a single punch. Boom boom boom. When Hao Yang's Earthfire God Fist was displayed, a majestic flame separated from his fist. This flame was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye, and it condensed into a fiery red fist aura. The power contained within this fist was too strong. Even a warrior at the early stage of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm would be killed by this fist. Hao Yang was confident that even if Fang Chen received the inheritance, he would not be able to fully absorb it in a short period of time. Thus, Fang Chen would not be able to defend against his Earth-Fire God Fist. Earth-Fire God Fist. If I could reach the peak of the Earth-Fire God Fist, I might be afraid. Fang Chen said as he saw Hao Yang display the Earth-Fire God Fist. Seeing that Hao Yang's Earth-Fire God Fist was about to touch his body, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and casually swung it. The 7th level of the Fire-Water Sword art was displayed instantly. Swoosh! A majestic sword light instantly blasted against the Earth-Fire Divine Fist and exploded, causing the entire sky to be filled with flames. At this moment, there were many disciples of the Earth-Fire sect on the flat ground outside the mysterious valley. They were waiting quietly. Suddenly, they saw flames appear in the middle of the valley. Moreover, there was a scorching aura coming from the valley. It's the aura of the Earth-Fire God Fist. Could it be that senior brother Hao Yang is fighting? An Earth-Fire sect disciple suddenly shouted. That's right, it's the aura of the Earth-Fire God Fist. It must be senior brother Hao Yang who received the inheritance and is fighting with the disciple of the Reverent Sword sect. Senior brother Hao Yang has displayed the Earth-Fire God Fist. The disciple of the Reverent Sword sect is dead for sure. Senior brother Hao Yang is indeed an outstanding disciple of the younger generation of the Earth-Fire sect. He has mastered the Earth-Fire God Fist to perfection. He is really powerful. Many of the Earth-Fire sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves when they saw the soaring flames. Their eyes were filled with envy. Within the Earth-Fire sect, the Earth-Fire God Fist was considered one of the top cultivation techniques. Ordinary disciples didn't have the qualifications to cultivate the Earth-Fire God Fist. Only those disciples who had potential or had reached a certain level of strength could cultivate the Earth-Fire God Fist. If I could practice the Earth-Fire God Fist, my strength would definitely soar. Many disciples thought to themselves. However, they had no idea just how dangerous Hao Yang's situation was in the canyon. Within the canyon, the sky was filled with flames. Hao Yang's Earth-Fire God Fist had been directly shattered by the Water-Fire Sword light. A majestic aura swept through the entire canyon. Even Fang Chen was forced back a few steps. Hao Yang's body was also constantly pushed back. After his Earth-Fire God Fist had been blocked by Fang Chen, a trace of fear had appeared in his heart. How is this possible? He was actually able to block my Earth-Fire God Fist. Hao Yang thought to himself. The Earth-Fire God Fist was the most powerful attack he could display up until now. He had originally thought that the 6th level of the Earth-Fire God Fist would be enough to kill Fang Chen. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated it. No, he can't be this strong, Hao Yang said. In the next moment, Hao Yang launched another attack. The Earth-Fire God Fist was pushed to the extreme as it attacked Fang Chen. Because Fang Chen had already figured out the attack trajectory of the Earth-Fire God Fist from the first attack, Fang Chen's eyes revealed a strange smile when he saw Hao Yang use the Earth-Fire God Fist this time. Whoosh! Fang Chen pushed the two concepts of water and fire to the extreme. When the two concepts of the second minor realm fused together, the power of water and fire was extremely tyrannical. The Water-Fire Sword light burst out from the hidden star sword and collided with the Earth-Fire God Fist. At the same time, Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly and the mid-red class soul in his mind suddenly shot out. Deluo Soul Killer Flame. Fang Chen didn't know how tyrannical the Deluo Soul Killer Flame had become after being modified by dry bones. He only knew that he was now a mid-first rank soul cultivator. Shio! Fang Chen's mid-red class soul instantly appeared in the sky and turned into a majestic flaming blade. This flaming blade, under the control of Fang Chen's unique technique, pierced into Hao Yang's mind in an extremely strange trajectory. The attack of the Deluo Soul Killer Flame caused Hao Yang's soul to tremble. Hao Yang let out a miserable cry and his body fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Hao Yang. Without hesitation, he took the hidden star sword and pierced Hao Yang's head. Poochie! Hao Yang widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen unwillingly. In the end, his life completely dissipated. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and looked at the dead Hao Yang with a smile on his face. Although a mid-first rank soul cultivator could only deal with a martial artist in the middle third stage of the Qi High realm, Fang Chen still managed to cause a lot of damage to Hao Yang. The Deluo soul killer flame that was modified by Senior Dry Bones is too strong. Fang Chen thought to himself. The current Deluo soul killer flame was at least twice as strong as before. This made Fang Chen very happy. After killing Hao Yang, Fang Chen picked up Hao Yang's interspatial ring and walked out of the canyon step by step. At this time, outside the canyon, many disciples of the Earthfire sect and the Celestial Star sect were waiting for Yuan Xin and Hao Yang. However, while they were anxiously waiting, Hao Yang and Yuan Xin didn't appear. Instead, the one who appeared in front of them was Fang Chen. He didn't die. Seeing Fang Chen, the disciples of the Earthfire sect were all puzzled. Just now, within the canyon, there was a flame that soared into the sky. It was clearly the aura of the Earthfire Godfist, which meant that senior apprentice brother Hao Yang was fighting with someone. Now, this sword reverence sect disciple had appeared, but Hao Yang hadn't. Could it be? Thinking of this, the Earthfire sect disciple angrily asked, "Brat, where's senior apprentice brother Hao Yang?" It wasn't just the Earthfire sect disciples. Even the Celestial Star sect disciples were approaching Fang Chen. They glared at Fang Chen and coldly asked, "Brat, why are you the only one who came out?" Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the Earthfire sect and Celestial Star sect disciples. He calmly said, "Because they're dead." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the Earthfire sect and Celestial Star sect disciples were enraged. They didn't believe him. "Brat, you're lying. Senior apprentice brother Yuan Xin's strength isn't something you can handle." "That's right." Senior apprentice brother Hao Yang and senior apprentice brother Yuan Xin teamed up. "You're not their match. You're lying." Fang Chen slightly shook his head. "There's no need for me to lie to dead people." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, an aura soared into the sky. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "What are you doing?" a disciple coldly asked when he sensed that killing intent. "Killing you," said Fang Chen. "Attack together. Kill him." The Earthfire sect and Celestial Star sect's disciples were enraged. Bang! Bang! In an instant, everyone was embroiled in a chaotic battle. 3 minutes later, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword. His body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his. It was the blood of the Earthfire sect and Celestial Star sect disciples. Chapter 334. Although Fang Chen's current cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 5th Qi High Realm, he could easily defeat a late stage of the 8th Qi High Realm. After becoming a soul cultivator, even if he faced a peak stage of the 8th Qi High Realm, he would not be afraid. However, if he faced a 9th Qi High Realm warrior, Fang Chen would not be confident. "I must increase my strength as soon as possible," Fang Chen said to himself. The disciples who entered the divine illusion space were all elite disciples of the sect. Some of them had reached the terrifying 9th Qi High Realm. Although he hadn't met any powerful disciples yet, he would eventually meet them in the future. Therefore, the most important thing for Fang Chen now was to increase his strength. After killing the disciples of the Earthfire sect and the Celestial Star sect, Fang Chen left the mysterious canyon. After the bones disappeared, the canyon became an ordinary canyon. After leaving the canyon, Fang Chen met many Taishi bears as he passed through the forest. However, these Taishi bears were not as strong as Fang Chen. After easily killing a few Taishi bears, Fang Chen left the forest. Just as Fang Chen left the forest, there was a sudden change in his Dantian Qi Si. This made Fang Chen happy. "Am I going to break through?" Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. The change in his Dantian meant that he was about to break through the bottleneck. Before, Fang Chen's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 5th Qi High Realm. This breakthrough would definitely increase Fang Chen's cultivation. "Let's find a place to break through first," Fang Chen said to himself. After that, Fang Chen found a direction and quickly moved forward. After a while, Fang Chen met some warriors on the plains. Among these warriors, There were disciples of the Reverence Sword sect. Fang Chen found a disciple of the Reverence Sword sect. After revealing his identity, the disciple was very surprised. Fang Chen, didn't you die on the mountain outside the old city? The disciple asked curiously. I was lucky to escape. Fang Chen grinned. I see. The disciple nodded slightly. No matter what, Fang Chen was the Heaven Sword son of the Reverence Sword sect. If he died, it would be a loss for the Reverence Sword sect. Seeing Fang Chen in perfect condition, the disciple was very happy. That's right, on the way here, I met many disciples who were heading in one direction. Fang Chen asked. Just now, he had sensed that something was amiss. After walking on the plains for about an hour, he had met many disciples from various sects. Most of them had anxious looks on their faces as they rushed forward. This puzzled Fang Chen. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly saw a Sword Reverence sect disciple. You don't know? Asked the disciple. Fang Chen shook his head. The disciple explained, not long ago, on the Crimson Afterglow Peak, a disciple discovered the skeleton of a demonic beast. It said that the skeleton of this demonic beast belonged to a beast king from ancient times. The skeleton of a beast king, Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. A beast king was definitely a demonic beast that stood at the peak of the demonic beast world. The skeleton of a beast king had actually been found on the Crimson Afterglow Peak. What kind of demonic beast skeleton was it? Asked Fang Chen. It was the skeleton of a rat demon. It said that there is something special in the skeleton of this beast king. It has been passed down since the ancient era. It's definitely extraordinary. Many disciples from the sect went there, explained the disciple. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, the little mouse suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Its little paw was pointing in front of them, chirping incessantly. Its face was filled with anxiety. Are you saying you want to go to the Crimson Afterglow Peak? Fang Chen looked at the anxious little mouse. The little mouse nodded incessantly. Seeing the little mouse's anxious appearance, Fang Chen faintly felt that the skeleton of the beast king that had appeared on the Crimson Afterglow Peak had something to do with the little mouse. No matter what, that beast king was a rat demon. Perhaps the little mouse would be able to obtain its inheritance. Fang Chen didn't think too much about it. He directly nodded and prepared to go to the Crimson Afterglow Peak. How far is it from here to the Crimson Afterglow Peak? Asked Fang Chen. If we rush at full speed, we should be able to get there in 6 hours, said the disciple. Fang Chen thanked the disciple and then left with the little mouse. The skeleton of a beast king. Fang Chen sighed as he hurried along. No matter what, he had to go to the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Perhaps the little mouse would be able to obtain the beast king's inheritance. Just as Fang Chen left the plain, a large group of warriors suddenly appeared on the plain. The leader of the group looked around with a puzzled expression on his face. Senior apprentice brother, what is it? Asked a disciple. I sensed a special aura. The leading disciple's eyes flickered. What aura? Asked another disciple. I sensed this aura on the bodies of the dead Starfire sect disciples, said the leading disciple. Hearing that, all the disciples' expressions changed. The Starfire sect's disciples had scattered after entering the divine illusion space. But not long after, they had discovered their companions, but their companions had already been killed. This infuriated the Starfire sect's disciples. The head disciple of the Starfire sect, Shinkong, swore that he would definitely find the killer and take revenge for the deaths of the Starfire sect's disciples. However, while they were searching for the killer, they had also heard that they had discovered the skeleton of a beast king on the Crimson Afterglow Peak. That made him very excited. First, they would go to the Crimson Afterglow Peak to fight for the beast king skeleton. However, on the way here, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. When he arrived at the plains, he was even more certain that the murderer who killed their Starry Fire sect disciple had come here. He's heading in the direction of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Chase after him, said Shinkong. Following that, under Shinkong's lead, the Starfire sect's disciples quickly chased in the direction of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. After 6 hours, Fang Chen finally arrived in front of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. At this time, there were many martial artists standing in front of the crimson afterglow peak. Their gazes were filled with reverence as they looked at the crimson afterglow peak. When Fang Chen arrived, he immediately sensed a wild aura that swept through the land. That is, Fang Chen raised his head to look at the sky. He was surprised to find that on the towering crimson afterglow peak, there was a huge skeleton of a beast king. This skeleton of a beast king was a rat demon. Its claws were extended and its face was gloomy. Its body was emitting a terrifying aura. It is indeed a beast king. After being dead for so many years, it can still emit such a tyrannical aura. Fang Chen was shocked. He was just standing at the foot of the crimson afterglow peak and the aura was already so strong. If a weak martial artist stepped on the crimson afterglow peak, they would not be able to withstand such a powerful aura. When the little mouse saw the skeleton of a beast king on the crimson afterglow peak, it chirped non-stop. Its face was filled with excitement. Fang Chen could feel the little mouse's excitement, but he signaled the little mouse not to be anxious. Since no one had climbed the crimson afterglow peak, it meant that it would be very difficult to climb the crimson afterglow peak. Since he had just arrived, he had to understand the situation first. Fang Chen looked around. Among the martial artists at the foot of the crimson afterglow peak, there was a martial artist at the 9th level of the Qi High realm. The rest of the martial artists were at the late or peak of the 8th level of the Qi High realm. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, a martial artist could not resist the temptation and stepped onto the crimson afterglow peak. The moment he stepped onto the crimson afterglow peak, a terrifying ray of light shot out from the Beast King's skeleton above the crimson afterglow peak, instantly entering the warrior's body. Puchi the martial artist fell onto the ground and lost all signs of life. Seeing this scene, many martial artists gasped. This Beast King had been dead for so many years, but it was still so strong. How can one climb the crimson afterglow peak? A disciple could not help but ask. Senior brother Wang Xiao, you are the strongest martial artist here. Do you know how to climb the crimson afterglow peak? A disciple asked the 9th level of the Qi High realm martial artist. Wang Xiao was an outstanding disciple of the Wang family of the Moon continent. The Wang family was one of the most powerful forces in the Moon continent and one of the 9 two-star sect in the central region. Although Wang Xiao wasn't the strongest member of the Wang family's younger generation, his potential was still among the top of the Wang family's younger generation. The divine illusion dimension was very big. After entering the dimension, all the disciples of the sect were scattered. This time, the news of the Beast King being found on the crimson afterglow peak was only spread in a small circle. Many of the big sect did not know about it. Among the martial artists here, Wang Xiao was the strongest and had the highest status. That's right, senior brother Wang Xiao, you are one of the strongest martial artists in the Wang family. You must know how to climb the crimson afterglow peak. Hearing a disciple's question, the other disciples also asked. Their gazes all gathered on Wang Xiao. Fang Chen also looked at Wang Xiao. He carefully examined Wang Xiao and found that deep within his eyes, there was a bloodthirsty killing intent. If my guess is correct, the Beast King on the crimson afterglow peak is protecting it. Human martial artists are unable to enter the crimson afterglow peak. Only demonic beasts can enter. Wang Xiao said with a smile. Hearing Wang Xiao's words, many martial artists frowned and asked, could it be that the Beast King's inheritance is something that we humans cannot obtain? The Beast King was a strong martial artist. Although they had fallen, the inheritance they left behind would not be obtained by human martial artists. It must have been left behind for their descendants. A disciple said. Wang Xiao nodded and said, the Beast King's inheritance can only be obtained by demonic beasts. After saying that, a big white dog appeared beside Wang Xiao. When the big white dog saw the skeleton of the Beast King on the crimson afterglow peak, its eyes were filled with passion. Woof! Woof! The big white dog looked at the skeleton of the Beast King and barked loudly. It seemed to be telling Wang Xiao that it wanted to enter the crimson afterglow peak. Go! Wang Xiao gently patted the big white dog's forehead and said. The snow-white dog ran towards the crimson afterglow peak. In the blink of an eye, it entered the crimson afterglow peak. Everyone realized that the Beast King didn't attack the dog after it entered the crimson afterglow peak. Immediately, the martial artists with spiritual beasts released their spiritual beasts and let them fight for the Beast King's inheritance. All kinds of spiritual beasts rushed into the crimson afterglow peak. Chapter 335. In the ancient Sword Continent, many experts would take in powerful demonic beasts or demonic beasts with unlimited potential as their spiritual pets. After having a spirit pet, the strength of the spirit pet would increase and it could even help its master in critical moments. Therefore, when they knew that human warriors could not enter the crimson afterglow peak, they all let their spirit pets enter the crimson afterglow peak to fight for the Beast King's inheritance. The little mouse jumped onto the ground and quickly entered the crimson afterglow peak. Many spirit pets quickly ascended the crimson afterglow peak. Fang Chen squinted his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Wang Xiao, who was standing not far away, squinted his eyes and looked at his spirit pet Snowy White Dog with a confident smile on his face. Others might not know, but he knew that his spirit pet Snowy White Dog was not a normal dog-type demonic beast. It was a mutated dog-type demonic beast called the Earth-Shattering Dog. When an Earth-Shattering Dog reaches adulthood, it can reach the Qi High Realm. But this big white dog, with the help of the Wang family's resources, has already reached the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Among all the soul pets, it is the strongest. Although the large Snow White Dog looked very lazy, Wang Xiao knew that when the large Snow White Dog fought, even some martialists would be terrified. I wonder how strong the Snowy White Dog will be after receiving the Beast King's inheritance. Wang Xiao thought to himself. The Beast King was a demonic beast that stood at the top of the demonic beast world. Their strength was too strong. Even after being dead for so many years, the Beast King of the Crimson Afterglow Peak was still able to leave behind such a technique. Just as Wang Xiao was deep in thought, a furious roar suddenly entered everyone's ears. Many cultivators looked behind them one after another. At this moment, the disciples of the Starfire sect were led by Xing Xing to the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Xing Xing's gaze locked onto Fang Chen. "Kid, I finally met you." Xing Xing roared angrily. There were very few warriors who had seen Fang Chen, so no one recognized him. They only thought of Fang Chen as a normal sect warrior. At this moment, the disciples of the Starfire sect were furious. They all guessed that this kid had offended the Starfire sect. When Fang Chen saw the many disciples of the Starfire sect, he frowned but did not say anything. "Brat, you killed my Starfire sect's disciple. I, Starry Sky, will cut you into 8 pieces," Starry Sky said coldly. "I'm afraid you don't have that ability," Fang Chen said. Starry Sky was infuriated. He wanted to attack, but he was interrupted by a voice. "Gentlemen, please don't let your personal grudges affect my spirit pet's competition for the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton." Starry Sky looked in Wang Xiao's direction. When he saw Wang Xiao, a smile appeared on his gloomy face. He said, "So it's young Master Wang Xiao. Young Master Wang Xiao, this man and I have an irreconcilable enmity. I must kill him with my own hands," Starry Sky said. Wang Xiao nodded and said, "Either we leave this place, or we settle our grudges after the battle for the Beast King's inheritance is over. Since young Master Wang Xiao says so, I'll spare his dog life for now." Starry Sky chuckled. Clearly, Starry Sky was very afraid of Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was a member of the Wang family of the Moon Continent, while Starry Sky was only a disciple of the Starfire sect. The difference between the Wang family and the Starfire sect wasn't something Starry Sky could imagine. The Starfire sect wasn't the strongest among the one-star sects. Even compared to the Heavenly Star sect and the Earthfire sect, they were far from being comparable. So Starry Sky knew his own limits. He was willing to endure. Wang Xiao nodded when he heard that. In this place, he was the strongest, and the power behind him was the strongest. No one dared to go against him. This kind of feeling was really good. Starry Sky no longer bothered Fang Chen. Fang Chen also ignored him. He raised his head and looked at the Crimson Afterglow Peak. At this time, many demonic beasts had already stepped onto the Crimson Afterglow Peak. They surrounded the Beast King's skeleton, quietly standing there, not daring to advance. What's in the Beast King's skeleton? Fang Chen was extremely puzzled. But he couldn't enter the Crimson Afterglow Peak, so he couldn't sense the chi of the Beast King's skeleton. The other cultivators were also quietly standing there. As time passed, the spiritual pets on the Crimson Afterglow Peak finally started to move. Following the action of one spirit pet, the other spirit pets also started to move. Suddenly, a roar was heard. Then, everyone saw that Wang Xiao's snow-white big dog was roaring towards the sky. It directly erupted with a powerful force and constantly attacked the spirit pets around it. What? Seeing the true strength of the big white dog, many cultivators were shocked. The strength of the big white dog was comparable to a 7th-level Qi High warrior. How can it be so strong? At this moment, everyone finally realized why Wang Xiao didn't care about the spiritual pets entering the Crimson Afterglow Peak. It was because he didn't care about these spiritual pets at all. Bang bang bang. Following a series of deafening sounds, the spiritual pets of the cultivators were all sent flying by the big white dog. In just a short while, more than half of the spiritual pets were thrown off the Crimson Afterglow Peak by the big white dog and were heavily injured. After these spiritual pets were thrown off the Crimson Afterglow Peak, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. They all retreated from the Crimson Afterglow Peak and didn't dare to go against the big white dog. The big white dog's powerful attacks angered many spiritual pets. At some point, many spiritual pets actually joined forces to attack the big white dog. The owners of these spiritual pets looked at Wang Xiao carefully, afraid that he would be angry. But obviously, Wang Xiao didn't care at all. This is a fight between spiritual pets. I won't interfere, Wang Xiao said confidently. In his mind, there wasn't a single spiritual pet that could defeat the big white dog. The power of the big white dog attracted the attacks of many spiritual pets. Although these spiritual pets weren't a match for the big white dog alone, when they joined forces, they were still able to affect the big white dog to a certain extent. The big white dog was no longer as invincible as before. It was now in a tough battle. Everyone's attention was attracted by the big white dog. In a corner of the Crimson Afterglow Peak, the little mouse's eyes were rolling around. Finally, it calmly approached the Beast King. Because it was too small, it was directly ignored by many spiritual pets. At this moment, it approached the Beast King's skeleton without any pressure. Below the Crimson Afterglow Peak, only Fang Chen noticed this scene. A smile appeared on his face. Chirp chirp chirp. After the little mouse approached the Beast King's skeleton, its small claws directly touched the Beast King's skeleton. Suddenly, a majestic aura soared into the sky. Swoosh! Above the sky, a crimson glow appeared. Above this crimson glow, there were rolling clouds and the sound of thunder resounded through the sky. What's going on? A disciple asked doubtfully. Suddenly, many warriors looked at the crimson glow that suddenly appeared in the sky. Even the spiritual pets that were fighting on the Crimson Afterglow Peak stopped fighting. At this moment, changes were happening on the Crimson Afterglow Peak. In front of the Beast King's skeleton, the little mouse stood quietly. Its small claws touched the Beast King's skeleton. Layers of purple halos appeared around its body. These purple halos actually penetrated the Beast King's skeleton. There's a shadow in front of the Beast King's skeleton. Suddenly, Wang Xiao noticed the little mouse in front of the Beast King's skeleton. It's a little mouse. Hearing this, a disciple looked over and instantly saw a little mouse. Damn it, why is this little mouse so close to the Beast King's skeleton? Someone shouted angrily. At the same time, when everyone noticed the little mouse in front of the Beast King's skeleton, the big white dog also noticed it. It looked up to the sky and roared angrily. Roar! With a roar, the big white dog fiercely attacked the little mouse. Bang! However, just as the big white dog was about to touch the little mouse's body, a majestic aura suddenly surged out and directly hit the big white dog. Bang! The big white dog's body was directly sent flying and finally fell below the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Little White. Seeing the big white dog being sent flying and its aura weakening, Wang Xiao's expression became completely gloomy. He called out worriedly. Wang Xiao ran over to the big white dog and patted it. He saw that the big white dog was heavily injured and its aura was weak. Damn it! Wang Xiao was infuriated. He had thought that the Beast King's inheritance would definitely be the big white dog's. But now, the big white dog had actually been sent flying by an invisible aura and was heavily injured. That little mouse, whose spirit pet is it? Wang Xiao angrily glared at the little mouse. Crash. Wang Xiao put away the big white dog and began to heal its injuries. At this time, the crimson afterglow peak's light grew even brighter. Following the blossoming of the crimson afterglow peak, countless spirit pets were sent flying. In the end, only the little mouse was left on the crimson afterglow peak. At this time, the little mouse seemed to be fusing with the Beast King's skeleton. A purple halo was circulating around the Beast King's skeleton. Could it be that this Beast King is the little mouse's ancestor? Fang Chen muttered to himself in his heart. The little mouse had easily approached the Beast King's skeleton. As for the other spirit pets, they had all been sent flying. That was enough to explain everything. The purple halo circulating around the Beast King's skeleton was exactly the same as the little mouse's. Just what kind of race does the little mouse belong to? How is it related to the Beast King? Fang Chen was completely puzzled. When the only one left on the crimson afterglow peak was the little mouse, the crimson afterglow peak suddenly released its most resplendent light. In the end, that resplendent light instantly converged and entered the little mouse's body. At this time, the little mouse was receiving the Beast King's inheritance. Many martial artists' eyes turned scarlet. They had worked so hard to get here, but they hadn't even started fighting before they were eliminated. They refused to accept this. How about we all attack the crimson afterglow peak together and destroy the Beast King's skeleton, suggested a disciple. Young Master Wang Xiao, what should we do now? Asked another disciple. Wait. Chapter 336. Although Wang Xiao was furious, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't enter the crimson afterglow peak, so he could only wait for the damned mouse to come out and kill it. Therefore, he could only wait. Many of the warriors recalled their spirit pets. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at the little mouse in front of the Beast King's skeleton. While they hated the little mouse, they were also envious of the little mouse. The Beast King's skeleton was actually obtained by a little mouse. It was extremely depressing. While everyone was waiting, Fang Chen was also waiting. However, Fang Chen walked to the edge of the peak and sat down cross-legged. His body was surrounded by an extremely dense aura. Before coming to the crimson afterglow peak, Fang Chen felt that he was about to break through. When he arrived at the crimson afterglow peak, Fang Chen's qi was constantly churning. While waiting for the little mouse, he decided to break through. Crash. At this moment, in Fang Chen's qi, the liquefied spirit qi was constantly churning. Waves of dense spirit qi were constantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. As time passed, Fang Chen's qi was constantly expanding. After about 15 minutes, Fang Chen felt that the spirit qi in his qi had been exhausted. At this moment, he needed to replenish his spirit qi. Therefore, Fang Chen took out the upper rank spirit stones without hesitation. Compared to the middle rank spirit stones, the upper rank spirit stones contained more spirit qi. Fang Chen wildly absorbed the upper rank spirit stones. When Fang Chen had absorbed a total of 10,000 upper rank spirit stones, the spirit qi in his qi was finally full again. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his qi was shaking violently. Following that, his qi was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The qi is expanding. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy as he thought to himself. Time passed by bit by bit. After about 2 hours, Fang Chen's qi finally stopped expanding. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly realized that his cultivation had gone from the mid-stage of the 5th Qi High Realm to the late stage of the 5th Qi High Realm, and had reached the peak of the 5th Qi High Realm. Peak of the 5th level of Qi High Realm. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. After reaching the peak of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, even a warrior at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm would not be able to defeat him. Even if he were to face a warrior at the beginning of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, Fang Chen would still dare to fight him. Good preparation. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and knew that this was all because of his solid foundation. That was why he was able to break through to the peak of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Kuala Fang Chen opened his eyes and retracted his aura. He then looked at the crimson afterglow peak. Fang Chen looked at the crimson afterglow peak. At this moment, on the crimson afterglow peak, the skeleton of the Beast King was slowly dissipating. Around the body of the little mouse, the purple light was getting thicker and thicker. As time passed, when the skeleton of the Beast King had completely dissipated, the purple light around the body of the little mouse disappeared. In the next moment, a blinding light exploded from the body of the little mouse. Then, the entire crimson afterglow peak shook. Boom! A deafening sound was heard, and a wild aura swept through the entire crimson afterglow peak. It was as if a faint voice was floating in the air. As the skeleton of the Beast King was dissipating, a wild aura entered the body of the little mouse, causing the aura around the little mouse to increase dramatically. Hiss hiss hiss. After the skeleton of the Beast King had dissipated, the crimson afterglow peak returned to normal. In the sky, another ray of crimson afterglow appeared, but this ray of crimson afterglow disappeared in a flash. Kuala, at this moment, the crowd realized that there was a ripple in the air in front of the crimson afterglow peak. Then, a terrifying light shot out from the crowd's eyes. The crimson afterglow peak has returned to normal. Someone shouted. Immediately, countless warriors rushed up the crimson afterglow peak. Seeing this, Fang Chen stepped onto the crimson afterglow peak and quickly rushed to the top of the mountain. Seeing this, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. First level of Qi High. At this moment, the aura emitted from the body of the little mouse made Fang Chen realize that the little mouse had actually reached the first level of Qi High. Kid, this spirit pet is actually yours. That's great, hand it over. A warrior shouted angrily. Kid, hand over your spirit pet and we will let you live. That's right, if you don't hand over your spirit pet, you will definitely die. Many warriors surrounded Fang Chen and said angrily. Even Wang Xiao's eyes flickered as he stared at Fang Chen. No, to be exact, he was staring at the little mouse on Fang Chen's shoulder. Being able to obtain the inheritance of the skeleton of the Beast King meant that this little mouse had the potential to become a new Beast King in the future. Thinking of this, the crowd was extremely excited. If my spirit pet obtains the inheritance, then I will have to hand it over. What if the one who obtains the inheritance is not my spirit pet, but yours? Fang Chen sneered. Kid, your time has come. At this moment, the starry sky of the Starfire sect let out a roar. With a leap, he appeared before Fang Chen and struck out without hesitation. Xing Xing had been waiting for the end of the fight for the skeleton of the Beast King. Once it was over, he would kill Fang Chen. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally would not hold back and attacked like lightning. Rumble Xing Xing's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. He was only one step away from the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. He thought that killing Fang Chen would be easy. But when Fang Chen used his powerful attack, he regretted it. Swoosh! The sword of water and fire shattered Xing Xing's attack with absolute strength and pierced into Xing Xing's body. Bang! Xing Xing's body fell to the ground unwillingly and lost all signs of life. The entire crimson afterglow peak was in an uproar. Countless warriors were shocked. One sword strike killed Xing Xing, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. How strong was the person in front of them? How is this possible? Some warriors cried out in surprise. Fang Chen's strength was out of their expectations. Too strong. One sword strike killed Xing Xing. The latter did not even have the chance to fight back. His strength is at least at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. On the crimson afterglow peak, except for Wang Xiao, no one is his match. Too scary. Luckily I did not make a move, or else I would be the one dead. Many of the warriors were scared. If Xing Xing did not make a move, they would be the ones dead. Many of the warriors present were not as strong as Xing Xing. Some of them were even as strong as Xing Xing. Their faces were pale as they retreated. In the end, all of the warriors looked at Wang Xiao, waiting for him to speak. Right now, on the entire crimson afterglow peak, no one except Wang Xiao dared to make a move against Fang Chen. Kid, your strength is out of my expectations. Wang Xiao said coldly. So what? Fang Chen did not give Wang Xiao any face and said, when I, Wang Xiao, make a move, I never leave anyone alive. Wang Xiao continued. And then? Fang Chen asked. Seeing Fang Chen so stubborn, Wang Xiao's face became gloomy. He said coldly, are you sure you want to force me to make a move? Fang Chen looked at Wang Xiao and grinned, if you want to fight, then let's fight. If it was before, he might not be a match for Wang Xiao. But now that he had reached the peak of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, he was not afraid of Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao squinted his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a sharp blade appeared. Then, a wild aura appeared around him. The Wang family of the Moon Continent was a family of blades. It was said that within the Wang family, there was a king blade art that was extremely powerful. The Wang family relied on this king blade art to become a 2-star sect. When the crowd saw Wang Xiao make a move, their eyes widened. They wanted to see the legendary king blade art. But what they did not know was that the king blade art of the Wang family was not something an ordinary person could practice. Even Wang Xiao did not have the qualifications to practice the king blade art. But even so, Wang Xiao still believed that he could defeat Fang Chen. Wang Xiao flicked his wrist and a cold light shot out from his blade towards Fang Chen. Bang! The light from the blade and the light from the sword collided violently and exploded. This scene caused Wang Xiao's eyes to flicker. He did not continue to attack and instead stared at Fang Chen. From the previous exchange, Wang Xiao could feel that Fang Chen's strength was not weaker than his. Who is he? Why is he so strong? Wang Xiao thought to himself. Since Wang Xiao did not attack, Fang Chen naturally did not want to attack. Although Wang Xiao's strength could not be considered too strong, if they fought, both sides would suffer. Wang Xiao also seemed to have thought of this point. His eyes turned and he suddenly withdrew his aura. He then said, this brother's strength is truly admirable. But your spirit pet has obtained the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton. If you do not give everyone an explanation, I'm afraid that you will not be able to leave here. Wang Xiao said, how about this? How about this? Fang Chen asked. Since this is a fight between spirit beasts, then let the spirit beasts settle it themselves. Wang Xiao said with a smile. The spirit beasts settle it themselves. Fang Chen frowned and said. Chapter 337. Hearing Wang Xiao's words, many of the warriors' eyes lit up. That's right, a battle between spiritual pets should be settled by the spiritual pets themselves. Your spiritual pet has received the inheritance. If it can defeat all of our spiritual pets, then it can leave safely. Even if you are strong, if all of us work together to kill you, you won't be able to escape. Since Wang Xiao said this, it meant that he didn't have the confidence to defeat Fang Chen. Many of the warriors quickly understood Wang Xiao's intentions. Moreover, they clearly knew that although Fang Chen's spiritual pet, Little Mouse, had received the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton, it was only at the 1st level of the Qi High Realm. Many of the warriors present had spiritual pets that were above the 1st level of the Qi High Realm. Although they were not as strong as Fang Chen, their spiritual pets were much stronger than Fang Chen. Fang Chen heard this and frowned. He didn't want to agree to Wang Xiao's request because Little Mouse's strength was definitely not as strong as his snow-white dog. Kid, you better think carefully. If you don't agree, I'm afraid that everyone will be unhappy. You should know the consequences. Wang Xiao said coldly. Fang Chen was about to speak when the little mouse on his shoulder started to chatter. It seemed to be telling Fang Chen to agree to Wang Xiao's request. You. Fang Chen was a little worried about the little mouse, but when he saw the smile in Little Mouse's eyes, he relaxed. After spending so much time with the little mouse, Fang Chen naturally understood the little mouse very well. The latter was not one to be taken advantage of. Since it agreed on its own accord, then it must have a way to deal with it. I hope my guess is correct. Fang Chen thought to himself. He then looked at Wang Xiao and said, What do you have to prove your words? I am from the Wang clan of the Moon Continent. Wang Xiao said word by word. The Wang clan of the Moon Continent, these 5 words were enough to prove what Wang Xiao was saying. Fang Chen looked at Wang Xiao. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, I want to believe you. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, a martial artist jumped out and grinned, "Let my spirit pet take the lead." This martial artist's spirit pet was a saber-toothed tiger. Above its head, there was a faint king character, representing that this saber-toothed tiger was the king of tigers. "Boy, let your spirit pet come down." The burly man grinned. His spirit pet was at the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm, but Fang Chen's little mouse was only at the 1st level of the Qi High Realm. He was very confident. Swoosh! Little mouse jumped onto the ground. The saber-toothed tiger roared at the little mouse, but the little mouse didn't care at all. There was a slight smile on its face. Roar! Following the saber-toothed tiger's roar, its aura exploded and a powerful attack appeared beside the little mouse. Fang Chen stared at the little mouse. When the saber-toothed tiger's attack was about to reach the little mouse, the latter's eyes flashed and its body emitted a layer of purple light. At the same time, no one could clearly see how the little mouse attacked. Bang! With a loud sound, the saber-toothed tiger's body fell heavily onto the ground. It was heavily injured and its eyes were filled with fear as it looked at the little mouse. At this moment, the purple light around the little mouse disappeared. It stood calmly on the ground as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Many martial artists couldn't understand. The little mouse's cultivation was obviously not as strong as the saber-toothed tiger, so how could it easily defeat it? "Let my spirit pet come." Some martial artists couldn't accept it. They thought that the little mouse had used a trick and immediately let out their spirit pet. This time, Little Mouse's spirit pet was a cheetah at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Its body was much bigger than the little mouse. Roar! The cheetah roared at the little mouse, but the latter stood there calmly without any fear on its face. This made the cheetah furious as it thought that the little mouse was humiliating it. The cheetah opened its claws and a vast amount of energy gathered on its claws. It attacked the little mouse. Like magic, the little mouse once again shocked the martial artists. They still couldn't see how the little mouse attacked, but the cheetah fell onto the ground like the saber-toothed tiger, its eyes filled with fear. How is this possible? Even Wang Xiao was puzzled. He didn't understand how the little mouse defeated the cheetah. Until now, the martial artists finally realized that the little mouse's strength wasn't as weak as it looked. The martial artists who were yelling before all backed off, not daring to face Fang Chen. After that, there were still some martial artists who didn't believe it and let their spirit pets fight with the little mouse. But the result was the same. Their spirit pets couldn't even touch the little mouse's body before they were sent flying. Every spirit pet that was defeated had fear in their eyes. After defeating more than 10 spirit pets, the little mouse stood on one leg with its claws behind its back. It stood there quietly like a human, its face filled with disdain. Seeing this scene, the crowd was speechless. This little mouse was too abnormal. Could it be because of the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton? At the same time, many martial artists were thinking. The little mouse was only at the 1st level of the Qi High Realm. How could it defeat spirit pets at the 5th or 6th level of the Qi High Realm so easily? The crowd couldn't understand. After the spirit pets were defeated one after another, Wang Xiao finally couldn't take it anymore. He let out the Snow White dog. At this moment, the Snow White dog's injuries were completely healed. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. The Wang family of the Moon continent was too strong. The Snow White dog was able to recover so quickly because of Wang Xiao's large amount of resources. Wang Xiao briefly communicated with the Snow White dog. The Snow White dog nodded its head and glared at the little mouse. Roar! The Snow White dog roared at the little mouse. It wanted to tear the little mouse apart. Even when the little mouse saw the Snow White dog, it was still as calm and composed as before. It wasn't afraid at all. With a roar, the Snow White dog released a majestic aura and attacked the little mouse fiercely. This time, everyone finally saw the little mouse's body move. Just as the Snow White dog was about to touch the little mouse tapped the ground with the tip of its foot and directly jumped on top of the Snow White dog's head in a strange trajectory. Roar! Seeing this, the Snow White dog roared angrily. At the same time, its body shook and it stretched out its claws in an attempt to capture the little mouse. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't touch the little mouse. This made the snow-white dog extremely angry. Time passed by slowly. The crowd was completely numb. Was this still a battle? This was simply a joke. The little mouse didn't fight the snow-white dog head-on. Instead, it kept teasing the snow-white dog. Its small body kept jumping on top of the snow-white dog's head. The snow-white dog couldn't do anything about it. Finally, after a round of teasing, the little mouse felt bored. Its eyes flickered and it stretched out its claws. At the same time, a purple halo appeared and it grabbed the snow-white dog's body. Roar! The snow-white dog let out a miserable cry and slashed the little mouse away. Its body kept retreating and it stared at the little mouse vigilantly. At this moment, the snow-white dog didn't dare to take the initiative to attack the little mouse. The latter's small body stood quietly on top of the crimson afterglow peak. No one would have thought that the final result would be like this. Even the snow-white dog can't defeat the little mouse. All the warriors were dumbfounded. As for Wang Xiao, his expression kept changing as he stared at the little mouse. He couldn't believe what had happened. It actually lost. Wang Xiao said inwardly. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. The latter affectionately stroked the little mouse and then looked at the crowd. Can I leave? Hearing Fang Chen's words, everyone looked at Wang Xiao. My Wang family's words naturally count. Wang Xiao said solemnly. Fang Chen nodded and left with the little mouse. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, many warriors looked at the little mouse with burning eyes. One of them asked, Brother Wang Xiao, are we just going to let him go like this? His spirit pet is clearly so powerful because it obtained the Beast King's inheritance. That's right. After obtaining the Beast King's inheritance, it might really grow into a new Beast King in the future. Chapter 338. The little mouse's strength had completely exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. At the start, Fang Chen hadn't placed his hopes on the little mouse, but the result was truly a pleasant surprise. While everyone was still in shock, Fang Chen hurriedly left the crimson afterglow peak. Although Fang Chen knew that Wang Xiao and the others wouldn't let this matter rest, there was nothing he could do. Wang Xiao was a member of the Moon Continent's Wang family. Fang Chen didn't want to provoke a tyrant like the Wang family. If he angered the Wang family, they would hunt him down in the divine illusion space. At that time, he would regret it. Of course, there was another reason. Even if he could defeat Wang Xiao, if Wang Xiao joined forces with the others, he wouldn't be able to handle it. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. In the end, Wang Xiao and the others decided to let their spirit pets deal with it themselves. The little mouse astonishingly defeated Wang Xiao's snow-white dog. After a while, Fang Chen left the crimson afterglow peak. At this time, he wasn't worried that Wang Xiao would be able to catch up. After walking for a long time, Fang Chen finally stopped. He turned his head and looked at the little mouse on his shoulder. How can you be so strong? Fang Chen was puzzled. After the little mouse received the Beast King's inheritance, the aura it emitted was clearly at the first stage of the Qi High Realm. How could it easily defeat a snow-white dog at the 7th stage of the Qi High Realm? This made Fang Chen puzzled. Thus, Fang Chen had to ask. Hearing this, the little mouse jumped from Fang Chen's shoulder to the ground. It waved its little paws at Fang Chen and chirped non-stop. What? You said you were hiding your strength. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Seeing Fang Chen's gaze, the little mouse jumped slightly. Immediately after, its body emitted a wild aura. This wild aura instantly enveloped Fang Chen. Fang Chen was shocked. This Qi was obviously at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. How could the little mouse release such a strong Qi? After a long time, Fang Chen finally accepted this fact. After the little mouse received the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton, its strength increased by leaps and bounds. It had reached the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. No wonder even the big white dog couldn't defeat you. Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. All of this was done on purpose by the little mouse. After it received the inheritance, it purposely let out the presence of a Qi High warrior, tricking Wang Xiao and the others into proposing a soul pet battle. Everyone knew what happened after that. Even Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh at Little Mouse's high IQ. You're saying that after receiving the inheritance, your strength increased by leaps and bounds? Fang Chen looked at Little Mouse and asked. Little Mouse nodded and gestured to Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen couldn't help but ask, that Beast King skeleton was a rat monster. Does it have anything to do with you? At this moment, Fang Chen thought of the time when Little Mouse received the inheritance. On top of the Beast King skeleton, there was a purple glow. It was exactly the same as the Little Mouse's. The Little Mouse shook its head slightly and then nodded. This made Fang Chen very confused. Chirp chirp chirp, the Little Mouse gestured to Fang Chen. After a while, Fang Chen understood. From the Little Mouse's expression, this rat monster king was somewhat related to the Little Mouse, but they were not of the same race. After Little Mouse received the Beast King's inheritance, its strength increased by leaps and bounds. After understanding all of this, Fang Chen nodded. His face was full of satisfaction. This could be considered as an opportunity for Little Mouse. In the blink of an eye, Little Mouse's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen was looking forward to seeing what would happen when Little Mouse reached the condensing reality realm. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a black token suddenly appeared in Little Mouse's little paw. This token was covered in rust and looked like a piece of scrap metal. Little Mouse handed this black, rusty token to Fang Chen. After Fang Chen received the token, he carefully examined it. But no matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was an old token. What is this? Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse gestured. This token was obtained from the Beast King. It did not know what it was. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. If it was obtained from the Beast King, then it must be something extraordinary. After that, Fang Chen began to inject spirit qi into the rusty token. Waves of pure spirit qi directly entered the rusty token. Rumble rumble rumble. When the rusty token had enough spirit qi, suddenly, a majestic aura was emitted from the token. In the next moment, the rust on the surface of the token began to slowly fall off. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face was full of surprise. Hiss 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 hiss. When all the rust on the token fell off, it emitted a crimson glow. This crimson glow was exactly the same as the crimson glow above the crimson glow peak. At this moment, a message appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Red. Fang Chen saw that the front of the black token had a red mark, while the back had a drawing of a Beast King. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. However, when Fang Chen saw the message in his mind, he was shocked. This is the Scarlet Iron Token. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily as he looked at the Scarlet Steel Order. According to the message, this Scarlet Iron Token was the Beast King's token when it was still alive. The Scarlet Cloud Beast King was the Beast King's skeleton on the red glow peak. Its name was the Scarlet Cloud Beast King when it was still alive. The Crimson Cloud Beast King was a powerful Beast King from the world of demonic beasts. For some unknown reason, it had wandered into the divine illusion space and died there. According to the Scarlet Iron Token, those who possessed this Scarlet Iron Token could command some of the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants in the divine illusion space. The Scarlet Iron Token can actually command the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants. Fang Chen was extremely excited. However, at the very end, he saw the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's final words. Descendants, I don't know how many descendants I have left in the divine illusion space after countless years. Since you possess the Scarlet Iron Token, that means your spirit pets must have obtained my inheritance. If you can find my descendants, you can take out the Scarlet Iron Token to show your identity. When they see the Scarlet Iron Token, they will listen to you. Of course, if my descendants are about to be exterminated, or if they are in danger of being exterminated, I hope you can help. Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked. No wonder the Scarlet Cloud Beast King had left behind the Scarlet Iron Token. It was so that his descendants could find his descendants. The Scarlet Cloud Beast King was an overlord in the beast world. It was extremely powerful, but in the end, it had ended up like this. It didn't even know the current situation of its descendants in the divine illusion space. Take it first. We'll talk about it after we find the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen vaguely sensed that this scarlet iron token wasn't as simple as it seemed. If he had the chance, he would go and find the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants. Fang Chen put the scarlet iron token into his interspatial ring. At this moment, the little mouse raised its paw and gestured at Fang Chen. "You want me to find the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants?" Fang Chen looked at the little mouse. Hearing this, little mouse nodded continuously. Fang Chen gently rubbed the little mouse's head and said, "How about we look for opportunities while looking for the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants?" Fang Chen also didn't understand why the little mouse wanted him to find the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants. Perhaps it was because they were both members of the mouse race, but Fang Chen didn't think too much about it. In the end, Fang Chen led the little mouse in a direction and continued forward. It had been almost a month since they had entered the divine illusion space. Whether it was Fang Chen or the little mouse, they had both gained a lot. This made Fang Chen even more certain that the divine illusion space definitely contained some sort of unimaginable inheritance. No wonder everyone wanted to enter the divine illusion space. Some people even believed that entering the divine illusion space would allow them to soar to the heavens. Thinking of this, Fang Chen couldn't help but smile. There were many opportunities in the divine illusion space, but you also needed strength. If you didn't have enough strength, then even if you obtained an inheritance, you wouldn't be able to keep it. "Let's go," said Fang Chen. Then he pushed off the ground and quickly disappeared from the plains. At this moment, somewhere in the plains, a man covered in blood was fleeing rapidly. Behind him, a ferocious martialist was chasing after him. "Brat, you can't escape," roared the cultivator furiously as he looked at the blood-covered cultivator in front of him. Then he pushed off the ground and chased after him. "Am I really going to die here?" Qin Zhen's mind was a bit chaotic. He didn't know how long he had been running for, but in any case, he couldn't hold on any longer. "I wonder how Wenyu and Sichu Po are doing," muttered Qin Zhen as he fled. Bang! Finally, after fleeing for a while, Qin Zhen couldn't hold on any longer. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his aura withered. "Mph, you're still running. Let's see how long you can keep running." The cultivator stopped when he saw Qin Zhen fall. He pointed his spear at Qin Zhen. "Dying is also good. Everything will be over." At this moment, Qin Zhen was lying on the ground with blood all over his body. He could barely open his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. "Die." The cultivator suddenly pulled back his spear and stabbed it at Qin Zhen. As long as this spear stabbed down, Qin Zhen would definitely die. Bang! Just when Qin Zhen thought that he was about to die, a heavy sound suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the martial artist who was chasing him was actually sent flying backwards. His long spear was directly broken into 2 pieces. This sudden scene caused Qin Zhen, who was about to die, to widen his eyes. He tried his best to look at the scene in front of him and finally saw a familiar figure. "Looks like I won't die." Qin Zhen smiled brightly the moment he saw Fang Chen. Catcher. The spear was broken by Fang Chen. The cultivator chasing Qin Zhen was also sent flying by Fang Chen's fist. "Brat, who are you? How dare you stop me?" The cultivator quickly stood up and glared at Fang Chen. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. Fang Chen had just finished speaking when the hidden star sword suddenly shot out. With a poochie sound, the cultivator fell to the ground, forever losing his life. After doing all this, Fang Chen turned to look at Qin Zhen. Chapter 339. Skywater Plain, When You. Fang Chen heard Qin Zhen's intermittent voice and his expression changed. He realized that Wen Yu and the others were in danger. Seeing that Qin Zhen had fainted, Fang Chen carried Qin Zhen and found a safer place. He asked the little mouse to stay and take care of Qin Zhen while he ran towards the Skywater Plain. Wen Yu and the other 2 had followed him to the central region. When they were in the western region, they were willing to follow him because they lost to him. After all, they came from the same place. Seeing that they were in trouble, how could Fang Chen not help? Fang Chen ran towards the Skywater Plain with his fastest speed. He was still 2 hours away from the Skywater Plain. "Wen Yu, you must hold on," Fang Chen shouted in his heart. The person who was chasing Qin Zhen was a 7th-level Qi High warrior, a disciple of the Wind Island. The Wind Island was an ordinary one-star sect. The strongest of the younger generation in the sect was only at the early 9th level of the Qi High realm. As for the other disciples, they were all at the 8th or 7th level of the Qi High realm. Somewhere in the sky-water plane, a group of people were besieging 2 martial artists. Logically speaking, with the strength of the Wind Island disciples, it was easy to kill Wen Yu and Sichu Po. However, why couldn't they kill them after such a long time? At this time, in the sky-water plains, there was a very large swamp. This swamp was very wide, and the surrounding swamp had a large number of poisonous vines. As long as a martial artist approached, these poisonous vines would take the initiative to attack the martial artist. In the middle of the swamp, there was a big rock. No one knew how Wen Yu and Sichu Po escaped, but they managed to reach the big rock safely. Around them, there were many poisonous vines. Because of these poisonous vines, the Wind Island disciples were unable to attack them. At this moment, outside of the swamp, the Wind Island disciples were attacking wave after wave. But without exception, they all failed. Some of the Wind Island disciples were even killed by the poisonous vines. Seeing that a long time had passed, the chief disciple of the Wind Island, Fengxian, did not want to waste any more time. He wanted to force his way through the swamp. "Wen Yu, you are all dead," Fengxian said angrily. Then, Fengxian explained the situation to the Wind Island disciples. Immediately, the disciples of the Wind Island started to attack. Swoosh! The poisonous vines in the swamp continued to release strong poison, preventing the Wind Island disciples from advancing. When all the poisonous vines were attracted by the disciples of Wind Island, Fengxian suddenly leaped and dodged a poisonous vine. Then, he gently touched the swamp with the tip of his foot and leaped again with the help of the swamp. Just like that, Fengxian managed to avoid the attack of the poisonous vines, and got closer and closer to the big rock in the middle of the swamp. When they saw this scene, Wen Yu and Sichu Po's expressions changed greatly. Even though the 2 of them were seriously injured, they were still unwilling to submit. "Kill!" Following Wen Yu's angry roar, the 2 of them used all their strength and attacked ferociously, trying to stop Fengxian from advancing. "With just the 2 of you, do you think you can stop me?" Fengxian leapt into the air. His body flickered, and he neared Wen Yu and Sichu Po. At this moment, their attacks arrived. Fengxian cleverly dodged their attacks and appeared on top of a large rock. "Do you still want to struggle?" Fengxian squinted his eyes and looked at the injured Wen Yu and Sichu Po. Right now, one of Wen Yu's arms had already been chopped off by Fengxian during the battle. As for Sichu Po, one of his legs had been chopped off. If it weren't for the fact that both of them were at the 7th level of the Qi High realm, they wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. I wonder how Qin Zhen is doing. In the chaotic battle, Qin Zhen had escaped. But some of the Wind Island disciples had chased after him. The 2 of them knew that they wouldn't be able to survive, so they gave up. "Fengxian, you bastard." Wen Yu looked at Fengxian angrily and said coldly. When they had just entered the divine illusion space, Wen Yu and the other 2 had coincidentally bumped into each other. The 3 of them continued to explore and finally found a strange place. Just as they were about to go all out, they suddenly encountered the disciples of the Wind Island. Then, they were chased by the Wind Island disciples. Fengxian only had one reason for chasing them, and that was to prevent the news from spreading. "Mph, with your strength, you want to fight with me for the inheritance. You're courting death." Fengxian squinted his eyes and looked at Wen Yu and Sichu Po. "You will receive retribution." Sichu Po sat on the rock and said angrily, "I never believe in retribution." Fengxian grinned and said. He slowly raised his hand and prepared to kill Wen Yu and Sichu Po. However, at this moment, on the sky-water plain outside of the swamp, miserable cries suddenly rang out. Fengxian turned his head and looked. He only saw a long sword and the 100-li ice seal. "Who is it?" Seeing the Wind Island disciples fall one by one, Fengxian roared furiously. Whoosh! Fang Chen was very fast in killing the ordinary disciples. Moreover, he used the 100-li ice seal with all his strength. In the blink of an eye, all the Wind Island disciples were killed. After doing all this, Fang Chen pushed off the ground and rushed towards the rock in the middle of the swamp. Seeing this, Feng Xian squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "You don't have the chance to save them." Feng Xian clenched his fist and punched towards Wen Yu and Situ Po. He was confident that before he killed Wen Yu and Situ Po, this cultivator wouldn't be able to reach here. Whoosh! However, just as Feng Xian's fist was about to come into contact with the two of them, he suddenly felt a piercing chill. Then, he was actually sealed in ice. After Fang Chen used the 100-li ice seal, even the poisonous vines in the swamp were frozen. Fang Chen took advantage of this gap and rushed to the rock. At this moment, Feng Xian, who was at the early 9th level of the Qi High Realm, finally broke the ice and regained his freedom. The first thing he did after regaining his freedom was to attack Wen Yu and Situ Po again. However, Fang Chen wouldn't give him such a chance. Xiu the hidden star sword suddenly brandished, and the water and fire swordlight instantly pierced into Feng Xian's body. Feng Xian screamed and fell into the swamp. "Are you guys alright?" Fang Chen looked at Wen Yu and Situ Po with a broken arm, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. "Brother Fang, you saved us again." Wen Yu looked at Fang Chen and grinned. At this moment, a miserable cry came from the swamp. Feng Xian, who looked like a clay figurine, suddenly shot out and stood on the sky-water plane. "Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you dare to stop me, Feng Xian, you will definitely die." Feng Xian roared furiously. He was caught off guard and was stabbed by Fang Chen's sword. Luckily, he dodged in time and didn't suffer any fatal injuries. "Please wait for a moment," Fang Chen said softly before turning to look at Feng Xian. "Disciple of the Wind Island," Fang Chen said. "Brat, you know that I am the chief disciple of the Wind Island, Feng Xian, and you still dare to attack me? Are you tired of living? Is the Wind Island very powerful?" Fang Chen asked back. "If I say that I am a disciple of the Reverence Sword Sect, will you kneel down and lick my boots?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Feng Xian became even more furious. He thought that Fang Chen was mocking him. "Brat, I will let you die without a grave." Feng Xian roared furiously. Fang Chen flicked his wrist and used the 100-meter ice seal again. The poisonous vines were frozen and he easily appeared on the sky-water plane. "Even if you don't kill me, I will not let you go." After seeing Wen Yu and Situ Po's injuries, Fang Chen made a decision, and that was to kill Feng Xian. Feng Xian's cultivation was only at the early Qi High Realm, but compared to Wang Xiao from the Wang family, he was not worth mentioning. Wang Xiao was only at the early Qi High Realm, but he was much stronger than Feng Xian. This was the difference between a big power and a small power. Facing Feng Xian, Fang Chen was not afraid at all. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, Fang Chen used the 7th level of the fire and water sword art. A majestic fire and water sword light pierced towards Feng Xian. "You are courting death." Feng Xian roared and clenched his fist. A strong wind concept appeared around him and merged into his fist. He punched out and immediately, hundreds of fist shadows appeared in the sky. Bang bang bang. Under the control of the hidden star sword, the fire and water sword light continuously collided with the fist shadows, creating a loud explosion. Just as Feng Xian was using all his strength to resist Fang Chen's fire and water sword art, Fang Chen suddenly used the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame. Although the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame was only at the 1st level, Fang Chen had become more proficient in controlling the soul after becoming a soul cultivator. Swoosh in the sky, a flame formed. Caught off guard, it drilled into Feng Xian's mind. Feng Xian immediately let out a miserable cry. He tried to use his soul to refine the flame. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen once again executed the water and fire sword technique. However, at this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body started to beat rapidly. In his mind, an extremely rich qi of water and fire emerged. Fang Chen felt this and his face was filled with excitement. The 7th level of the fire and water sword art was at the transformative boundary. Just a moment ago, Fang Chen had successfully comprehended the 7th level of the fire and water sword art at the transformative boundary. Swoosh! Fang Chen used the 7th level of the fire and water sword art at the transformative boundary and the hidden star sword pierced into Feng Xian's body. Fart! Fengxian, who was using all his strength to resist the soul attack, had no time to defend himself against Fang Chen's fire and water sword art. When the hidden star sword pierced Fengxian's body, Fengxian's face was filled with unwillingness. Bang! Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword and Fengxian's body slowly fell to the ground. I can't accept this. Fengxian's voice was hoarse as he said this before he lost all signs of life. Chapter 340. At this moment, Wenyu and Sichu Po were extremely grateful to Fang Chen. If it wasn't for Fang Chen's timely arrival, they would have already died at the hands of Fengxian. However, while they were grateful, they were also shocked. Fang Chen's cultivation was too strong. He had only been in the central region for a short period of time, but he was already able to reach such a level. Fengxian was the chief disciple of the Wind Island. His cultivation had reached the early 9th level of the Qi High Realm. However, when facing Fang Chen, he didn't even have the chance to retaliate and was killed. This kind of strength was considered very strong in the entire divine illusion space. Brother Fang, thank you. Wenyu nodded towards Fang Chen and said, Brother Fang, why are you here? Sichu Po asked curiously. I met Qin Zhan. Fang Chen said. After resting for a short while, Fang Chen gave Sichu Po and Wenyu some healing pills, allowing their injuries to be temporarily stabilized. Finally, Fang Chen brought the two of them to find Qin Zhan. After 2 hours, Fang Chen found Qin Zhan. At this moment, Qin Zhan had already woken up from his coma. His complexion had also improved a little. When he saw Wenyu and Sichu Po, his face was filled with excitement. Why were you chased by the disciples of the Wind Island? Only now did Fang Chen think of something and asked. Wenyu slightly shook her head and said, Brother Fang, the three of us accidentally found a strange place. This strange place is very special. We guessed that there must be an inheritance treasure here. At the same time we found it, the disciples of the Wind Island also found it. They wanted to kill us. Luckily, the three of us had some life-saving methods. We were in a deadlock in the Skywater Plains. Sichu Po said. Strange place. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He was extremely puzzled. In the divine illusion space, a place that could be called a strange place must be extraordinary. That's right. This strange place is located in a valley not far from the Skywater Plains. We only glanced at it from outside the valley. It was all grey inside and we couldn't see anything clearly. Qin Zhan said. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly thought about it. Brother Fang, now that the three of us have suffered such heavy injuries, we can no longer explore this strange place. We'll tell you the location. Go take a look. Who knows, you might be able to gain something. Wenyu said. Fang Chen nodded his head. When he entered the divine illusion space, Fang Chen naturally wouldn't miss. In the end, after chatting with the three people for a while, Fang Chen took the little mouse and left. This place was quite secluded and was quite safe. Fang Chen settled the three people down and had them recover here. According to Wenyu, Fang Chen once more arrived at the Skywater Plains. After arriving at the Skywater Plains, Fang Chen raised his eyes and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that at the end of the Skywater Plains, there was an extremely hidden valley. If it wasn't for Wenyu and the other two informing him beforehand, Fang Chen would have absolutely no way to find this valley. Let's go take a look, said Fang Chen. Then he flew into the valley. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the divine illusion space had opened. During this month, the divine illusion space was incomparably lively. In the outside world, the entire central region seemed to have sunk into silence. The various large sects were all very quiet. They were all waiting for the moment when the divine illusion space would close. Jianzhu City, Sword Reverence Peak, Sword Reverence Sect. Tian Jianzi stood on the main peak, looking at the entire Jianzhu City. His face was calm. After a long while, he shook his head. Senior apprentice brother, what is it? Jian Wufeng asked from behind him. Recently, I've been feeling uneasy, said Tian Jianzi. Why? Jian Wufeng was startled. I keep feeling that there's a sense of danger enveloping our entire Sword Reverence sect, said Tian Jianzi. Hearing that, Jian Wufeng was even more startled. Tian Zhenzi was a condensing reality expert. For him to feel this sense of danger, just how terrifying was that? Senior apprentice brother, what should we do? Asked Zhen Wufeng urgently. Wait, said Tian Zhenzi. Just as Tian Zhenzi finished speaking, a boundless aura suddenly appeared in the sky above Zhenju City. What? Sensing that boundless aura, Zhen Wufeng's expression changed. He directly rang the Sword Reverence sect's bell. The Sword Reverence sect's bell was only rung when the sect was facing a great threat. Now that it was rung, the Sword Reverence sect's disciples all entered a state of alert. Rumble, the moment those auras appeared, a martial artist covered in a black aura suddenly appeared within the Sword Reverence sect. He looked at Tian Zhenzi. Tian Zhenzi, I'm afraid there's no need for your Sword Reverence sect to exist anymore, said the black figure coldly. Feeling the black figure's aura, Tian Zhenzi frowned slightly. How did my Sword Reverence sect offend you? You don't need to know. Today, the Sword Reverence sect will be erased from the Golden Crown country. Just as the black figure finished speaking, a condensing reality expert's aura suddenly exploded out. That wild aura was filled with boundless killing intent as he charged towards Tian Zhenzi. Just as Tian Zhenzi was about to make his move, 5 figures suddenly appeared behind the black shadow. The moment these 5 figures appeared, Tian Zhenzi's pupils shrank and a pained expression appeared on his face. Martial Marquis. These 5 people were all experts on the Martial Marquis list. Tian Zhenzi even recognized a few of them. Why are you attacking my Sword Reverence sect? Asked Tian Zhenzi coldly. Tian Zhenzi, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. The 5 martial marquises attacked one after another. When the martial marquises attacked, the entire Sword Reverence sect fell into chaos. Tian Zhenzi wanted to stop the 5 martial marquises, but with the black figure present, he couldn't be distracted. Rumble. A bitter battle broke out in the Sword Reverence sect. Countless buildings collapsed, and all the cultivators let out miserable cries. No. Screams of agony spread throughout the entire Sword State City, shocking countless warriors in Sword State City. Tian Zhenzi was infuriated when he saw the Sword Reverence sect covered in blood. He suddenly roared, and a wild aura erupted from his body. In the next instant, the ground of the Sword Reverence sect began to tremble. Buzz. The trembling grew stronger, and finally, the ground of the Sword Reverence sect split apart. A huge sword appeared from the ground, floating in the air. Seeing the huge sword appear, Tian Zhenzi gripped the huge sword tightly and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the huge sword. Next, the huge sword exuded a wild aura. So this is your Sword Reverence sect's foundation? The black figure was startled when he saw the huge sword. Every 2-star sect had its own foundation. That was why most experts didn't want to provoke a 2-star sect. And the Sword Reverence sect's foundation was this huge sword. Tian Zhenzi saw that the Sword Reverence sect was about to be destroyed, and he didn't hesitate to use this huge sword. Swish. When the huge sword appeared, its sword intent seemed to break through the clouds, causing the 5 martial marquises to stop their attacks. A trifling huge sword isn't enough to stop me. The black figure had only just finished speaking when a wild aura erupted from it, directly attacking Tian Zhenzi. The 5 martial marquises once more began their slaughter. Swish. Zhen Wufeng wanted to stop the 5 martial marquises, but he was killed by one of them. Trash. The 5 martial marquises were constantly reaping the lives of the Sword Reverence sect's disciples. In just a moment, the entire Sword Reverence sect was in ruins. Other than Tian Zhenzi, who was fighting the black figure in the air, the Sword Reverence sect was completely destroyed. Rumble. After destroying the Sword Reverence sect, the 5 martial marquises jumped into the air and appeared beside Tian Zhenzi, joining the battle. Shoosh. Tian Zhenzi held the huge sword in his hand, his heart pained. He roared towards the sky and swung the huge sword in his hand. Suddenly, a majestic sword light appeared in front of the 5 martial marquises. Naturally, the 5 martial marquises didn't dare to take the huge sword head-on. Their bodies retreated continuously. At the same time, the black figure displayed a heaven-defying skill and punched Tian Zhenzi's body. Boom! Tian Zhenzi's body was directly smashed into the ground, and the huge sword in his hand was ruthlessly stabbed into the ruins of the sword reverence sect. Boom! When the huge sword was stabbed into the ruins of the sword reverence sect, a terrifying aura shrouded the entire sword reverence sect. Tian Genzi crawled out from the ground and looked at the ruins of the sword reverence sect, his heart aching. Where there's life, there's hope. Tian Genzi's body flashed, and he immediately escaped. Seeing that Tian Genzi was escaping, the black figure led the 5 martial marquises to chase after him. In the blink of an eye, the former two-star sect was turned into ruins. The entire Reverence Sword Peak was a mess, and blood flowed like a river. On the Reverence Sword Peak, a huge sword was stabbed into the ground. This huge sword was surrounded by a sky-ripping sword in tent, protecting the Sword Reverence sect. No one was able to get close to the Reverence Sword Peak. All the martial artists in the Sword State City were shocked as they watched from afar. 3 days later, a huge piece of news spread throughout the Golden Crown country. The two-star sect was completely destroyed. All the disciples were killed, and the sect leader, Tian Genzi, escaped with heavy injuries. No one knew where he went. When this news came out, it shook the entire Golden Crown country. That was a two-star sect, yet it was actually destroyed by someone. Everyone knew that it was a black shadow who brought 5 martial marquises. Some people recognized the 5 martial marquises, but they didn't know who the black figure was. Fang Chen, who was in the divine illusion space, didn't know that the Sword Reverence sect had been destroyed. He was approaching the valley. Before arriving at the valley, Fang Chen discovered that there was a very powerful formation around the valley. It was hazy inside, and he couldn't see anything. "What a strange formation," said Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed within the formation. However, it disappeared in a flash. However, Fang Chen's gaze happened to catch sight of this shadow. His pupils shrank and his face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 341. Fang Chen had originally intended to carefully observe the mysterious array formation before entering. However, when he saw that familiar figure, he resolutely entered the array formation. How is this possible? Fang Chen's eyes were filled with shock. His heart was in turmoil. The scene before him was too strange. Why is he here? Although that figure had disappeared in a flash, Fang Chen had caught a glimpse of that figure's face. He was certain that he had not recognized the wrong person. Swoosh! Fang Chen entered the array formation. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept over him. Within the array formation, a dusky aura was everywhere, making Fang Chen unable to understand the situation around him. This is an illusory array. Fang Chen frowned slightly. Soon after, he calmed himself down and surveyed his surroundings. After entering the illusory array, Fang Chen discovered how terrifying this illusory array was. Huff! Huff! Inside the illusory array, gusts of chilly wind blew past, causing Fang Chen to frown. Suddenly, Fang Chen sensed a wild chilly wind blowing towards him from afar. Crash! Fang Chen activated his 3-star Dao body and his physical defense was instantly raised to the extreme. When the chilly wind blew past his body, he felt pain all over his body. This illusory array is too strange. Fang Chen thought to himself. This illusory array was not just a simple illusory array. There were also some offensive array formations mixed within the illusory array. Huff! Huff! The wild chilly wind constantly blew past Fang Chen's body. Fortunately, Fang Chen's physical body had reached the 3-star Dao body, so he was barely able to withstand the attack of the chilly wind. At this moment, what puzzled Fang Chen even more was how he was able to withstand the attack of the chilly wind. No matter what, let's find the array base first. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying. Although Fang Chen didn't know much about arrays, he had come into contact with them in the past. The most important parts of an array were the array base and the control center. Once the array base was destroyed, a loophole would appear in the array. If the control center was destroyed, the array would instantly shatter. Because of the familiar figure he had just seen, Fang Chen entered the illusory array. After some analysis by Fang Chen, he was ready to search for the array base. Just as Fang Chen was searching for the formation base, the little mouse suddenly jumped out of his shoulder with a whoosh and entered the gray fog. Fang Chen wanted to stop him, But it was too late. Fang Chen was a little worried about the little mouse, but he knew that the little mouse would not enter the grey fog for no reason. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. During this time, Fang Chen had not found the array base. This illusory array was much more powerful than he had imagined. The array base was too difficult to find. However, at a certain moment, Fang Chen received an unexpected reward. The little mouse suddenly appeared. After the little mouse appeared, it chirped at Fang Chen and gestured with its little paws, indicating that Fang Chen should follow it. Although Fang Chen was puzzled, he still followed the little mouse. He didn't know where the little mouse was taking him, so he kept moving forward. After the little mouse led Fang Chen forward for about 3 minutes, it suddenly stopped. The little mouse turned to look at Fang Chen and chirped while pointing at the ground. "You're saying that there's a corner of the array base here?" Fang Chen looked at the little mouse and said with a face full of shock. The little mouse heard this and quickly nodded. Looking at the smile on the little mouse's face, Fang Chen decided to believe in the little mouse. He then took out the hidden star sword and activated the 7th level of the water and fire sword technique to attack the place where the little mouse was pointing. Boom! Just as Fang Chen's hidden star sword fiercely attacked the ground, the entire illusory array suddenly trembled. In the next moment, in the illusory array, the grey fog around Fang Chen instantly dissipated, and Fang Chen's surroundings actually became bright. Fang Chen's face was full of joy. It's really a corner of the array base. Fang Chen was very excited. He didn't think that the little mouse would be able to easily find the location of the array base. Now it would be even easier for him to break the illusory array. Fang Chen urged his 3-star Dao body to resist the cold wind while relying on the little mouse's guidance to destroy the array base. After about an hour, Fang Chen had already destroyed 5 array bases. With Fang Chen as the center, everything within a few hundred meters was clear. The more he destroyed the array bases, the more Fang Chen discovered that the mysterious valley had already appeared in front of him. However, just as the little mouse was leading Fang Chen to destroy the 6th array base, a figure suddenly appeared and attacked Fang Chen without any explanation. Bang bang bang! Caught off guard, Fang Chen was hit by the figure and his body was constantly pushed back. But when he stabilized his body, his pupils suddenly shrank. Xiahou Wu! Fang Chen involuntarily cried out. He didn't dare imagine that the person attacking him was Xiahou Wu. Just now, Fang Chen had seen Xiahou Wu's figure flash by outside the valley and had entered the illusory array. But what he hadn't expected was that Xiahou Wu would take the initiative to attack him. Swish! The sword in Xiahou Wu's hand shot out a cold light. In the next instant, Xiahou Wu unleashed a fierce attack, constantly attacking Fang Chen. "Xiahou Wu, I am Fang Chen," shouted Fang Chen as he used the hidden star sword to block Xiahou Wu's attacks. Xiahou Wu acted as if he hadn't heard Fang Chen's words. He was like a walking corpse, constantly attacking Fang Chen. Furthermore, his attacks were extremely tyrannical. Even Fang Chen was unable to block them for a long time. Bang! During one of their attacks, Fang Chen used the 7th level of the transformative flame water sword art to defeat Xiahou Wu. Then he roared, "Xiahou Wu, what happened to you?" When Fang Chen had seen Xiahou Wu's figure flash by outside the illusory array, he had been extremely shocked. At that time, he had personally seen Greed and Huohua join hands to force Xiahou Wu down the cliff. He had thought that Xiahou Wu was definitely dead. But he hadn't expected Xiahou Wu to appear in this illusory array. And most importantly, Xiahou Wu didn't seem to remember him at all. Could it be that he's being controlled? Fang Chen suddenly thought of this. Then he carefully observed Xiahou Wu. Fang Chen was shocked to find that the corner of Xiahou Wu's eyes was filled with the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. This is the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen involuntarily cried out. Could it be that Xiahou Wu is being controlled by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? When he had discovered the aura of the Yellow Spring sect on Xiahou Wu's body, Fang Chen had instantly determined that this illusory array had something to do with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Although Fang Chen was very suspicious, the most important thing right now was to control Xiahou Wu. After all, Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen were both disciples of the Reverence Sword sect. Fang Chen couldn't bear to kill him. Xiao beams of cold light collided in the sky one after another, producing deafening noises. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu had been fighting for 15 minutes. The more they fought, the more shocked Fang Chen became. What had Xiahou Wu experienced at the bottom of the cliff? Why had his battle strength become so strong? If Fang Chen's guess was correct, Xiahou Wu's cultivation level had also stepped into the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. His strength was on par with Fang Chen's. After a fierce battle, the star-concealing sword in Fang Chen's hand gradually gained the upper hand. In one of the clashes, Fang Chen's star-concealing sword defeated Xiahou Wu. Now! Suddenly, Fang Chen roared. The red-level soul in his mind instantly exploded, floating in the sky and turning into a flame. Great Luo soul-killing flame. Fang Chen used the time when Xiahou Wu retreated to display the great Luo soul-killing flame. Immediately, the flame drilled into Xiahou Wu's mind and attacked his soul. Ah! Xiahou Wu let out a miserable cry. He was trying his best to resist Fang Chen's soul attack. At this moment, Fang Chen took advantage of this opportunity to appear in front of Xiahou Wu with the star-concealing sword in his hand. Xiahou Wu wanted to attack Fang Chen, but Fang Chen's sword pierced his arm, causing blood to flow out. Bang! In the next instant, Fang Chen clenched his fist and fiercely punched Xiahou Wu's head, causing him to instantly faint. After Xiahou Wu fainted, Fang Chen put away the star-concealing sword and carefully inspected Xiahou Wu's body. If he didn't inspect, he wouldn't know. But once he did, he was shocked. Within Xiahou Wu's Dantian Qi Si, there was a pure Yellow Springs sect aura. This aura was extremely evil, as if it was controlling Xiahou Wu. Could it be this pure Yellow Springs sect aura? Fang Chen was puzzled. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen decided to use his own boundless spirit qi to refine the pure Yellow Springs sect aura within Xiahou Wu's Dantian Qi Si. Hiss! Fang Chen's hands pressed against Xiahou Wu's body. A wild attractive force gradually entered Xiahou Wu's body. An hour later, the pure Yellow Springs sect aura within Xiahou Wu's Dantian Qi Si disappeared. At this time, a ball of light appeared above Fang Chen's palm. This ball of light was the pure Yellow Springs sect aura that had been absorbed from Xiahou Wu's Dantian Qi Si. Just as Fang Chen was pondering how to refine this aura, the little mouse suddenly jumped onto Fang Chen's palm and swallowed the ball of light. After swallowing the ball of light, a layer of purple light appeared on the little mouse's body, but it disappeared in a flash. Then the little mouse rubbed its stomach as if it was enjoying itself. Finally, it raised its head and beamed at Fang Chen. The little mouse stood on Fang Chen's palm, its little paws spread out as if it had nothing to do with itself. The pure Yellow Springs sect aura was extremely vicious. Fang Chen didn't dare to act on his own, so he was pondering how to refine this Yellow Springs sect aura. However, the little mouse's casual action had solved a huge problem for Fang Chen. Fang Chen stared with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. Chapter 342. The difficult problem had been easily solved by the little mouse. Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even now, he still didn't know what race the little mouse was. Back then, he had just casually bought it. He really hadn't expected to find such a treasure. Now, Fang Chen had discovered many of the little mouse's abilities. The first was that it could eat. No matter what it was, it could swallow it. The second was that its teeth were unimaginably hard. Even if it was a meteorite, it could easily bite through it. The third was that its cultivation speed was like a rocket. It was something Fang Chen couldn't compare to. Furthermore, ever since it had obtained the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's inheritance, the little mouse had changed a lot. Fang Chen was even thinking that once he left the divine illusion space, he would definitely have to properly understand the little mouse. After the little mouse finished swallowing the pure aura of the Yellow Springs sect, with a swoosh, it jumped onto Xiahou Wu's face. With a poof, it farted. Not bad, you didn't see wrong. It was just a fart. After the little mouse finished farting, it mischievously jumped back onto Fang Chen's shoulder. What made Fang Chen even more shocked was that the little mouse's fart had actually caused the unconscious Fang Chen to wake up. Cough cough. Xiahou Wu, who still hadn't opened his eyes, suddenly coughed several times. Then he opened his eyes, his hands constantly fanning in front of his head. What is that smell? It stinks, muttered Xiahou Wu. Fang Chen's eyes widened. Looking at Xiahou Wu, he laughed heartily. Suddenly, Xiahou Wu turned to look at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. The instant he saw Fang Chen, Xiahou Wu felt an urge to kill him. But he forcibly suppressed it. Xiahou Wu, are you all right? Fang Chen saw that something was wrong with Xiahou Wu and asked. Fang Chen. Xiahou Wu's voice was hoarse as he looked at Fang Chen. His body was emitting a wild killing intent. Why are you here? I heard that there was a mysterious valley here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect you to be in an illusion, so I came in, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Xiahou Wu sank into silence. After a long while, Xiahou Wu stared at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, thank you. Xiahou Wu knew that Fang Chen had come in because he saw that he was inside the illusory array. He was very moved in his heart. Xiahou Wu, what's wrong with you? Seeing that something was wrong with Xiahou Wu, Fang Chen asked. Xiahou Wu shook his head and said, Fang Chen, you should not have come here. I'm afraid that I will not be able to control the evil qi in my body and will attack you. Hearing Xiahou Wu's words, Fang Chen was even more puzzled. After you fell off the cliff, what did you experience? Hearing this, Xiahou Wu looked at Fang Chen with some confusion. That day, I just happened to be passing by. But I was a bit late. By the time I saw you, you had already been forced down the cliff by greed and huoxie. Fang Chen explained. Xiahou Wu nodded, sinking into his memories. I originally thought that after falling off the cliff, I would definitely die. But what I didn't expect was that not only did I not die, I even accidentally absorbed the blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Xiahou Wu slowly said. The blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen involuntarily cried out. A protector of the Yellow Spring sect was a true condensation expert at his peak. His blood essence was definitely incomparably domineering. That's right, the blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect is extremely domineering. After I absorbed it, I felt like I couldn't control myself. My body was filled with endless killing intent. Finally, I was inadvertently disturbed by the blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect, causing me to randomly attack others. However, because of this, I was able to safely leave the cliff. Under the guidance of the blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect, I came here and entered the illusion array. After I entered the illusion array, I was completely blinded by the blood essence and lost myself. At that time, there was only one thought in my mind, and that was to kill all the cultivators who tried to break the illusion array. Fang Chen finally understood the twists and turns of Xiahou Wu's story. Looking at the grave and stern Xiahou Wu, Fang Chen didn't dare to imagine just how much pain Xiahou Wu had to endure. Fang Chen, thank you. Xiahou Wu nodded to Fang Chen. His voice was hoarse as he said, I know. You helped me absorb the blood essence of a protector in my qi. Because of this, I was able to completely awaken. Xiahou Wu, there's no need for this between us, said Fang Chen. However, although the protector's blood essence in my qi has been refined by you, the killing intent within the protector's blood essence has already seeped into my blood. The current me is filled with ruthlessness. My head is filled with killing intent. Sometimes, I am simply unable to control it, said Xiahou Wu. Fang Chen nodded. He understood Xiahou Wu's current situation very well. If Xiahou Wu's mind wasn't firm enough, he would definitely once more be blinded by the Yellow Spring sect's aura. At that time, he would truly become a killing machine. Xiahou Wu, you have to hold on, said Fang Chen. Take me away from here. A sinister expression suddenly appeared on Xiahou Wu's face as he crazily shouted. Xiahou Wu, what's wrong? Fang Chen hastily asked upon seeing this. Under this illusion array, there is a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. He is struggling at death's door to heal himself. As long as I am in this illusion array, I will be able to sense his aura. After a long time, I will lose my mind. Xiahou Wu said each word with great difficulty. Fang Chen sensed Xia Houwu's pain and immediately said, "You and I will work together to break the foundation of this illusion formation. Then we'll leave this place." As soon as Fang Chen said this, the little mouse understood tacitly. It madly ran, bringing Xia Houwu and Fang Chen to find the foundation of the formation. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With Fang Chen and Xia Houwu working together, destroying the foundation of the formation was far too easy. In just 3 minutes, they had destroyed 5 foundations. "Continue," said Fang Chen. The little mouse was extremely familiar with illusion formations. It didn't take long for them to find all the foundations. At this time, Xia Houwu was already on the verge of going crazy. He did his best to hold on to his last bit of reason as he worked together with Fang Chen to destroy the foundation of the formation. Boom! When the final foundation was destroyed by the two of them, the dusky aura in the valley completely dissipated. In the center of the illusion formation, a small altar appeared. This altar was the control center of the illusion formation. The current Xia Houwu seemed to have gone crazy. The closer he got to the control center, the more he couldn't bear it. "Fang Chen," shouted Xia Houwu. Fang Chen saw this and said, "Xia Houwu, don't get close." Xia Houwu shook his head. "When we destroy the control center, the surviving member of the Yellow Spring sect will definitely appear. The two of us will work together to deal with him." Xia Houwu's expression was sinister as he did his best to hold on to his last bit of reason. Fang Chen nodded and quickly appeared in front of the control center. In an instant, a dense aura of the Yellow Spring sect wrapped around Fang Chen. "HMPH, you want to confuse me?" Fang Chen coldly snorted and the hidden star sword fiercely danced. At the same time, Xia Houwu also exploded with an extremely powerful attack. Rumble. With a fierce explosion, the small altar was instantly destroyed by the two of them. The instant the altar was destroyed, an illusory figure appeared in front of the two of them. "Damned human, you dare disturb my recuperation?" Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at this Yellow Spring sect survivor. He didn't say anything. "Brat, as my servant, you actually dare to collude with a human." Seeing Xia Houwu, the Yellow Spring sect survivor's expression changed. "He's my good friend," said Fang Chen gravely. When this illusory figure saw Xia Houwu, the latter let out a miserable shriek. Within his blood, a murderous aura was unceasingly surging. "Fang Chen, hurry and attack." Xia Houwu was afraid he wouldn't be able to endure. Once he lost his reason, he wouldn't even recognize Fang Chen. At that time, he would definitely be at the mercy of the Yellow Spring sect survivor. 7th level of the Water and Fire Sword Art. The 7th level of the Water and Fire Sword Art was instantly unleashed. Boundless sword intent enveloped the illusory figure. "Damned human. Catcher." When Fang Chen's hidden star sword struck the illusory figure instantly dissipated. Yes, an illusion. When Fang Chen saw this, his expression changed slightly. "He's underground and is heavily injured. This is a chance." Xia Houwu shouted crazily. Fang Chen nodded. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and suddenly slashed at the ground. Suddenly, a sword light flashed and a crack appeared on the ground. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to enter the crack. Chapter 343. The reason why Fang Chen dared to charge into the crack in the ground was because he had carefully analyzed the situation. The remaining member of the Yellow Springs sect hidden under the illusion array was definitely heavily injured and unable to move. Otherwise, he would not have been able to destroy the array so recklessly. Now, he had joined forces with Xia Houwu and even destroyed the control of the array. The fact that this hidden Yellow Spring sect survivor still hadn't appeared meant that he was too heavily injured. After sensing Xia Houwu's situation, Fang Chen directly drilled into the ground. After Fang Chen drilled into the crack, Xia Houwu endured his headache and also drilled into the ground. While below the crack was an extremely large palace. It looked like a tomb. At the very front of the palace was a skinny figure. This figure exuded the terrifying aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Yellow Spring sect survivor. Fang Chen's eyes flashed when he saw this Yellow Spring sect survivor. Just as the two of them entered the underground palace, the remnant of the Yellow Springs sect suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a blinding light shot out. At the same time, Xiahou Wu finally couldn't endure the bloodthirst in his blood. With a furious roar, he clenched his fists and fiercely punched the wall beside him. Fang Chen, quickly kill him. I can't control it. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet as he roared furiously. Seeing this, Fang Chen grasped the hidden star sword and took a step forward, appearing directly in front of the Yellow Spring Sect survivor. With a crack, the sword pierced through the Yellow Spring Sect survivor's head. The Yellow Spring Sect won't let you go. The surviving member of the Yellow Springs Sect uttered these words hysterically before dying. The instant the Yellow Spring Sect survivor died, Xiahou Wu returned to normal. The bloodthirsty killing intent in his blood was also under control. Fang Chen, thank you. Xiahou Wu clasped his hands towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. He looked around him and frowned. It seems that this is not the only survivor of the Yellow Spring Sect in the Divine Illusion space. After that intense battle, many of the survivors of the Yellow Springs Sect hid in the Divine Illusion space to recover. Xiahou Wu said. Others might not be able to find the remnants of the Yellow Springs Sect, but I can. I can sense the aura of the Yellow Springs Sect within 100 kilometers of me. However, but what? Fang Chen asked. Have you thought about it? What if we find a Yellow Springs Sect survivor that's stronger than the two of us? Xiahou Wu asked fearfully. Fang Chen was startled and fell into silence. They didn't know how many members of the Yellow Springs Sect were hiding in the Divine Illusion space. If they ran into the captain and the Hall Master, it would be fine. But if they ran into the enforcers who had recovered from their injuries, they wouldn't be able to stop them. However, there's no need to be so pessimistic. According to my guess, those powerful enforcers had even more severe injuries back then. Some were even on the verge of death. They won't be able to recover in a short time. Xiahou Wu nodded. Looking around, Fang Chen prepared to leave with Xiahou Wu. But at this time, Xiahou Wu waved his hand to indicate for Fang Chen to stop. He then walked straight to where the Yellow Springs Sect survivors had been. Bang! Xiahou Wu activated all the power in his body and gathered it on his fist. Then, he fiercely punched the wall in front of him. Crack! The wall was unable to endure Xiahou Wu's full-strength attack and loudly shattered. After the wall shattered, Xiahou Wu discovered that there were some thumb-sized yellow stones within the wall. When he saw these yellow stones, a faint smile appeared on Xiahou Wu's face. This is a spirit embryo. Xiahou Wu's actions were very strange. Fang Chen turned his head to look at the wall that Xiahou Wu had destroyed. When he turned around, his gaze instantly turned wooden. That was because he saw that there were many thumb-sized yellow stones within the wall. These stones contained boundless spiritual qi. Correct. The reason the survivors of the Yellow Springs Sect are recovering here is because of these spirit embryos, said Xiahou Wu. Spirit embryos were legendary treasures. It was said that when a martial artist absorbed a spirit embryo, they would be able to refine their own spiritual qi and make it even purer. Fang Chen naturally knew what pure spiritual qi represented. In the same realm, if your spiritual qi was purer than your opponent's, then your strength would be much greater. Although a spirit embryo was unable to increase a martial artist's cultivation base, it was able to purify spiritual qi. There are spirit embryos within this wall. Fang Chen revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and said with a smile. Crash! Xiahou Wu completely destroyed the wall. Instantly, a large amount of spirit embryos appeared in front of the two of them. The entire palace was filled with dense spiritual qi. Many of the spirit embryos here have been absorbed by the survivors of the Yellow Springs Sect. There are only a few left, said Xiahou Wu. After a simple count, there were a total of 50 spirit embryos within the wall. Looking at these 50 thumb-sized yellow stones, Fang Chen sighed. Let's split them, said Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen split the spirit embryos equally. Let's refine them here, said Fang Chen. After obtaining 25 spirit embryos, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to refine them. Slightly closing his eyes, Fang Chen placed a thumb-sized spirit embryo into his mouth. The spirit embryo immediately flowed down his throat and entered his Dantian Qi Si. When the spirit embryo entered his Dantian Qi Si, the liquefied spiritual qi within his Dantian Qi Si began to wildly revolve. At this moment, the spirit embryo was constantly emitting a wild spiritual qi. This spiritual qi quickly merged with the liquefied spiritual qi. 3 minutes later, the first spirit embryo was completely refined. Fang Chen discovered that the liquefied spiritual qi within his Dantian Qi Si seemed to be a little purer, but it was not too obvious. Continue. Fang Chen continued to refine the spirit embryos. Compared to Fang Chen, Xiahou Wu's refining speed was much faster. In an hour, Xiahou Wu had completely refined 25 spirit embryos. At this time, the aura around his body had become much stronger. In his Dantian Qi Si, the liquefied spiritual qi had become incomparably pure. This caused his strength to rise once again. If there are enough spirit embryos, my strength can still increase, Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. After Xiahou Wu finished refining the spirit embryos, he turned his head to look at Fang Chen. He discovered that Fang Chen was still refining. His refining speed was a little slow. Xiahou Wu waited for 6 hours before Fang Chen finished refining all the spirit embryos. While at the moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, he discovered that the liquefied spiritual qi within his Dantian Qi Si had become incomparably pure. As expected of spirit embryos, the spiritual qi has been purified to such an extent. Fang Chen was extremely excited. After absorbing so many spirit embryos, Fang Chen's spiritual qi had become incomparably pure. Fang Chen was very confident that if he had more spirit embryos, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. If he could break through to the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, Fang Chen's strength would be able to easily crush an early-stage Qi High Realm martial artist. He would even be able to face a mid-stage Qi High Realm martial artist without fear. Unfortunately, there were no more spirit embryos. "Let's go, let's leave this place," Fang Chen said. Xiahou Wu nodded. The two of them left the palace and appeared in the middle of the valley. Only now did Fang Chen have the time to observe the valley. Previously, there was an illusory formation and the valley was filled with a grey aura. He could not see anything clearly. Looking at it now, the valley was filled with beautiful scenery. It was a pity that there was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect hidden here. Fang Chen looked around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Xiahou Wu squinted his eyes and stopped in his tracks. "I feel the presence of the Yellow Spring sect," Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He immediately asked, "Are there other remnants of the Yellow Spring sect?" "Although he hid it well, I still felt a trace of his presence," Xiahou Wu said coldly. Then, Xiahou Wu closed his eyes and carefully sensed the weak aura of the Yellow Springs sect. Fang Chen followed behind Xiahou Wu. Unknowingly, the two of them had entered the depths of the valley. Fang Chen discovered that this was the edge of the illusory formation from before. "It's here." Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. Following Xiahou Wu's gaze, Fang Chen discovered that the place Xiahou Wu was pointing at was only a stone. There was nothing else. Under the stone, Xiahou Wu said. Crash. The hidden star sword was unsheathed and the 7th level of the water and fire sword art was displayed. In an instant, the sword struck the stone. With a cracking sound, the stone shattered. After the stone shattered, Fang Chen discovered that there was a hidden cave under the stone. If it were not for Xiahou Wu, he would not have been able to discover this cave. The two of them entered the cave and discovered 2 figures. What surprised them was that these 2 figures were exactly the same. It was just that one of them had a weaker presence. "This is the reconstruction of a true body," Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. Because he had absorbed the blood essence of the Yellow Spring sect's protector, he had a certain understanding of the Yellow Spring sect. Therefore, he discovered the situation in the cave at first glance. Reconstruction of a true body? Fang Chen was puzzled. Within the Yellow Spring sect, there is an extremely tyrannical cultivation technique. This cultivation technique can allow a cultivator to reconstruct their true body. Once they reconstruct their true body, it will be exactly the same as them. Most importantly, the original body will be injured, but after the reconstruction, the true body will be fine, explained Xiahou Wu. Fang Chen was startled. If this remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was allowed to reconstruct his true body, the consequences would be unthinkable. As he spoke, Fang Chen prepared to attack. "Attack the true body first," said Xiahou Wu. The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly pierced towards one of the figures. With a poochie sound, the hidden star sword pierced into the figure's body. Ah! A miserable cry came from the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. His eyes slowly opened, and he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. No. Just as the reconstruction of his true body was about to succeed, he was discovered by a human. The moment he reconstructed his true body was when he was at his weakest. No. This remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was filled with unwillingness. Crack! Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword, and the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect died. Chapter 344. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu left the mountain valley and appeared on the plains. Fang Chen was thinking that if Qin Zhan and the others had charged into the illusion formation, they would have been killed by Xiahou Wu. The current Xiahou Wu was still able to control the killing intent in his blood. But Fang Chen was still a bit worried. In the future, when Xiahou Wu cultivated, he would definitely mix in a bit of the Yellow Spring sect's aura. If that happened, he would definitely go crazy. "Xiahou Wu, you have to be a bit more careful when you cultivate," Fang Chen said as they walked on the plains. Xiahou Wu nodded but didn't say anything. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu left the plains and returned to the place where Qin Zhan and the others had been healing. "Fang Chen, you've returned." Seeing Fang Chen return, Qin Zhan's face was filled with an excited smile. Of the three of them, only Qin Zhan's injuries weren't too serious. The other two's injuries were more serious. "How are you?" Fang Chen asked. "I'm already much better. It's just that Wenyu and Situ Po," Qin Zhan said halfway and then stopped. Fang Chen entered the cave and saw Wenyu and Situ Po were cultivating. Wenyu had lost an arm and Situ Po had lost a leg. That was a huge blow to the two of them. And because of that, their cultivation bases had dropped a great deal. But after Wenyu and Situ Po had a mental struggle, they decided to continue cultivating. They didn't want to give up. Seeing Fang Chen enter, Wenyu and Situ Po stopped cultivating and opened their eyes to look at Fang Chen. "Fang Chen." The two of them greeted Fang Chen. "Although you've lost an arm and a leg, there's still a chance. Don't give up so easily," Fang Chen said. "We know," Wenyu said. "You should stay here for this period of time. It's a bit safer," Fang Chen said. "Ian, this place is actually quite safe. But 2 hours ago, we were almost discovered by 2 martial artists," Situ Po said. 2 martial artists? Fang Chen was puzzled. These 2 martial artists called each other Greedy Wolf and Extinguishing Fire. "We don't know them either. They seem to be very sensitive to fresh blood. Fortunately, they just casually checked and left," Wenyu said. "Where did they go?" Fang Chen asked hurriedly when he heard about Tan Lang and Extinguishing Fire. "They're heading north. They've only left for 2 hours," Wenyu said. Fang Chen nodded. His deep eyes shone with a frightening light as he warned the 3 of them not to wander around. Finally, he quickly left with Xiahou Wu. "Xiahou, do you know who Tan Lang and Extinguishing Fire are?" Fang Chen asked. Xiahou Wu did not understand. Fang Chen explained, "They were the 2 assassins that forced you to the edge of the cliff. On the mountain peak outside the dilapidated city, I was frozen into an ice sculpture. These 2 people had tried to kill me, but they thought I was dead, allowing me to escape." When Xiahou Wu had encountered Fang Chen, he had asked Fang Chen how he had managed to escape death. Fang Chen had given him a simple explanation. Now, hearing that Tan Lang and Extinguishing Fire were the 2 martial artists that had forced him to the edge of the cliff, Xiahou Wu was infuriated. Kill. Back then, Xiahou Wu's strength had been very low. He hadn't been a match for the 2 of them. But now, his strength had increased greatly. He definitely had the qualifications to challenge the 2 of them. Of course, this was all thanks to the 2 of them. They've only left for 2 hours. They can't have gone far. Let's chase. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu quickly chased after them. At this time, Tan Lang and Extinguishing Fire were slowly walking on a plain. Tan Lang, We've already been in the divine illusion space for over a month, but our cultivation bases haven't increased. Isn't it said that the divine illusion space is filled with inheritances? Why can't we obtain any? Extinguishing Fire was a bit dissatisfied. You should be content. In this month, we've killed countless martial artists. There are also many priceless treasures in their spatial rings, said Tanlang. But regretfully, in this month, we've only killed a total of 5 disciples from the Sword Reverence sect. Tanlang shook his head. In the past month or so, as long as Tanlang and Hua encountered any martial artists who had abandoned their families or were weak martial artists, they would kill them. Because of this, they had obtained a large amount of priceless treasures. These priceless treasures had all come from the martial artists who had entered the divine illusion space. And because of these priceless treasures, their strength had increased quite a bit. Although their cultivation bases hadn't increased, they were still much stronger than before they had entered the divine illusion space. Because they hadn't obtained any inheritances, Tanlang and Extinguishing Fire were extremely dissatisfied. I've heard that there are special trading points in the divine illusion space, suddenly asked Extinguishing Fire. Tanlang nodded. The divine illusion space will be open for half a year. It's a very long time. Some martial artists obtain priceless treasures or elixirs that they can't use and want to sell them. Thus, the trading points gradually took shape. Originally, there weren't any trading points in the divine illusion space. But as time passed, the demand between martial artists increased, and the trading points gradually took shape. There were many martial artists setting up stalls in the trading points. Of course, they were all simple stalls. They would display the things they didn't need and then indicate what they wanted to exchange for. After all, there were many martial artists who had entered the divine illusion space. They would always obtain things that they didn't want. Thus, the trading points were very popular. However, the powerful martial artists wouldn't waste their time at the trading points. They were all looking for hidden inheritances. Even so, there were many martial artists from different sects at the trading points. Of course, there were also some martial artists who took advantage of the opening of the divine illusion space to come to the trading points to earn spirit stones. They would think of ways to obtain priceless treasures or steal other people's spatial rings and sell them at the trading points. When Huoxie mentioned the trading points, Tanlang was also a bit tempted. We've stolen so many spatial rings. There are many things we can't use inside. Why don't we go to the trading points and sell them for spirit stones and then buy what we need? Tanlang's eyes brightened. All right, said Huoxie. However, just as the two of them were speaking, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Those 2 figures were extremely fast and appeared in front of Tanlang and Huoxie in just a moment. It looks like we'll be able to slaughter 2 fat lambs before we go to the trading points. Tanlang sinisterly smiled when he saw the 2 of them charge over. When Tanlang and Huoxie saw Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu, they directly stopped and waited for the 2 fat lambs to arrive. Whoosh! Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu arrived in front of Tanlang and Huoxie. Fang Chen hadn't changed his appearance. Tanlang and Huoxie instantly recognized Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Weren't you frozen to death? Tanlang and Huoxie cried out. Their mission this time was to kill Fang Chen. Back then, outside the dilapidated city, Fang Chen had been frozen to death. They had broken the ice and found that Fang Chen was already dead, so they had turned and left. They hadn't expected to see Fang Chen once more in the divine illusion space. It's all thanks to you showing mercy back then. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with ridicule as he icily said. Could it be? Tanlang and Huoxie also realized their carelessness. Their eyes flickered, and their bodies emitted terrifying killing intent. Mph, I really didn't expect you to escape death like that. Your luck really is heaven-defying. Huoxie sinisterly smiled. However, since you've encountered us today, you're destined to die, said Tanlang. If Fang Chen had stealthily hidden, they definitely wouldn't have discovered him. They hadn't expected Fang Chen to actually dare appear in front of them. When Tanlang's gaze landed on Xiahou Wu, he was obviously startled. Looks like your lives are tough. Tanlang coldly said. Back then, I swore that if I didn't die, I would kill you all one day. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. His entire body was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent as he spoke with a hoarse voice. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu's strength was enough to fight against a mid-stage 9th Qi High warrior. As for Tanlang and Huixie, one was at the mid-stage 9th Qi High realm, while the other was at the late-stage 9th Qi High realm. If it was before, Fang Chen might have been afraid. But now, Fang Chen wasn't afraid at all. "Today, you all will definitely die," said Fang Chen. "Kid, I don't know where your courage comes from, but let me tell you, in front of me, Tanlang, you won't be able to escape," said Tanlang coldly. As soon as Tanlang finished speaking, a wild aura exploded from his and Huixie's bodies. "Xiahou Wu, you block Tanlang. I will kill Huixie first," said Fang Chen loudly to Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu, whose eyes were scarlet red, nodded heavily. He activated all the strength in his body and attacked Tanlang directly. Although Tanlang's cultivation had reached the late stage 9th Qi High realm, Xiahou Wu had also gained some benefits from the cliff. His strength was comparable to the mid-stage 9th Qi High realm. Bang bang bang, Tanlang and Xiahou Wu instantly clashed. In a short period of time, Xiahou Wu wouldn't be defeated. What Fang Chen wanted to do was to kill Huixie before Xiahou Wu was defeated. Seeing Xiahou Wu blocking Tanlang, Huixie's eyes were filled with killing intent. He coldly said, "Kid, in front of me, Huixie, you are nothing." As soon as Huixie finished speaking, a wild aura exploded from his body. He directly clashed with Fang Chen. 7th level of the Water and Fire Sword Technique. The transformative level of the Water and Fire Sword Technique was displayed by Fang Chen in an instant. The wild water and fire sword technique floated in the air and fiercely collided with Huixie's body. Catcher on top of Huixie's fist, a nether flame appeared. The power of this nether flame was extremely strong. It forcefully blocked the attack of the water and fire sword technique. Chapter 345. Fiery Extinguishing's cultivation base was slightly weaker than Ravenous Wolf's. Fang Chen had sensed this, so he had Xiahou Wu entangle Ravenous Wolf while he killed Fiery Extinguishing. With Fang Chen's current strength, dealing with Fiery Extinguishing was very easy. When Fang Chen saw that Hu Yang had used the nether flame, he swung the hidden star sword in his hand and used the 7th level of the transcendent level water and fire sword technique. At the same time, Fang Chen also used the Deluo soul slaughter flame. Swish! Fiery Extinguishing was busy blocking Fang Chen's water-fire sword light. He simply didn't have the time to deal with the Deluo soul slaughter flame. The power of the Deluo soul slaughter flame was too tyrannical. Even though Fang Chen was only a mid-first rank soul cultivator, it was enough to shake Fiery Extinguishing's soul. Seeing that Fiery Extinguishing's soul had been injured, Fang Chen's figure flashed and the hidden star sword danced. He wanted to end this battle quickly and kill Fiery Extinguishing. Ravenous Wolf, who was in the middle of an intense battle with Xiahou Wu, roared and stabbed the sharp blade in his hand at Xiahou Wu. Swish! Xiahou Wu's body was forced back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ravenous Wolf wanted to go save Fiery Extinguishing, but how could Xiahou Wu give him that chance? "Your opponent is me." Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet. He was like a killing machine as he crazily attacked Ravenous Wolf. Ravenous Wolf's strength was much stronger than Xiahou Wu's, but because of Xiahou Wu's reckless fighting style, Ravenous Wolf was unable to break free from Xiahou Wu's attacks. Damn it! Tangled up by Xiahou Wu, an incomparably dense killing intent appeared in Greed's eyes. He coldly said, "Since you are courting death, I will kill you first." As soon as Tanlang said that, the sharp blade in his hand emitted a terrifying light. This light contained an extremely dense killing intent. Ravenous Wolf's heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to quickly kill Xiahou Wu and then go save Fiery Extinguishing. "Last time, you were lucky and didn't die. This time, I will make you die without a grave." Greed angrily attacked. His sharp blade slashed through the air, directly piercing towards Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu also let out an angry roar. Activating all the power in his body, he engaged in a chaotic battle with Greed. On Fang Chen's side, Fang Chen had already taken the initiative. Every time he brandished the hidden star sword, a sword mark would appear on Extinguishing Fire's body. Our extinguishing fire let out a miserable cry. It took him a lot of effort to block Fang Chen's soul attack. Just as he was about to counterattack, Fang Chen sent him flying. Seeing that extinguishing fire was sent flying, Fang Chen tapped his toes and leaped up. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. On the tip of the hidden star sword, specks of brilliance appeared. Fang Chen's killing intent was overflowing. No. Extinguishing fire also sensed a trace of danger. He unwillingly roared, wanting to block Fang Chen's attack. But Fang Chen's attack was too tyrannical. The high-grade hidden star sword stabbed into extinguishing fire's head. His soul didn't even have a chance to escape before he died. Bang! Extinguishing fire's body heavily slammed into the ground. Seeing this scene, Greed was infuriated. A wild aura erupted from his body. Brat, you're courting death. When Greed and Extinguishing Fire had received this mission, they had been a bit disdainful. Was a mere sword reverence sect disciple worthy of them working together? When they had arrived at the Iceland, they had been preparing to assassinate Fang Chen. But they had found that Fang Chen had carelessly absorbed the ice energy of the Iceland and had been frozen into an ice sculpture, losing his life. The two of them were very happy. They hadn't expected the mission to be completed so easily. After that, they had entered the Divine Illusion space. Originally, they had obtained a lot in the Divine Illusion space. If there were no accidents, when the Divine Illusion space closed, their cultivation would have reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. At that time, if the two of them worked together, they wouldn't even be afraid of a Martial Marquis on the Martial Marquis list. But now, Extinguishing Fire's death had infuriated Greed. His eyes were scarlet red as he roared loudly. After Fang Chen had killed Extinguishing Fire, he immediately appeared in front of Xia Houwu. The two of them worked together to attack Greed, instantly reducing the pressure on Xia Houwu. Let's attack together, Fang Chen said to Xia Houwu. Not only Fang Chen, but Xia Houwu's heart was also filled with anger towards Greed. Now that there was no pressure, he acted swiftly and decisively. Xia Houwu and Fang Chen were both disciples of the sword reverence sect. Their ultimate skill was the sword. When they were attacking Greed, the two of them displayed exquisite sword skills. Puff 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 in the sky, deafening sounds rang out. At the beginning, Greed was at ease, but in the end, he was a little overwhelmed. After fighting for half an hour, Greed's heart finally had a bad premonition. Fang Chen and Xia Houwu working together were actually able to suppress him. No, I can't continue like this. Otherwise, I will also die here. Greed anxiously thought in his heart. Greed's eyes flashed and he instantly made a decision. That was to escape. The sharp blade in his hand emitted a terrifying scarlet aura. As Greed's body flashed, it fiercely attacked Fang Chen and Xia Houwu. Greed's wrist flicked and the scarlet red blade flew out of his hand towards Fang Chen and Xia Houwu. Bang! When the sharp blade flew out, Greed's body flashed and he borrowed the force of the impact to escape backwards. Understanding this scene, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand fiercely collided with the scarlet red blade. The powerful vibrations caused Fang Chen's hand to hurt. Chase! Fang Chen endured the pain in his hand and flicked his wrist. The hidden star sword blew away the scarlet red blade and chased after Greed. Just as Fang Chen's voice faded, Xia Houwu's figure flashed and he chased after Greed. Although Greedy Wolf's speed was very fast, it was still caught up by Xia Houwu and Fang Chen. At this time, without the scarlet red flower blade, Greedy Wolf's attacks were unable to pose a threat to Fang Chen and Xia Houwu. The 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Fang Chen displayed the 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Xia Houwu also displayed his strongest attack, joining forces to attack Greed. Damn it! Ravenous Wolf knew he was no match for them. His eyes flashed, and a black pearl appeared in his palm. Just as Fang Chen and Xia Houwu's attack was about to reach him, he exerted a bit of strength in his palm and crushed the pearl. Bunga majestic aura instantly emitted from the pearl and spread out. Greed's wrist flicked and the black pearl collided with Fang Chen and Xia Houwu. The power contained within the black pearl was even more tyrannical than the black ironstone that Fang Chen had obtained. Bang bang bang. Fang Chen and Xia Houwu's faces changed. They both used their own attacks to resist the power that erupted from the Black Pearl. Tan Lang, on the other hand, calmly left the battlefield and quickly fled. The next time I, Greed, return, it will be the time of your death. Greed said ruthlessly and turned to leave. However, just as Ravenous Wolf took 2 steps forward, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. At this moment, above Greed's head stood a little mouse. The little mouse's little claws were hugging Greed's head. It opened its mouth and bit down on Greed's head. Ah! A cry of agony came out from Greed's mouth. At this moment, Greed felt a heart-wrenching pain. His head was bitten by the little mouse. It was as if his soul had suffered a heavy blow. Damn it! Greed wanted to grab the little mouse. However, the little mouse's body was originally very small. In addition, it was very agile. Greed simply couldn't catch it. The little mouse constantly appeared in various parts of Greed's body. Each time, it would take a bite. What a joke! It could even crush meteorites. A mere human's body was nothing. Under the little mouse's repeated bites, Greed's entire body was bleeding. His aura was weak and his body was trembling. Crash! At this moment, Fang Chen and Xia Houwu successfully blocked the energy that erupted from the Black Pearl. Although the two of them were in a sorry state, they still managed to block it. After the two of them blocked the Black Pearl, they immediately rushed towards Greed. When they saw the wounds on Greed's body, Xia Houwu was clearly stunned. When Fang Chen saw the little mouse, he chuckled. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder proudly. Xia Houwu's heart was filled with shock. This little mouse was too powerful. The two of them together couldn't kill Greed. Who would have thought that in the end, they would be bitten by the little mouse to such an extent? Attack! Xia Houwu and Fang Chen glanced at each other. The two of them joined hands and unleashed their most powerful attacks towards Greed. At this moment, Greed's mind was a little unclear. He simply couldn't block the two's attacks. Poochie! Xia Houwu and Fang Chen's swords directly pierced into Greed's body. Greed spat out a mouthful of blood and finally slowly fell to the ground, lifeless. After killing Greed, Fang Chen and Xia Houwu looked at each other, a trace of a smile appearing on their faces. Fang Chen, your little mouse is not simple. Xia Houwu said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. Finally, Fang Chen took away Greed's interspatial ring. Then he returned to the place where Huoxie died and also took his interspatial ring. Fang Chen, your strength is very strong. No matter how much I chased, I couldn't catch up. Xia Houwu looked at Fang Chen, his expression fluctuating as he spoke. Fang Chen faintly smiled. I was just lucky. After killing Greed and Huoxie, Fang Chen inspected their interspatial rings. He was stunned for a moment before saying, just how many martial artists have these two killed? There are too many things in these interspatial rings. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Xia Houwu said in a low voice. However, in an instant, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. They're heading north. Could it be they're going to? Fang Chen faintly said. Chapter 346. After killing Greed and Huoxie, one of Fang Chen's greatest worries had been resolved. It was a pleasant surprise to obtain so much wealth from these two people's spatial rings. It had already been 2 months since Fang Chen had entered the divine illusion space. Other than the Sword Reverence sect's disciple he had met at the Crimson Afterglow Peak, there was only Xia Houwu. He hadn't seen any other disciples. Before entering the divine illusion space, Fang Chen had also heard of the exchange points. Within the divine illusion space, there were several exchange points. Fang Chen knew the specific locations. After obtaining Greed and Huoxie's wealth, Fang Chen guessed that the two of them should be heading to the exchange points. Xia Houwu, how about we also go take a look at the exchange points, said Fang Chen. During this time, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he hadn't been able to break through. That made Fang Chen a bit vexed. Perhaps there was something he needed at the exchange points. Sure. In any case, Xia Houwu didn't have anything to do, so he might as well go with Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and prepared to go to the exchange points. But he suddenly thought of something and said, "Before we go to the exchange points, let's change our appearances." Greed and Huosie's spatial rings contained so much wealth. It was obvious that they had obtained it by killing other sects' disciples in the divine illusion space. If Fang Chen and Xia Houwu blindly went to the trading point to trade these things, they might be recognized. In just a moment, Fang Chen and Xia Houwu's disguises were completed. The two of them seemed to have taken on the same appearance as they headed to the exchange points. What Fang Chen hadn't expected was that in a certain spacious area of the divine illusion space, there was currently an incomparably large battle. One side of this incomparably large battle was the Sword Reverence sect that Fang Chen was in. This time, the Sword Reverence sect had 20 disciples that had entered the divine illusion space. Other than Fang Chen and Xia Houwu, there were 18 other disciples. However, at this moment, there were only 15 disciples standing on the open ground. "Jianfeng, you won't be able to escape. Just surrender," the leader of the group of disciples from the Reverence Sword sect said in a sinister voice. "You're a two-star sect. How dare you gang up on us?" Jianfeng roared furiously. Originally, the sword-worshipping sect's disciples had gathered together with great difficulty. With Jianfeng as the leader, they were prepared to explore a secret land of inheritance. However, when they arrived at this wasteland, they suddenly discovered that the three two-star sect had joined forces to set up an ambush and encircle them. The Iron Sword sect, the Great Luo sect, and the Oceanic Cloud sect had joined hands to encircle and annihilate the Reverence Sword sect. This infuriated Jianfeng. Jianfeng, the head disciple of the inner circle of the Reverence Sword sect, had reached the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Without any surprises, after the divine illusion dimension closes, he would definitely be able to enter the martial lord ranking. But now, they were surrounded by 3 sects. "Jianfeng, your Reverence Sword sect is the weakest among the 9 two-star sects. There is no need for it to exist." The head disciple of the Great Luo sect, Luo Khan, said coldly. "This time, your Reverence Sword sect is destined to be annihilated." The head disciple of the Iron Sword sect, Tai Yun, said, "If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that your Reverence Sword sect has offended too many sects." The head disciple of the Oceanic Cloud sect, Hai Tian, said with a sinister smile. The 3 great sects had conflicts with the Reverence Sword sect since a long time ago. Of course, the conflict between the Iron Sword sect and the Reverence Sword sect was the greatest. After entering the divine illusion dimension, Tai Yun had contacted the 3 great sects to temporarily join forces to encircle and annihilate the Reverence Sword sect. They had been secretly observing for a long time and finally decided to encircle and annihilate the Reverence Sword sect in this wasteland. There were only 15 disciples of the Reverence Sword sect left. The other disciples were all dead. Of course, they didn't know that Fang Chen and Xia Houwu were still alive. "Even if we die, we'll drag one of them down with us." Jianfeng roared furiously. Jianfeng was the head disciple of the Reverence Sword sect. He was a sword genius. In the entire Golden Crown country, everyone was discussing whether the strongest sword cultivator of the younger generation was Jianfeng or Tai Yun. A long time ago, Tai Yun had fought Jianfeng once. Jianfeng had won by a fluke, and Tai Yun had been brooding over it. This time, there was finally a chance. "Why are you still talking nonsense with him? Just kill them," Luo Khan said. "Let's attack together," Hai Tian said. Boom. A loud sound rang out. The 3 top disciples of the younger generation all released their powerful auras. Following the 3 of them, the top 3 disciples of the Reverence Sword sect also attacked. "Defend the Reverence Sword sect to the death," Jianfeng roared. He swung the long sword in his hand and directly rushed towards Tai Yun. As for the other 2 disciples of the Reverence Sword sect, they faced Hai Tian and Luo Khan respectively. "Jianfeng, the number 1 sword cultivator of the younger generation in the Golden Crown country, from today onwards, you will be my Tai Yun," Tai Yun said coldly as he saw Jianfeng rushing towards him. In the next moment, the whole wasteland was filled with an earth-shattering battle. More than 10 disciples of the Reverence Sword sect attacked one after another. The disciples of the other three two-star sect also joined forces to fight against the disciples of the Reverence Sword sect. In just one exchange, the Reverence Sword sect suffered casualties. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. The crowd realized that one of the weaker disciples of the Reverence Sword sect was killed in an instant by the joint forces of the three two-star sect's disciples. Damn it! Jian Feng's face was filled with rage. He waved the long sword in his hand, releasing a sharp sword light towards Tai Yun. The three two-star sect had planned this beforehand. No matter how hard the Reverence Sword sect resisted, it was useless. After half an hour of battle, all the disciples of the Reverence Sword sect were dead except for the top three disciples. If this news spread out, it would definitely shake the entire Golden Crown country. Rumble. The remaining top three disciples were led by Jian Feng. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their eyes were scarlet. Senior brother Jian Feng, what do we do? One of the disciples shouted. Kill. As soon as Jian Feng's voice fell, he once again attacked the crowd. The three two-star sect didn't want to waste any more time. They all joined forces and surrounded the three disciples. Not long after, the other two died one after the other. Seeing his juniors die one by one, while he couldn't do anything about it, Jian Feng was in agony. If I, Jian Feng, don't die today, I'll definitely annihilate your three sec. Jian Feng roared in rage. At this moment, Jian Feng wanted to retreat. As long as there was life, there would be hope. As long as he could survive, there would definitely be a day when he could rise again. Xiu. After Jian Feng unleashed his fiercest strike, he borrowed the force of the recoil and retreated abruptly. Seeing that Jian Feng wanted to escape, Tai Yun snorted coldly and directly pursued. Bang! Tai Yun's long sword fiercely swung out, directly piercing the sword edge. Jian Feng was prepared to die. His body endured Tai Yun's sword, but because of the strength of this sword, Jian Feng's body once again moved closer to the forest. Hold on a bit longer. Jian Feng anxiously said. You're courting death. Seeing Jian Feng still fleeing, Tai Yun bellowed. Luo Khan and Hai Tian also gave chase. The three of them joined forces to unleash an incomparably powerful attack. As long as this attack hit Jian Feng, he would definitely die. However, just as this attack was about to hit the tip of the sword, the latter's figure flashed and finally entered the forest. Dong. The powerful attack heavily smashed into the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. Find him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Tai Yun's face was ashen. After that, the three sect's disciples all entered the forest to search for Jian Feng. When Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu arrived at the exchange point, they heard a piece of news that made them unable to recover for a long time. Have you heard? Not long ago, the Deluo sect, Iron Sword sect, and Ocean Cloud sect's disciples joined forces to attack the Reverence Sword sect. This battle was too intense. Besides Jian Feng, who escaped into the forest and disappeared, the other disciples were all annihilated. That's right. This battle was too bitter. In the history of the divine illusion space, such a thing has never happened before. It's said that Jian Feng was also heavily injured and on the verge of death. He definitely won't survive. As soon as he arrived at the exchange point, Fang Chen heard the discussions of many cultivators. When he heard the details, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Damn it! Xiahou Wu was infuriated. He immediately wanted to find the three sect's disciples to take revenge for his dead senior brother, but Fang Chen pulled him back. Xiahou Wu, don't be impulsive. Since the three sect's disciples have joined forces to attack my Reverence Sword sect, they definitely have a reason. Moreover, we're currently in the divine illusion space. If we're recognized by others, we'll definitely die, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Hearing this, Xiahou Wu finally suppressed the rage in his heart. Fang Chen walked to a stall and chuckled. Brother, we just arrived at the exchange point and heard about the Reverence Sword sect's matter. Is it true? Of course it's true. The disciples of the three sect's disciples have surrounded the Reverence Sword sect. The entire divine illusion space knows about it. Moreover, the head disciples of the three sect's disciples have already said that if we meet any of the Reverence Sword sect's disciples that escaped the net, as long as we tell them where they are, will be heavily rewarded. The stall owner smiled. Hearing the stall owner's words, Fang Chen smiled without batting an eyelid. Soon after, he pulled Xia Houwu to a remote corner. It looks like the three sect's disciples want to completely annihilate my reverent sword sect, Fang Chen said in a low voice, his expression grave. It's a pity that the divine illusion space won't close for another 4 months. We won't be able to send this news back to the sect. Fang Chen sighed. Xia Houwu's face was filled with fury. Fang Chen saw this and said in a low voice, Xiahou, if my guess isn't wrong, in the entire divine illusion space, there's only the two of us left. You have to control yourself. Don't let anyone discover you. Chapter 347. Even though Fang Chen and Xia Houwu were infuriated, they still managed to restrain themselves. They couldn't die. They had to live on and send the news back. After a long time, Fang Chen and Xia Houwu calmed down and once again went to the exchange point. When Fang Chen arrived at the exchange point, he discovered that this exchange point was the most prosperous of the 3 exchange points in the divine illusion space. There were over 100 stalls here, and each stall had many precious treasures. Fang Chen carefully looked around and finally decided to sell the things he had obtained before. Not long after, Fang Chen also set up a stall. After he put out all the items, it instantly attracted the attention of many cultivators. Devil Dragon Iron, there's actually Devil Dragon Iron here. How much is it? Blue Silver Grass, there's actually Blue Silver Grass here. I want all of it. Scarlet Water Essence, I also want it. In the morning, Fang Chen sold all the wealth he had obtained from Tan Lang and Huoxie. What Fang Chen didn't expect was that after selling all of these things, he would be able to get a total of 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. After selling all these things, Fang Chen and Xia Houwu put away their stall and walked to another stall. Long before they had set up their stall, they had already observed that this stall had the things they needed. Qi-Si fruits were no different from divine medicine to Qi-Si cultivators. In the Golden Guan Nation, it was usually impossible to see Qi-Si fruits. Even if they did see one, they didn't have the strength to buy it. Eating Qi-Si fruits could allow a cultivator's Qi-Si to expand and increase their cultivation. The reason why Qi-Si fruits were more precious than other spirit medicines was because after eating it, one would definitely advance in cultivation. So when Fang Chen saw the Qi-Si fruits, he was extremely excited. On this stall, there were 2 Qi-Si fruits. Other than that, there was nothing else. Perhaps it was because his price was too high that no one was willing to buy it. After all, 1 million high-grade spirit stones for a Qi-Si fruit was simply robbery. Can't these 2 Qi-Si fruits be cheaper? Fang Chen walked over to the stall and asked in a low voice. I spent a lot of effort to obtain these 2 Qi-Si fruits from a certain danger zone in the divine illusion space. They can't be cheap, the stall owner said. Although the Qi-Si fruit was precious in the outside world, it wasn't that expensive. The reason why he was selling it at such a high price was because he was in the divine illusion space. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make some money. Fang Chen squinted his eyes, playing with the Qi-Si fruit in his hand, and immediately said, I'll take both Qi-Si fruits. I don't have enough upper-grade spirit stones. I wonder if I can use middle-grade spirit stones? Of course, the stall owner said with a smile when he heard that. He was extremely excited. Fang Chen took out his medium-grade spirit stone and handed it over to the stall owner for appraisal. The final result was exactly the same as the one in Sword State City. 500 middle-grade spirit stones for 1 high-grade spirit stone, the stall owner said. Fang Chen already had 450,000 high-grade spirit stones. Adding on the 500,000 high-grade spirit stones he had just earned, he was 1,050,000 short of 2 million high-grade spirit stones. In exchange for middle-grade spirit stones, he would need 525 million. If it was before, Fang Chen definitely wouldn't spend so many spirit stones to buy 2 Qi-Si fruits. But now it was different. After Fang Chen heard that news, he made the decision to quickly increase his strength. Crash! Fang Chen gave the middle-grade spirit stones and upper-grade spirit stones to the stall owner, and then took the 2 Qi-Si fruits. Many thanks, young master. The stall owner's face was full of smiles. His qi fruits had been placed here for a long time without anyone buying them. He didn't think that he would sell them all at once. After Fang Chen bought the qi fruits, he directly left the exchange point with Xiahou Wu. Just as they left the exchange point, Fang Chen threw the qi fruit to Xiahou Wu and said, "Swallow it." Immediately, Fang Chen also swallowed the qi fruit. After a while, Fang Chen completely digested the qi fruit. At this moment, the spirit energy in his dantian qi was constantly rolling. In an instant, Fang Chen found that his cultivation level had reached the 6th level of the qi high realm. Finally broke through? Fang Chen smiled. He had been stuck at the peak of the 5th level of the qi high realm for a long time, and now he had finally broken through to the 6th level. After reaching the 6th level of the qi high realm, Fang Chen was confident that he could fight against a warrior at the late or peak of the 9th level of the qi high realm. Rumble. Just as Fang Chen broke through, Xiahou Wu also broke through. Xiahou Wu was previously at the early stage of the 9th level of the qi high realm, but because of the strong blood essence in his body, his strength was very strong. This time, Xiahou Wu actually jumped 2 levels and reached the late stage of the 9th level of the qi high realm. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu both broke through. Before they could say anything, they felt a wild aura coming from afar. "Someone is coming," Xiahou Wu said with a hoarse voice. Fang Chen's eyes flashed as he looked at the warriors running towards them from afar. He laughed coldly and said, "This is a good opportunity to test our strength." As the two of them were talking, a group of warriors surrounded them. "Kid, hand over your spirit stones and I will let you live." The person who spoke was an outstanding young disciple of the Iron Sword sect. His name was Tai Di, and he was at the early stage of the 9th level of the qi high realm. When they were at the trading point, Tai Di had noticed Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu. When he saw the two of them buying the qi fruit, Tai Di's face was filled with excitement. He decided that when they left the trading point, he would intercept them. Not only the spirit stones, but also the 2 qi fruits. "Hand them all over," Tai Di said coldly. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu looked at each other and said, "Someone wants the qi fruit from us, what should we do?" "Kill." Xiahou Wu's voice was hoarse, but his words contained a shocking aura. Just as Xiahou Wu finished speaking, a boundless aura suddenly swept across the entire area. Xiahou Wu's long sword passed through the area, and warriors immediately let out blood-curdling screams. "Do you know who we are? We are the disciples of the Iron Sword sect. You dare to attack us?" Tai Di quickly said after sensing Xiahou Wu's strength. He wanted to use the name of the Iron Sword sect to intimidate these two strangers, but obviously he thought too much. "The ones I will kill are you," Fang Chen said, and did not give the disciples of the Iron Sword sect any chance to retaliate. He and Xiahou Wu worked together and killed the disciples of the Iron Sword sect in a matter of minutes. Fang Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced into Tai Di's body, causing Tai Di's life force to quickly dissipate. "The Iron Sword sect will not let you go." Tai Di roared and his body finally fell to the ground. The swift and decisive killing of the disciples of the Iron Sword sect made many warriors who were hiding in the dark not dare to act rashly. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu's strength was too tyrannical. If there were no warriors at the late 9th level of the qi high realm, they would not be able to defeat them. "Let's go," Fang Chen said in a soft voice. When Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu heard that the disciples of the Reverent Sword sect were killed, they were furious. They did not expect the disciples of the Iron Sword sect to come to them at this time. If they did not kill them, who would they kill? After Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu finished killing the disciples of the Iron Sword sect, they turned and left. However, right at that moment, a sinister voice entered their ears. "You too, I am afraid that you will not be able to leave." Hearing this voice, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu turned around and coldly looked in front of them. A man holding a folding fan appeared in front of them. The warriors hiding in the dark gasped when they saw this man. It is the cloud-covering hand-yang fan from the Flying Immortal Pavilion. Even the cloud-covering hand-yang fan could not help but make a move. That's right, 2 qi fruits, even the cloud-covering hand-yang fan would be tempted. With the cloud-covering hand-yang fan making a move, I am afraid that these two kids will not be able to escape. The warriors hiding in the dark gasped when they saw the cloud-covering Hand Yang Fan from the flying immortal pavilion. This cloud-covering Hand Yang Fan was the second strongest in the younger generation of the flying immortal pavilion. His cultivation had reached the late 9th level of the Qi High realm. His goal in entering the divine illusion space this time was to increase his cultivation. When he left, he would be able to enter the martial marquis list. Moreover, his famous skill, the cloud-covering hand, was too domineering. He was invincible in the same realm. Cloud-covering Hand Yang Fan. Fang Chen naturally recognized the person in front of him and asked coldly, "Since you two recognize me, then I will not waste any more time. You two obediently hand over the Qi Si fruits and the spirit stones on you. I, Yang Fan, will guarantee your safety," Yang Fan said with a smile. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu looked at each other. Then, holding the hidden star sword, he said, "No need." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly swung his sword. A sharp and domineering sword light instantly shot out. Yang Fan did not even have time to dodge and was pierced by Fang Chen's sword. At the same time, Xiahou Wu's long sword also pierced Yang Fan's chest. The two of them working together had killed the cloud-covering Hand Yang Fan in one move. This scene shocked all the surrounding warriors. You two. Cloud-covering Hand Yang Fan did not understand how the two of them were so strong. Yang Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with unwillingness. Bang! Yang Fan fell to the ground. The second strongest in the younger generation of the flying immortal pavilion, cloud-covering Hand Yang Fan, had died at the hands of the two of them. The many cultivators hiding in the dark sucked in a cold breath of air, feeling horrified. Just at this moment, Fang Chen shouted. Chapter 348. After saying this, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu disappeared from the plains. After Fang Chen left, the hidden martial artists were all startled. There were clearly some people who doubted Fang Chen's words. "Just who is he? How come we've never heard of him before?" asked a disciple. "He said he's the little brother of Tai Yun from the Iron Sword sect." "I don't think that's possible. Before he killed cloud-covering Hand Yang Fan, he had already killed a disciple from the Iron Sword sect." "That's right, this matter is a bit fishy. But people will quickly learn of his identity. This time the divine illusion space is truly chaotic. Not long ago the 3 two-star sects joined hands to kill a disciple from the Reverence Sword sect. But now 2 more disciples with strength comparable to a peak disciple from a 2-star sect have appeared. The most pitiful one is cloud-covering Hand Yang Fan. He didn't even finish speaking before he was killed by an arrow. Cloud-covering Hand Yang Fan is the Flying Immortal Pavilion's second strongest junior. Now that he's dead, the Flying Immortal Pavilion definitely won't let this matter rest. Many disciples were discussing spiritedly. But no matter how much they racked their brains, they still couldn't figure out who that martial artist was. At this time, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu were extremely fast. In just a moment, they had passed through the plains and appeared on another plane. After consuming the Qi Si fruit, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu's strength had sharply increased. As long as they didn't run into a head disciple from a 2-star sect, they didn't fear any other disciple. Just as they were walking, Xiahou Wu suddenly said, "Brother Fang, the one you just killed was the Flying Immortal Pavilion's cloud-covering Hand Yang Fan." "So what?" Fang Chen indifferently said. "The Flying Immortal Pavilion is one of the overlords of the Earth Prefecture City. They are one of the 9 two-star sects. If they learn that you killed cloud-covering Hand Yang Fan, they definitely won't let this matter rest," said Xiahou Wu hoarsely. Fang Chen grinned. "Xiahou, the divine illusion space is so huge, so it won't be easy for them to find me. Moreover, even if they do find me, my strength might have increased once more." Seeing that Fang Chen did not take this matter to heart, Xiahou Wu did not say anything more. In truth, what Fang Chen was paying attention to Xiahou Wu was the strongest of the Flying Immortal Pavilion's younger generation, the cloud-arranging Palm Yang Shuo. He was Yang Fan's cousin, but his strength was unfathomably deep. To be able to become the head disciple of the Flying Immortal Pavilion, the strength of the firmament Palm Yang Shuo was already comparable to Tai Yun and the others. The current Fang Chen was no match for the firmament Palm Yang Shore. While Fang Chen and Xia Ho Wu were talking, they had already walked a long distance. Just as Xia Ho Wu was preparing to ask Fang Chen where they were going, they suddenly saw some martial artists appear in front of them. The Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. Fang Chen and Xia Ho Wu's eyes brightened when they saw the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. Kill them. Xia Ho Wu looked at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent. Even now, he was unable to forget how the disciples of the three great two-star sects had joined hands to kill his sword reverence sect's disciples. Jian Feng had fled with heavy injuries, while the other disciples had all been killed. Even now, they didn't know whether Jian Feng was still alive or not. How could they let go of such hatred? Furthermore, in this group, the strongest person was only at the late Qi High realm. Fang Chen and Xia Ho Wu were not afraid. All right, kill them. After receiving Fang Chen's reply, Xia Ho Wu's body emitted a terrifying aura. He suddenly pushed off the ground and shot towards the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. At this time, the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples were leisurely walking through the plains. Big brother Luo Xiao, senior apprentice brother Luo Khan told us to find Jian Feng. I feel that Jian Feng is most likely dead. A disciple said. That's right. Jian Feng's strength is only on par with senior apprentice brother Luo Khan. Being attacked by three peak experts, it would be strange if he didn't die. Senior apprentice brother Luo Khan said that no matter if he's alive, we must find him. If he's dead, we must find his corpse. Luo Xiao's face was expressionless as he spoke. The other disciples all nodded their heads. It was better to kill 10,000 by mistake than to let one go so easily. Jian Feng was a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect. Since the three great sects had joined hands to deal with the Sword Reverence sect, they had to eliminate the root of the problem. Continue searching. As long as we can find Jian Feng's corpse, we'll have done a great service. At that time, senior apprentice brother Luo Khan will definitely reward us. Luo Xiao continued. We'll listen to big brother Luo Xiao. The other disciples all nodded their heads. But at this time, a wild aura suddenly spread out. Following that, a gloomy voice entered the ears of the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. You no longer have the chance to find Jian Feng. When this voice entered Luo Xiao's ears, he abruptly raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw a cultivator emitting a terrifying killing intent approaching them. Who are you? Luo Xiao's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that I'm here to kill. Xia Ho Wu roared furiously. When Xia Ho Wu appeared in front of Luo Xiao, Fang Chen also followed. You dare attack my Grand Immortal Sect? You must be tired of living. Luo Xiao sneered when he saw the two of them. What's so great about the Grand Immortal Sect? My big brother can annihilate your Grand Immortal Sect in a matter of minutes. Fang Chen arrogantly said. Who is your big brother? Luo Xiao icily asked. My big brother is the Iron Sword Sect's Tai Yun, the strongest expert of the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. He's about to enter the Martial Marquis ranking. I'm his little brother Tai Nyo. Fang Chen said. Luo Xiao's eyes flickered when he heard Fang Chen's words. He didn't know if Fang Chen was speaking the truth. You're lying. The Iron Sword Sect has allied with my Grand Immortal Sect. If your big brother is Tai Yun, there's no way you wouldn't know. Luo Xiao gloomily said. That's only because my big brother is cooperating with you. I, Tai Nyo, am not cooperating with you. I only said my big brother is Tai Yun. I never said I'm from the Iron Sword Sect. Fang Chen arrogantly said. I, Tai Nyo, will kill whoever I don't like. What can you do about that? Luo Xiao's expression constantly changed. He gravely said, reckless fellow. Let alone you, even your big brother doesn't dare to rashly offend my Grand Immortal Sect. You dare say that in front of my big brother? You spineless coward. Fang Chen mercilessly attacked Luo Xiao, causing the latter's heart to be filled with fury. How strong do you think your big brother is? To put it bluntly, isn't he just the head disciple of the Iron Sword Sect? My Grand Immortal Sect's head disciple, senior brother Luo Khan, isn't any weaker than him. He even dares to call himself the strongest of the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. What a joke, said Luo Xiao coldly. Luo Xiao was thoroughly infuriated by Fang Chen's arrogance. Who cared if he really was Tai Yun's little brother? Provoking Luo Xiao meant certain death. You dare insult my big brother? I'll teach you a lesson for my big brother, said Fang Chen arrogantly. Just as Fang Chen's words left his mouth, Xiahou Wu suddenly erupted with a wild aura. In the next instant, he was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, charging into the ranks of the Grand Immortal Sect. Xiahou Wu didn't even draw his sword. His iron fists constantly punched out. Each time his fist struck out, it was accompanied by a miserable cry. Brat, you're courting death. In the blink of an eye, Xiahou Wu had killed several disciples of the Grand Immortal Sect. This scene infuriated Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao circulated his powerful energy, wanting to attack Xiahou Wu. But at this time, Fang Chen took action, blocking Luo Xiao's attack. You're definitely going to die today. Even if your big brother Tai Yun comes, it's useless. Luo Xiao furiously roared at Fang Chen. Luo Xiao's next attack was extremely sharp. But in front of Fang Chen, it wasn't even worth mentioning. The 7th level of the fire-water sword art. Swish. A boundless swordlight instantly appeared in front of Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao did his best to block, but in the end, he was still injured by the swordlight. In the blink of an eye, Xiahou Wu had killed several of the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. Seeing Fang Chen fight with Luo Xiao, he sent a fist towards Luo Xiao's back. Luo Xiao was being suppressed by Fang Chen. His body kept retreating. Suddenly, he received a powerful punch. With a poochie sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Damn it! Luo Xiao was incomparably furious. He was unwilling to accept this. Was he really going to die here? Luo Xiao took out a communication jade pendant. He wanted to send the news to his senior apprentice brother Luo Khan, but before he could activate it, he was killed by Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu. Poochie Fang Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into Luo Xiao's chest. Xiahou Wu's fist was even more ferocious, directly smashing into Luo Xiao's head. After killing Luo Xiao, Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen exchanged a glance, then turned and left. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu's combined strength was too tyrannical. Unless they encountered the head disciples of the 9 two-star sects, no one would be able to defeat them. Just as Fang Chen killed Luo Xiao, he suddenly noticed that there was something moving in the distant plains. Hey! What is it? Fang Chen was greatly alarmed. Immediately, he looked over and discovered that there was an old tree that was rapidly moving not far from Luo Xiao's group. This tree can move. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. When Fang Chen saw the bloodstains on the moving tree, he instantly understood. Quickly chase it. Fang Chen realized a problem. This tree had actually stealthily absorbed the blood of the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples when they had killed Luo Xiao. Not only could this tree move, but it could also absorb the blood of martial artists. This tree was definitely not ordinary. Chase it. Xiahou Wu used his movement technique. Side by side with Fang Chen, they quickly chased after the tree. At this time, the tree seemed to have a mind of its own. Its roots were all above the ground, and it was rapidly moving, as if it was afraid of Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu chasing it. It can move, and it can even absorb blood. Fang Chen's eyes flickered, and he pushed his speed to the limit. This tree was so strange. He had to chase it. Perhaps it was an old tree that had gained sentience, or perhaps it was some kind of immortal tree. Thinking of the immortal tree, even Fang Chen immediately gave up on that idea. How could an immortal tree appear in the divine illusion space? Chapter 349. This tree was 3 meters tall and 1 meter thick. Although its body was relatively large, its movement speed was not just for show. It was especially fast. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu had lost track of it. But they didn't give up. They had encountered such a miraculous tree with great difficulty, so how could they let it go so easily? It's fleeing in this direction. Continue chasing. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Afterwards, His and Xiahou Wu's figures flashed and they once again chased. Roughly 2 hours later, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu finally stopped. The two of them were panting from exhaustion. There was still no trace of the tree, but Fang Chen had a premonition that the direction they were heading in was precisely the direction the tree had fled in. This damned tree, its speed is too fast. Xiahou Wu gasped for breath. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, his face filled with helplessness. He had already decided that when he had time, he would definitely train in a movement technique. Otherwise he wouldn't have the slightest advantage in terms of speed. Xiahou Wu, I feel that it's near us. Fang Chen faintly said. But we can't find it. Are we going to continue chasing? Xiahou Wu asked. I have an idea. Fang Chen's eyes brightened. Under Xiahou Wu's attentive gaze, Fang Chen swiftly found a demonic beast. Without another word, he directly killed the demonic beast and placed the demonic beast's corpse on the empty ground. At this time, Fang Chen had opened a large hole in the demonic beast's corpse. Blood was unceasingly flowing out. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu walked to a distant rock and sat down. Let it take the bait. Xiahou Wu asked. I don't know if it'll work. Let's try it. Fang Chen said. However, what made Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu speechless was that even after the demonic beast's blood had flowed out, the old tree still hadn't appeared. This made Fang Chen suspect that the old tree had long since fled. However, he could faintly sense that there was a special aura in the air. He had once felt this aura from the old tree's body. It's gone. Xiahou Wu looked at the distant corpse and asked. Maybe it doesn't like the blood of demonic beasts, Fang Chen said to himself. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he took out the hidden star sword and slashed it across his palm. A sword mark appeared on his palm, and drops of blood flowed out from the sword mark. Fang Chen dripped his blood onto the stone. Seeing this, Xiahou Wu followed Fang Chen's method and dripped his own blood onto the stone. Because Xiahou Wu had absorbed the lifeblood essence of a Yellow Springs sect protector, his blood had changed color. A normal person's blood was bright red, but Xiahou Wu's blood was actually red with a tinge of black. Seeing Xiahou Wu's blood, Fang Chen instantly felt a bloodthirsty killing intent. He could not help but turn his head to look at Xiahou Wu. I'm fine, I can control myself. Xiahou Wu nodded his head and said. Fang Chen didn't say anything else. After doing all this, he followed Xiahou Wu into the distance and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the old tree to take the bait. Time slowly passed, but the blood on the stone didn't move at all. This made Fang Chen wonder whether or not the old tree had already left. After about an hour, in the forest beside the stone, an old tree suddenly swayed. It seemed to be struggling, but in the end it made a decision. It carefully moved closer to the stone. The old tree clearly knew that Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu were intentionally baiting it. But in front of the blood, it didn't have the slightest ability to resist. After enduring for an hour, it finally couldn't endure it any longer and stealthily began to absorb the blood. The old tree had just begun to move when Fang Chen discovered it. However, he didn't make a sound, afraid of alerting the snake. What kind of joke was this? Although Fang Chen's soul was only at the middle stage of the red level, his soul had once reached the middle stage of the orange level. It had been forcefully compressed to the early stage of the red level. It could be said that even the orange-level souls of some of the current martial artists couldn't compare to Fang Chen's red-level soul. When Fang Chen felt the old tree move, a strange smile appeared on his face. The old tree was afraid of alerting Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu, so it didn't dare move too quickly. It took a full minute for the old tree to get close to the stone. When the old tree got close to the stone, a branch suddenly fell from the old tree and landed on the stone. Hiss hiss hiss, the old tree happily absorbed Fang Chen's blood. In the blink of an eye, the blood was completely absorbed by the old tree. After absorbing Fang Chen's blood, the old tree felt exceptionally refreshed. It even glanced at Fang Chen. This mysterious guy, how could his blood be so delicious? Next was the absorption of Xiahou Wu's blood. When the old tree's branches and leaves came into contact with Xiahou Wu's blood, the old tree suddenly let out a miserable cry. Hearing this cry, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu both moved. They directly jumped up and appeared in front of the old tree. At this time, the branches of the old tree that were resting on the stone were charred, as if they had been burned by flames. The old tree's branches and leaves were charred. It was clear that they had been burned by Xia Houwu's blood. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen turned his head and looked thoughtfully at Xia Houwu. It hurts. At this moment, the old tree was in endless pain. Its body swayed and it retracted its branches and leaves. It wanted to escape, but it was surrounded by Fang Chen and Xia Houwu. The old tree suddenly spoke, causing Xia Houwu and Fang Chen to be shocked. Could it be that this old tree had become a spirit? How could it speak the human language? Fang Chen had read many records of the continent. He had a certain understanding of the ancient sword continent. It was said that a long, long time ago, when the ancient sword continent did not have much life, there was the legend of the immortal tree. Could it really be the immortal tree? Fang Chen was shocked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the old tree continued to speak. "You two brats don't know shit." After saying that, the old tree slipped away and prepared to escape. However, Fang Chen was already prepared. With a flash of his body, he clenched his fist and grabbed the burnt branch of the old tree. "Ah, it hurts." The old tree miserably cried. Voila! The old tree was very decisive. It endured the pain and cut off the burned branches and leaves. Then it quickly fled. Chase. Fang Chen looked at the broken branch in his hand. He was stunned for a moment. Then he loudly roared and chased after it with Xia Houwu. This time, no matter what, they could not allow the old tree to escape. From the fact that the old tree could speak, move, and even absorb the blood of human cultivators, the old tree was definitely not ordinary. "Let's see how you escape this time." Xia Houwu angrily roared and circulated all the energy in his body. It revolved around his feet and he quickly chased after the old tree. Whoosh! Whoosh! After chasing for about an hour, Fang Chen and Xia Houwu saw the old tree enter a mountain valley in front of them. "Let's go," Fang Chen directly said when he saw the old tree enter the mountain valley. Then Fang Chen and Xia Houwu entered the mountain valley. When the two of them entered the mountain valley, they instantly felt their surroundings change. Where is this? Fang Chen felt his vision darken. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look behind him. He saw that there was no entrance to the mountain valley. The place he was in was a sealed space. This space was extremely small. He could see the end of it with a single glance. This entire space was filled with a sinister aura. No, to be more accurate, this sinister aura was death qi. What a dense death qi. Just where have we come to? Fang Chen looked around, his expression grave. "The old tree is gone," said Xia Houwu. Fang Chen nodded. Just as he was preparing to search for the old tree, he suddenly saw a dense crowd of skeletons at the end of this space. Skeletons? How can there be so many skeletons? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. At the same time, he completely understood that the dense death qi in this sealed space was most likely produced by these skeletons. Within this sealed space, it was completely dark. The air was filled with an incomparably dense death qi. If he absorbed this death qi for a long time, it would definitely have an effect on his body. Just as Fang Chen was observing the densely packed skeletons in the distance, Xia Houwu suddenly raised his head towards the sky. With a furious roar, his eyes turned scarlet, and his entire body emitted a terrifying killing intent. "Not good." Fang Chen cried out inside. The death qi here had aroused the bloodthirsty killing intent in Xia Houwu's blood, making him somewhat unable to control himself. "Xia Houwu, hold on." Fang Chen roared at Xia Houwu. A trembling sound caused Xia Houwu's head to instantly clear. "Fang Chen, the death qi here will arouse the bloodthirsty killing intent in my blood," said Xia Houwu. "Let's find a way out from these skeletons," said Fang Chen. Xia Houwu nodded and the two of them quickly advanced. In just a moment, they appeared at the end of this sealed space. There was a large amount of skeletons here. These skeletons had clearly died a long time ago. Their bodies were filled with endless death qi. Just as Fang Chen and Xia Houwu were approaching, a battle erupted among the skeletons. There were 5 skeletons that were facing off against a large amount of other skeletons. Raw. Within the large amount of skeletons, there was a silver skeleton. It angrily roared at the 5 skeletons, its body emitting a wild aura. The 5 skeletons didn't retreat. In the next instant, a huge battle erupted. The 5 skeletons were fighting against a large amount of other skeletons. They're having an internal conflict. Fang Chen exchanged a glance with Xia Hou. However, just as the 5 skeletons were fighting against a large amount of other skeletons, Fang Chen's expression finally became gloomy. That was because he had noticed that the clumsy techniques the 5 skeletons were using were exactly the same as a certain sword technique of his sword-worshipping sect. They're the disciples of my sword-worshipping sect who died in the divine illusion space. Fang Chen's eyes flashed. It wasn't just Fang Chen. Even Xia Hou had noticed the abnormalities of these 5 skeletons. Looking at the other skeletons, there were some skeletons whose techniques were exactly the same as those of some sect in the outside world. Xia Hou, do it. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen shouted furiously. Chapter 350. Although these skeletons had been dead for a long time, they still retained some of their memories from when they were alive. Their every action was puzzling. However, Fang Chen didn't care about that at this moment because he discovered that the 5 skeletons were using the Sword Reverence sect's cultivation technique. It was very likely that they were disciples of the Sword Reverence sect. And among the large number of skeletons, there were skeletons using the Iron Sword sect's cultivation technique. Originally, Fang Chen hated the Iron Sword sect. Now that he discovered the Iron Sword sect's disciples, Fang Chen naturally wouldn't be merciful. Kill them for me. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He took out the hidden star sword and fiercely displayed the wild and domineering water and fire sword technique. At the same time, Xia Hou also displayed a powerful cultivation technique. The two of them joined forces and helped the 5 skeletons block the attacks of the large number of skeletons. Perhaps because they were already dead, as skeletons, their strength wasn't even 1/10 of when they were alive. Therefore, they couldn't block the attacks of Fang Chen and Xia Hou. Bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen killed all the disciples of the Iron Sword sect. During this process, Fang Chen was surprised to discover that among the large number of skeletons, there were disciples of the Deluo sect and Haiyun sect. This made Fang Chen directly start a massacre. Sure enough, there's a problem. Fang Chen said in a low voice as he fought. These skeletons had been dead for so long, but they were still able to join forces to deal with the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect. This made Fang Chen instantly recall the matter of the 3 two-star sect joining forces to kill the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect. Xia Hou, don't hold back. Kill them all. Fang Chen roared. Not only was Fang Chen furious, even Xia Hou was furious. With the two of them joining forces, even if a large number of skeletons attacked together, they were still no match for them. After half an hour, except for the 5 skeletons of the Sword Reverence sect, the rest of the skeletons were all killed by Fang Chen and Xia Hou. After killing these skeletons, the deathly aura in the entire sealed space became even denser. At this moment, Xia Hou's eyes were scarlet red. His entire body was emitting a bloodthirsty killing intent. His body was trembling, but he did his best to stabilize his emotions. Xia Hou, are you all right? Fang Chen turned his head to look at Xia Hou and asked. Nothing. Xia Hou said in a heavy voice. Fang Chen nodded. He glanced at the skeletons on the ground and walked towards the 5 skeletons from before. Can you hear me? Fang Chen looked at the 5 skeletons and asked. The 5 skeletons nodded one after another, but they didn't say anything, as if they couldn't speak. You guys are disciples of the Sword Reverence sect? Fang Chen asked. The 5 skeletons nodded again. Fang Chen was startled. Soon after, he asked, how did you get here? This sealed space was too strange. Martial artists who had been dead for such a long time were actually able to continue living in this way. He wanted to thoroughly understand this. The 5 skeletons pointed at the completely dead skeletons on the ground and gestured. However, Fang Chen didn't understand. Roar. Just as Fang Chen was questioning the 5 skeletons, an incomparably terrifying roar suddenly came from the sealed space. As soon as this roar appeared, it caused the 5 skeletons to tremble. Bang! At this moment, the 5 skeletons actually crawled on the ground. Their skeletons were unceasingly trembling. What happened? Fang Chen was extremely puzzled as he looked at the 5 skeletons. Xia Houwu's eyes were scarlet as he surveyed the surroundings. What a strong deathly aura. Suddenly, Fang Chen cried out in alarm. Around him, the dense deathly aura swept towards the depths of the sealed space. Who? When the deathly aura was absorbed, even the deathly aura on the 5 skeletons was absorbed. Catcher. In a short moment, the 5 skeletons died on the ground. Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the deathly aura in the sealed space had actually disappeared. There must be a problem, Fang Chen said solemnly. Then he brought Xia Houwu with him and quickly rushed towards the depths of the sealed space. After arriving at this sealed space, Fang Chen increasingly felt that this place was extraordinary. If this was the outside world, the dead cultivators wouldn't be able to survive in this way. Could it be because of this deathly aura? But where did this deathly aura come from? Fang Chen was completely puzzled. When Fang Chen and Xia Houwu arrived at the depths of the sealed space, they suddenly stopped. Their eyes were filled with shock. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had been in the ancient sword continent for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. How is this possible? Fang Chen's pupils shrank as he involuntarily cried out. It wasn't just Fang Chen. Even Xia Houwu had a face full of shock. How could there be such an existence in the depths of this sealed space? At this time, in the depths of this sealed space, an old tree was quietly taking root. Of course, if it was just an old tree, Fang Chen wouldn't have been so shocked. What shocked Fang Chen the most was that this old tree was actually taking root on a corpse. Correct, it was a corpse. This corpse contained an extremely dense deathly aura. Fang Chen could clearly sense that if an ordinary cultivator touched this deathly aura, they would definitely die. This old tree is taking root on this corpse. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. This corpse was a supreme expert when it was alive. Xia Houwu was extremely puzzled. His bloodthirsty eyes stared at the old tree. Hiss. The old tree was taking root on the corpse, constantly absorbing the berserk deathly aura. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was even more shocked. He had never heard of a large tree being able to absorb deathly aura. Just what was going on? Are you an immortal tree? Fang Chen did his best to calm his excitement as he slowly asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the old tree suddenly opened its mouth. You 2 humans actually followed me here. What is this place? Why is there so much deathly aura here? Fang Chen hastily asked. The branches of the ancient tree swayed as it quickly absorbed the death aura from the corpse. It did not pay attention to Fang Chen. Xia Houwu, who was at the side, took a step forward and directly said, "Let me pull him up and we will know everything." After saying that, Xia Houwu directly appeared in front of the corpse filled with deathly aura. His hand reached out and grabbed the old tree. Roar! Xia Houwu angrily roared. Using all the power in his body, he wanted to pull out the old tree. But it was useless. Even after using all the power in his body, the old tree did not move in the slightest. Little fellow, your blood is a bit special. It can touch the deathly aura. But with your strength, you're unable to pull me out. The old tree sneered at Xia Houwu's actions, as if it was mocking him. Fang Chen also noticed that when Xia Houwu had touched the old tree, his blood had released a special aura that had blocked the deathly aura's invasion. It seems it should be because of the Yellow Spring Sect's protector's essence blood. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xia Houwu and the old tree. Then Xia Houwu continuously tried to pull out the old tree, but it was to no avail. Fang Chen wanted to try, but he had only just stepped forward when he was attacked by the dense deathly aura. He was unable to resist the deathly aura and was forced to retreat. How can I take back the old tree? Fang Chen was completely puzzled. He had many questions, but he believed that as long as he could pull out the old tree, some of his questions would be answered. Brat, if you are willing to let me drink enough of your blood, I will be able to answer your questions, said the ancient tree as it looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was startled, speechless. In just an hour, the old tree had completely absorbed the deathly aura within the corpse. Just how big of an appetite did that require? If it absorbed his blood, wouldn't it drain him dry? Although Fang Chen's head was filled with questions, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Fang Chen, I'll try again, said Xia Hou. Then Xia Hou once more unleashed his wild energy, but he was still unable to pull out the old tree. At this time, Xia Hou finally gave up. Fang Chen, this old tree is too strange. I can't pull it out. Xia Hou was covered in sweat. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the old tree. If you come with me, I can let you suck a lot of my blood. Fang Chen began to tempt the old tree. But the old tree didn't listen to him. It just remained silent. Seeing that, Fang Chen felt a burst of helplessness. But at this time, the little mouse appeared. It looked at the old tree and began to chirp. You want to try? Fang Chen suspiciously asked. The little mouse nodded. With a swoosh, it jumped from Fang Chen's shoulder onto the old tree's corpse. Then it jumped back onto the old tree. Seeing the little mouse, the old tree didn't seem to care in the slightest. Chirp! The little mouse extended its little claw, and in front of Fang Chen's dumbfounded gaze, it cut its little claw. Drops of blood dripped onto the old tree. Hiss! When the little mouse's blood dripped onto the old tree instantly trembled. The old tree let out a startled cry. Looking at the little mouse, its voice was filled with disbelief. After dripping a few drops of blood, the little mouse stopped. It jumped down from the old tree and then swaggered over to Fang Chen. Wait a moment. The old tree did its best to suppress its shock. Where did this little mouse come from? If you want to know, I won't tell you. Fang Chen laughed mischievously. Xiahou, let's go. Fang Chen said to Xia Hou. Then the two of them and the mouse directly left. Seeing this scene, the old tree was a little anxious. It jumped out of the corpse and moved quickly to catch up to Fang Chen. Don't go. I've decided to go with you and see the outside world. The old tree solemnly said. Just now we spent so much effort, but you ignored us. Now you're finally willing to pay attention to us. Fang Chen looked at the old tree and faintly smiled. Sorry, we don't want you anymore. After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. He naturally knew that the reason the old tree wanted to go with them was completely because of the little mouse's blood. But at this time, he was intentionally keeping them in suspense. Wait a moment. Don't you want to know the secret of this place? I can tell you. The old tree moved and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Chapter 351. Hearing the old tree's words, Fang Chen finally stopped in his tracks. The little mouse stood on his shoulder and looked at the old tree with a smile. What is this place? Fang Chen directly asked his first question. The old tree pondered for a moment before answering in a deep voice, This is a cursed land. Who cursed the cursed land? Fang Chen continued to ask. The old tree slowly said, A long, long time ago, a supreme being came here. When this supreme being came here, he was about to die. He was unwilling to die just like that. Before he died, he swore that he must be resurrected. Otherwise, this place will be filled with death chi. This Almighty was extremely powerful. He could destroy a world with a flip of his hand. In the end, he died. Not long after his death, this place was filled with a dense aura of death. This is a sealed space. Every 6 years, the divine illusion space opens. Many cultivators come here, and as soon as they enter, they will be corroded by the aura of death and die a miserable death. As more and more cultivators die, the death chi here becomes even denser. It is also because of this dense death chi that cultivators can continue to live in the form of skeletons after death. Moreover, they can still retain some memories of their lives. I see. Fang Chen frowned and said, Then what kind of tree are you? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the old tree's branches swayed and said, I was originally a psychic tree. When I was psychic, I just happened to appear here. Later on, due to the corrosion of the aura of death, my insides underwent a great change. In the beginning, I tried my best to stop the aura of death from invading, but later on, I discovered that the aura of death could actually increase my cultivation. After so many years, I should be considered a Banxianshu. On the ancient Sword continent, The most powerful type of tree was the immortal tree. Each immortal tree had existed for a very long time. It was said that the immortal tree could bring the dead back to life. There weren't many of them on the ancient Sword continent. Of course, there were also many psychic trees. They tried their best to become immortal trees. However, since ancient times, how could it be that easy to become an immortal tree? Thus, many psychic trees were stuck at the final checkpoint. They were known as Banxianshu. Fang Chen had never imagined that there would actually be a Banxianshu in the divine illusion space. Banxianshu. Xia Houwu was also astonished. What's with that corpse? Fang Chen continued to ask. Banxianshu shuddered at the mention of the corpse. He said solemnly, that corpse belonged to an expert who had fallen here. It was because of his curse that this place became like this. Just now, after you killed those skeletons, you startled that expert. He sucked away all the death chi in this space. Fortunately, I took root in his corpse and absorbed it all, said Banxianshu with an evil smile. Fang Chen was startled. He thought back to the scene just now. The corpse that Banxianshu had taken root in contained an aura that made him inexplicably tremble. So that corpse belonged to an expert who had fallen here. The reason that Brat was able to enter this place without being injured is because he has a special kind of blood within him. As for you, I can't see through it, said Banxianshu calmly. Fang Chen's heart shook slightly. Hearing Banxianshu's words, Fang Chen instantly understood that the reason he wasn't affected by the death chi was because of the golden heart within him. When he had entered this place, the golden heart had trembled slightly and an invisible aura had spread out. At that time, Fang Chen hadn't thought too much about it. If this continues, this fallen expert will definitely be able to absorb enough death chi to revive. But the two of you have completely ruined his revival plan, said Banxianshu. Fang Chen and Xia Houwu were startled. They immediately looked at the Banxianshu. But it's fine. The death chi within his body has all been absorbed by me. For now, there won't be any strange movements. We have to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Banxianshu continued, of course, there is another reason. I just absorbed too much death chi. I need to absorb some human martial artist's blood to balance it out. Banxianshu was an old tree that had lived for countless years. It knew a lot. And because it had been in this sealed space for a long time, it had to absorb both death chi and human blood to balance it out. This time, it had gone out to absorb human blood. But it hadn't expected that Fang Chen and Xia Houwu would discover it. At this point, the Banxianshu had already explained everything. Fang Chen and Xia Houwu were lost in thought. The little mouse was chirping non-stop. Why do you want to come with us? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Banxianshu was silent for a moment. Then it said, because of the little mouse in your body. The blood of this little mouse is a great supplement for me. A single drop of its blood is equivalent to the blood of tens of thousands of martial artists. Fang Chen heard this and nodded. Banxianshu's words shouldn't be false. After all, Fang Chen also knew how miraculous the little mouse was. Okay, then you can come with us, said Fang Chen. I want to follow Brother Mouse. Banxianshu didn't give Fang Chen any face and directly said. Fang Chen was startled. This Banxianshu was too shameless. Brother Mouse, you have to protect me in the future. Banxianshu laughed and said to the little mouse. The little mouse chirped and gestured to the Banxianshu. The Banxianshu shook its head at first, but it quickly nodded. Seeing the Banxianshu nod, the little mouse gave the Banxianshu a drop of its blood. After the Banxianshu absorbed the blood given by the little mouse, it was full of energy and was extremely excited. You two little guys are really lucky. Banxianshu looked at Fang Chen and said. I don't know where you got Brother Mouse to make him follow you so wholeheartedly. I won't waste words with you. I promised Brother Mouse that I would give you an opportunity. But this opportunity is accompanied by a certain amount of danger. Do you dare accept? What opportunity? Asked Fang Chen. Let's talk about you first. Your blood doesn't fear death chi. This opportunity is extremely important to you, but you'll have to obtain it yourself. Banxianshu looked at Xia Houwu. Do you see that corpse? Underneath that corpse is a tomb. It's a tomb that the expert who died prepared for himself. But he didn't use it. Your opportunity is inside the tomb. Go find it yourself. Bank Xianshu said. Fang Chen looked at Xiahou Wu. He was a bit worried. Xiahou Wu thought for a moment and then said to Fang Chen, Brother Fang, you don't need to worry about me. Once I obtain my opportunity, we'll join hands and take revenge for the reverent sword sect's disciples. All right. Fang Chen nodded. Under Fang Chen's gaze, Xiahou Wu's bloodthirsty killing intent surged. He flipped over the corpse and entered the tomb. Bank Xianshu continued, Your opportunity is on this mountain peak. But I have to tell you in advance that this mountain peak is extremely special. If you don't obtain your opportunity, don't blame me. Since you know there's an opportunity, why don't you go yourself? Asked Fang Chen. Do you think I don't want to? I'm bored to death here all day. In these past years, I've become extremely familiar with this space and learned of many places with opportunities. But the two places I pointed out are extremely suitable for you and that little fellow, said Bank Xianshu. Fang Chen was silent for a moment. In the end, he chose to explore. Fang Chen walked towards the mountain peak behind the corpse. The little mouse sat on Fang Chen's shoulder. As for Bank Xianshu, he quickly moved. He chuckled and said, Brother Mouse, when are you going to give me another drop of blood? Hearing Bank Xianshu's shameless words, Fang Chen directly chose to ignore him. It was a bit easier than he had expected. Fang Chen easily reached the top of the mountain peak. Only after reaching the top did Fang Chen realize that this mountain peak was completely bare. There was nothing there. Fang Chen looked around doubtfully as he muttered to himself, I have to search for opportunities here. Just as Fang Chen stepped onto the mountain peak, his expression suddenly changed. That was because the python sword within his spatial ring was trembling slightly. Yes. Ever since Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness entered the python sword, he had fallen into a coma after being severely injured. Who would have thought that he would actually tremble now? Could there be something here that attracted Ancestor Bronze's attention? Fang Chen was puzzled. Just as Fang Chen took a few steps forward, the python sword trembled again. After careful analysis, Fang Chen discovered that the python sword seemed to be guiding him. However, Ancestor Bronze was still in a coma, so it was very difficult for it to guide him. Fang Chen carefully listened to the python sword's trembling. Finally, he determined a direction. A trace of a smile appeared on his face as he quickly moved forward. Not long after, Fang Chen appeared in an open space. This was already the edge of the mountain peak. Fang Chen stopped here because after arriving here, the python sword seemed to be impatient. The opportunity must be here, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Then, he took out the hidden star sword and started to dig the ground. As Fang Chen dug, the Bank Xianshu behind him was filled with shock. What a monster! An hour later, Fang Chen had already dug out a very deep pit. Finally, at a certain moment, Fang Chen discovered that there was something in the pit. Then Fang Chen carefully took the thing out of the hole. It was a wooden box. After the baptism of time, the wooden box was only a little old. It wasn't damaged at all, which surprised Fang Chen. As Fang Chen held the wooden box, the python sword became even more impatient. Fang Chen opened the wooden box. Immediately, a multicolored light spread out from the wooden box, causing the entire mountain peak to be confused. This is Chapter 352. Fang Chen saw a thumb-sized black particle inside the wooden box. This black particle emitted a terrifying aura. Crash! Suddenly, the black particle disappeared from Fang Chen's palm. Following that, a wild aura escaped from Fang Chen's body. I'm finally awake. Suddenly, a voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen immediately understood that the bronze ancestor had awakened. Senior, you're awake? Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen, it's all thanks to you that I was able to obtain something so precious. Ha ha ha, after sleeping for so long, I'm finally awake. The bronze ancestor was very happy. Fang Chen vaguely knew that the black particle was an extremely precious treasure. But since the bronze ancestor didn't say anything, Fang Chen didn't ask. Fang Chen was also very happy that the bronze ancestor had awakened. Where's the black particle? You actually lost it. Bang Xianshu saw the black particle disappear and hurriedly asked. Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating that the black particle had disappeared. This scene left Bang Xianshu speechless. You brat, you can't even grasp such an opportunity. If you had swallowed that black particle, your strength would have skyrocketed. You would be invincible in the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Now that the particle is gone, your opportunity is gone. Bang Xianshu was speechless. Bang Xianshu naturally didn't know that the python sword contained the bronze ancestor's remnant will. So he was speechless for Fang Chen. Such an opportunity had actually been wasted by Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen didn't care about Bang Xianshu's words. He was currently listening to the bronze ancestor's teachings. The bronze ancestor had been asleep for a long time. The first thing he noticed when he woke up was that Fang Chen had become a soul cultivator. Hey, how long has it been since I last saw you? You've actually condensed a soul seed. The bronze ancestor was puzzled when he saw the soul seed in Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen laughed mischievously. The bronze ancestor said, "But you're too useless. With a single glance, I can tell that your soul has been compressed. But after so long, you're still a mid-first level soul cultivator. What a disgrace." Hearing the bronze ancestor's words, Fang Chen frowned. "Ancestor, my cultivation speed is already fast enough. Forget it. Since you've awakened me, I'll help you," the bronze ancestor said. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt that his body was no longer under his control. He sat down cross-legged. Then, Fang Chen felt the soul seed in his mind tremble. Fang Chen closed his eyes. He believed in the bronze ancestor. The moment Fang Chen closed his eyes, a wild aura drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Then, the soul seed in Fang Chen's mind began to grow. At the same time, the soul in Fang Chen's mind was also rapidly changing. After about an hour, Fang Chen's soul had advanced from the mid-red class to the late red class. This also meant that Fang Chen's soul cultivation had advanced from the mid-first level to the late first level. A soul practitioner at the late stage of the first rank was equivalent to a martial artist at the late stage of the Qi High Realm. Before his breakthrough, Fang Chen's strength was enough to easily kill a martial artist at the late stage of the Qi High Realm. Now, Fang Chen was confident that he could fight against the top disciples of the two-star sects. What a powerful feeling. Fang Chen felt that his body was filled with powerful energy. His face was full of surprise. With the help of the bronze ancestor, his strength had skyrocketed in a short period of time. "Thank you, ancestor," Fang Chen said gratefully. "You've awakened me and I've helped you increase your cultivation. We're even now. I never like to owe anyone a favor," the bronze ancestor said slowly. "However, after helping you, my remnant consciousness has weakened a lot. I need to recuperate. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded respectfully. "You'd better leave this place as soon as possible." The bronze ancestor stopped talking after saying this. Fang Chen didn't know what the bronze ancestor meant, but he still nodded and turned to look at the Bankxianshu. The Bankxianshu's leaves were swaying as it looked at Fang Chen in shock. "Kid, hurry up and tell me how your soul improved." The Bankxianshu could clearly sense that Fang Chen's soul had just experienced a qualitative leap. But it was very puzzling. Fang Chen clearly hadn't done anything, so how had his soul improved? Fang Chen glanced at the Bankxianshu. "There are many things you don't know. When will my friend come out?" Fang Chen changed the topic. The Bankxianshu thought for a moment and said, "The opportunities in the tomb are very important to that kid. Perhaps the next time we meet, he'll be stronger than you. However, you don't need to wait here. Once that kid receives the inheritance, he'll come out from another place." Fang Chen glanced at the entrance of the tomb. After which, he nodded and said, "In that case, let's leave this place." Of course, if they wanted to leave, they still had to rely on the Bankxianshu. The Bankxianshu led Fang Chen and the little mouse out of the sealed space an hour later. They had come out from the entrance of the valley. "What a mystical place," Fang Chen said as he glanced at the valley. After negotiating with the Banxianshu, Fang Chen put the Banxianshu into a special interspatial ring. Fang Chen had originally intended to put the Banxianshu into his own interspatial ring, but the Banxianshu refused. It only wanted to stay with the little mouse. After dealing with the Banxianshu, Fang Chen quickly left this place. Fang Chen's gaze was deep as he looked into the distance. He resolutely embarked on his journey. This experience had allowed Fang Chen's soul cultivation to increase to a level where he could fight against a 9th-level Qi High warrior. This allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase in all aspects. It's time to avenge the dead disciples of the Reverence Sword sect, Fang Chen said coldly. His words were filled with a wild killing intent. Fang Chen found a direction and quickly walked on the plains. Time passed bit by bit. During this time, Fang Chen met many disciples from other sects. After asking around, he finally found out where the 3 big sects were staying. The Haiyun sect, Fang Chen said softly and quickly moved forward. One day later, Fang Chen appeared at the foot of a mountain. He raised his head and saw that there were many disciples on the mountain peak. Looking at their clothes, they were disciples of the Haiyun sect. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Fang Chen climbed up the mountain peak and aggressively walked towards the disciples of the Haiyun sect. Who are you? Seeing Fang Chen suddenly appear, the disciples of the Haiyun sect asked coldly. The person who will kill you. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a wild aura suddenly erupted from his body. In the next moment, the hidden star sword in his hand shot out. With Fang Chen's current strength, wherever the hidden star sword passed, there would be miserable screams. The ordinary disciples of the Haiyun sect couldn't withstand it. Who are you? Why do you dare to attack my Haiyun sect? Aren't you afraid that the Haiyun sect will take revenge? An outstanding disciple of the Haiyun sect roared angrily. My name is Tai Nyo. Tai Yun is my big brother. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the hidden star sword suddenly waved, and the few remaining disciples of the Sea Cloud sect were all killed. However, Fang Chen purposely waited for a moment to give the disciples of the Haiyun sect the time to send a message. As expected, after killing all the disciples of the Haiyun sect, Fang Chen found that one of the disciples had a communication jade pendant in his hand. Good, I'll wait for you here. Fang Chen grinned. In a certain place in the divine illusion space, a group of martial artists had just returned from a ruin. They were all in a sorry state. The leader of these people was the second strongest of the Haiyun sect's younger generation. His strength was on par with the cloud-covering Han Yang Fan. He was called Hai Huan. Senior brother Hai Huan, our harvest this time wasn't small. Especially senior brother Hai Huan. With such a great harvest, it won't be long before you reach the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Senior brother Hai Huan, what should we do next? The disciples all laughed. Hai Huan's face was also full of smiles. This ruin was much better than he had imagined. He had obtained a great harvest. But just as Hai Huan was about to speak, his communication jade pendant suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from a disciple of the Haiyun sect. However, when Hai Huan picked up the communication jade pendant and listened to the message, a wild killing intent erupted from her body. Senior brother Hai Huan, what's wrong? A disciple asked in confusion. A martial artist called Tai Nyo killed many disciples of our Sea Cloud sect. Chapter 353. Hearing Hai Huan's words, the expressions of the Sea Cloud sect's disciples changed. Their eyes were filled with anger. Damn it, someone actually dared to kill our Sea Cloud sect's disciples. They're really courting death, shouted a disciple. Senior brother Hai Huan, we're going to get revenge. Hearing that, Hai Huan nodded his head. A trace of a strange color appeared on his gloomy face. He immediately said, I want to see what kind of courage this Tai Nyo has to kill a disciple of our Sea Cloud sect. As soon as Hai Huan's voice fell, he led the Sea Cloud sect's disciples to quickly advance according to the communication jade pendant. Hai Huan was a bit worried that the culprit would escape, but he didn't know that Fang Chen had never thought of leaving. He had been waiting for them to arrive. A day later, Hai Huan led the Sea Cloud sect's disciples to the plains in front of the mountain peak. Senior brother Hai Huan, is this the mountain peak in front of us? asked a disciple. Not bad. It's really getting more and more interesting. Hai Huan narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the figure sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. His face revealed a trace of femininity. After killing my sea cloud sect's disciples, he still hasn't fled. Either he's powerful, or he's stupid, said Hai Huan coldly. However, I believe he's the second type. As soon as Hai Huan's voice fell, she quickly led the disciples of the sea cloud sect up the mountain peak. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the sea cloud sect's disciples arrive, a faint smile appeared on his face. They're a bit later than I thought, muttered Fang Chen to himself as he looked at the sea cloud sect's disciples. Brat, you're Tai Nyo? Asked Hai Huan coldly when he saw Fang Chen. The atmosphere on the mountain peak instantly froze. The sea cloud sect's disciples glared angrily at Fang Chen. As long as Fang Chen made the slightest move, they would attack him together. Yes, I'm Tai Nyo, said Fang Chen. Did you kill my sea cloud sect's disciples? Hai Huan couldn't see through Fang Chen. He narrowed his eyes and asked icily. Fang Chen turned his head to look at the corpses behind him. Then he pointed his finger. If you're talking about trash, then it should be me. When he heard Fang Chen call him trash, Hai Huan's heart burned with fury. He said each word clearly. Brat, do you know what you're doing? I know. Aren't they just the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect? Fang Chen said in a relaxed manner. My big brother once said that the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect were merely chess pieces that he used. Now that he's done using them, they're worthless. Fang Chen. Those who didn't believe that Tai Nyo was Tai Yun's little brother finally had a huge change in expression. This was especially true for Hai Huan. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he said, Brat, is what you said true? Did your big brother Tai Yun really say that? Hai Huan didn't care whether Tai Nyo's identity was true or false. Just based on his courage to stand here, it meant his strength was definitely extraordinary. It was extremely likely he was related to the Iron Sword sect. At this time, Hai Huan pinched the communication jade pendant and asked the chief disciple of the Sea Cloud sect, Hai Tian. Senior apprentice brother Hai Tian, there's a disciple here who calls himself Tai Nyo. He killed many of my Sea Cloud sect's disciples, and from his tone, it seems the Iron Sword sect has always been using us. Once they're done using us, they'll exterminate us, said Hai Huan. In the blink of an eye, Hai Tian replied, you should be careful. Ever since the three great sects surrounded the Sword Reverence sect, Tai Yun's expression has been strange. This Tai Nyo might be telling the truth. If you can kill him, then kill him. If you can't, then wait for me. When he heard Hai Tian's words, Hai Huan already believed half of what Fang Chen had said. At the moment, he hated the Iron Sword sect even more. Despicable, roared Hai Huan. It's not just you who will die. All the Sea Cloud sect's disciples in the divine illusion space will die. Only by killing you will no one know about the Sword Reverence sect's encirclement, sneered Fang Chen. My big brother Tai Yun is already hunting down your Sea Cloud sect's disciples. Have you noticed that the number of disciples you have is constantly decreasing? Continued Fang Chen. Brat, a mere Iron Sword sect wants to wipe out our Sea Cloud sect in one fell swoop? What wishful thinking. No matter what your relationship with Tai Yun is, you will definitely die today, Hai Huan said coldly. A wild aura instantly gushed out from his body. Your Sea Cloud sect is trash in my big brother's eyes. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant, continued Fang Chen. Fuck. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Sea Cloud sect's disciples finally couldn't bear it any longer. One of the disciples suddenly roared. Then, he activated all the strength in his body and directly attacked Fang Chen. Just how powerful was Fang Chen right now? Seeing this Sea Cloud sect's disciple courting death, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The hidden star sword in his hand danced, and a water flame sword light accurately pierced that disciple's head. Bang! That disciple's head shattered and blood sprayed out, shocking many of the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. You should be proud to be able to die to the Iron Sword sect's peerless sword technique. Fang Chen gripped the hidden star sword and grinned. I'll kill you, you bastard. Immediately, several cultivators were infuriated and joined forces to attack. They could be considered outstanding members of the younger generation in the Sea Cloud sect. But when they faced Fang Chen, banging sounds rang out. Hai Huan looked over and saw that his Sea Cloud sect's disciples didn't even have a chance to fight back. They were all killed by Tai Niu. At this moment, Hai Huan finally realized that something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes, looked at Tai Niu, and said coldly, "Kid, since you want to die, then I, Hai Huan, will let you know what it means to be a true expert." As soon as Hai Huan's voice fell, a wild aura surged out of his body. In the next moment, specks of blue light appeared on Hai Huan's fists. As soon as those specks of blue light appeared, they roared like the sea. Hoo hoo! The aura around Hai Huan's body rose wildly. When it reached its peak, Hai Huan suddenly roared and punched out with both his fists. When Hai Huan's fists blasted out, two blue fist shadows appeared and wrapped around them. Hai Huan's strength was about the same as the cloud-covering hand of the flying immortal pavilion, Yang Fan. If even Yang Fan wasn't a match for Fang Chen, it was obvious that Hai Huan wouldn't be able to defeat Fang Chen. If it was Hai Tian, I might be a little afraid. However, if it's you, only death awaits you. Fang Chen watched Hai Huan's menacing attack as he spoke. As soon as his voice fell, Hai Huan's fists appeared in front of him. When the blue fist lights on Hai Huan's fists came into contact with Fang Chen's body, a sinister smile appeared on Hai Huan's face. "Brat, no matter how strong you are, you will definitely die if you are hit by my fists." Hai Huan seemed to have already seen the scene of his fists blasting Fang Chen to death. His eyes were burning with passion. "I'm afraid you will be the one to die." Just as Hai Huan's face was full of smiles, a discordant voice suddenly entered Hai Huan's ears. Then, Hai Huan was shocked to discover that his fists seemed to be frozen in the air and couldn't move forward. "Ha!" Hai Huan roared and urged all the power in his body into his fists, wanting to bombard Fang Chen's body. However, he was only a centimeter away from Fang Chen. His fists couldn't move forward. How is this possible? The smile on Hai Huan's face faded and was replaced by a look of fear. However, before he could think of a way to deal with it, Fang Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced his chest. When Fang Chen stabbed with the hidden star sword, he instantly used a 100-meter ice seal. Hai Huan was directly frozen. When the ice seal disappeared, Hai Huan was shocked to discover that his chest had been pierced by the hidden star sword. Hai Huan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never thought that he would be killed by this martialist in front of him in one blow. "Who are you?" Hai Huan's mouth was bleeding and his voice was hoarse. "A dead person doesn't need to know too much," Fang Chen said softly. With a poochie sound, he pulled out the hidden star sword. Hai Huan slowly fell to the ground. Just as Hai Huan fell to the ground, a soul flew out from his mind. Before Fang Chen could swing the hidden star sword, the little mouse rushed out of the interspatial ring and swallowed the soul in one gulp. No. A miserable cry came out of the soul before it was digested by the little mouse. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was stunned. This little mouse was too powerful. It could even swallow a martialist's soul. While Fang Chen was in a daze, the Banxianshu also came out of the interspatial ring and directly took root on Hai Huan's corpse. It sizzled as it absorbed Hai Huan's blood. Hai Huan had just died, so his blood was still very fresh. The Banxianshu shouted loudly as it absorbed the blood. It was too comfortable. Hai Huan's death completely shocked the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect. Senior brother Hai Huan is actually dead. How is this possible? Is he a devil? He killed senior brother Hai Huan in one move. Quickly run. Suddenly, a disciple shouted. Instantly, all the disciples who were in shock came to their senses and ran away. However, how could Fang Chen let them go? You were also involved in the siege of the Sword Reverence sect. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the hidden star sword danced. The 7th level of the fire and water sword art was instantly displayed. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples that Hai Huan had brought were killed by Fang Chen. The entire mountain peak was covered with the corpses of the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. The Banxianshu shouted in pleasure as it continuously absorbed the fresh blood. Chapter 354. After killing Hai Huan and the others, Fang Chen did not leave the mountain peak. He was waiting for Hai Tian and the others to arrive. With his current strength, if he were to fight alone, he would not be afraid even if he met Hai Tian. He believed that Hai Tian would know about the situation here and would be on his way. Fang Chen stood quietly on the mountain peak. His deep eyes looked at the endless blue sky. His thoughts gradually returned to the past. When he came to the Golden Crown Nation, he was only 17 years old. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Now, he was 19 years old. In these 2 years, Fang Chen used his own efforts to reach the 6th level of the Qi High Realm from the 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, his true strength was comparable to the chief disciples of the 9 major two-star sect. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the best of the younger generation in the Golden Crown Nation. And all of this only took 2 years. I wonder how Tianxin is doing. At this moment, Fang Chen thought back to everything that had happened in the Shengfeng Nation. He thought back to Tianxin, who was taught by him in the Heavenly Fire Tribe. I wonder how his cultivation is now. Fang Chen said to himself. Back then, before Fang Chen left, he had left the water and fire swordplay to Tianxin. If Tianxin could successfully cultivate the water and fire swordplay to the 2nd level before the age of 25, he would be his first disciple. Back then, Tianxin was only a 10-year-old child. Now, he was only 12. There was still a lot of time left for Tianxin. Fang Chen did not think too much about it. Then, he thought of the Fang clan in the Shengfeng Nation and his mother. After the divine illusion space closes, I will go to the Luo clan to look for her. Fang Chen said in a low voice. While Fang Chen was thinking about the past, the strongest of the younger generation in the Hai Yun sect, Hai Tian, was rushing towards the mountain peak where Fang Chen was at. You dare to kill the disciples of the Hai Yun sect. You are courting death. Hai Tian said in a cold voice as he sped forward. His eyes were filled with bloodlust, which was extremely frightening. Apart from Hai Tian, the flying celestial pavilion was also searching for Tai Nyo in the divine illusion space. They had already announced that they would find Tai Nyo at all costs and kill him. The man called Tai Nyo had killed their flying immortal pavilion's cloud-covering hand, Yang Fan. This caused the entire flying immortal pavilion to be furious, especially the head disciple of the flying immortal pavilion. He even told Fang Yang that as long as he met Tai Nyo, he would definitely make him regret it for the rest of his life. Of course, other than these 2 sects, other sects were also searching for opportunities within the divine illusion space. The divine illusion space opened once every 6 years. Each time it opened, it would only be open for half a year. The disciples of the sect naturally wouldn't waste any time. Over the years, there had been many disciples who had obtained opportunities in the divine illusion space. As long as they didn't die, they would all become core disciples of the sect. This caused the disciples of the sect to do their best to search for opportunities. Once they found their own opportunities, it meant that they would be able to soar into the sky. Among the 9 two-star sects, the Reverent Sword sect had been annihilated by 3 two-star sects. This had shaken the entire divine illusion space, but it still couldn't stop the disciples from searching for opportunities. In a certain area, 2 martialists were moving forward. Their faces were full of smiles. Luo Yu, you've gained quite a lot. A man beside Luo Yu said with a smile. Brother Luo Han, you've gained quite a lot too. Luo Yu said with a smile. Before entering the divine illusion space, he had been together with Luo Han. After entering the divine illusion space, the 2 of them had been together. The 2 of them were quite lucky. Not long after entering the divine illusion space, they had encountered a great opportunity. It took them a full 2 months to successfully accept the inheritance of this place. Now, the 2 of them had reached the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. This made the 2 of them very happy. It's only been 2 months and our cultivation has increased. If we obtain more inheritances, our cultivation will definitely increase greatly. Who knows, we might even be able to compete with Luo Gong. Luo Han said happily. Our strength will surpass Luo Gong sooner or later. Luo Yu clenched his fist and said in a deep voice. The Luo family was one of the 9 two-star sects. Among the 9 two-star sects, It was considered one of the top powers. To be able to become the top expert of the younger generation of the Luo family, it was enough to show how strong Luo Gong was. Luo Gong was only 20 years old and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. This time, after entering the divine illusion space, Luo Gong's goal was to enter the martial marquis list. Actually, before entering the divine illusion space, Luo Gong's strength was already comparable to the experts of the martial marquis list. If there were no accidents, Luo Gong would definitely be able to increase his strength and enter the martial marquis list. At that time, the Luo family would definitely become the leader of the 9 two-star sects. A 20-year-old expert of the martial marquis list was too young. It was enough for the Luo family to continue for 100 years. However, Luo Yu and Luo Han were also the top experts of the younger generation of the Luo family. Although their cultivation wasn't as high as Luo Gong's, their talent was outstanding. As long as they were given time, they would definitely be able to catch up to Luo Gong. Continue searching for remnants and breaking through. Luo Yu said. Okay. Just as Luo Yu and Luo Han were preparing to leave, a red-clothed female suddenly appeared in their line of sight. When the two of them saw the red-clothed female, their pupils shrank and they said, "Why is she here?" The person who had come was none other than the only person in the younger generation of the Luo family who could contend against Luo Gong. The two of you have gained quite a bit. The red-clothed female looked at the two of them and slightly nodded her head. Liuli, why are you here? Luo Han asked. I just happened to pass by here. Luo Liuli said. After the three of them greeted each other, Luo Liuli left. Luo Yu looked at Luo Liuli's back and wanted to say something, but hesitated. Once Luo Liuli was far away, Luo Han asked, Luo Yu, what did you want to say? Brother Luo Han, do you still remember the disciple from the sword sect who defeated me in Zhenju City? Luo Yu asked. Of course I remember. His name is Fang Chen, said Luo Han. That person called Fang Chen has always been searching for a woman called Luo Liuli. I originally wanted to tell Liuli about this, said Luo Yu. Why is he looking for Liuli? Could it be that they know each other? Luo Han was puzzled. I also don't know, said Luo Yu. Luo Yu and Luo Han continued walking as they chatted. Unknowingly, the two of them had arrived in front of a mountain peak. Suddenly, Luo Han saw a person sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. His expression changed and he said, Luo Yu, look at the peak. There's a person there. Let's go take a look, said Luo Han. In a short while, the two of them reached the peak. Do you know this brat? Luo Han stared at Fang Chen icily. I don't know him, said Luo Yu. Hearing that, Luo Han's eyes brightened. It seems he's a disciple from an ordinary sect. As he spoke, Luo Han appeared in front of Fang Chen. Brat, I'm in a good mood today. Hand over your spatial ring and I'll let you live. Fang Chen had been waiting for Hai Tian to arrive. He hadn't expected two unexpected cultivators to arrive. When he saw Luo Yu, his eyes flickered. He slowly stood up and said, Are you sure you want to rob me? Nonsense. If we don't rob you, who will we rob? Luo Han's face darkened. You have to pay a price for robbing me. For example, these people. Fang Chen moved aside, allowing Hai Huan and the others' corpses to appear in front of Luo Han. Yes. At the beginning, Luo Han and Luo Yu had seen a few corpses, but they hadn't looked carefully. They had thought they were ordinary disciples' corpses. But now that they heard Fang Chen's words, they looked over and saw that Hai Huan was among those corpses. You killed Hai Huan? Luo Yu's heart was filled with dread. Then who do you think killed her? Fang Chen smiled. Chmph, I don't believe you killed Hai Huan. Luo Han sneered. He thought Fang Chen was just trying to scare them. He was a disciple of the Luo family. How could he be afraid of an ordinary cultivator? Luo Yu, attack together. Kill him, shouted Luo Han. His aura suddenly exploded out, and he directly attacked Fang Chen. Courting death. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He had sensed Luo Han's killing intent. Seeing Luo Han's attack, he suddenly punched out. Bang! Luo Han's body was sent flying. He crashed to the ground, heavily injured. His face was filled with terror. Damn it! Cursed Luo Han. This time, he had kicked an iron plate. Luo Yu directly ran over to Luo Han and helped him up. She turned to Fang Chen and said, "Brother, we're disciples of the Luo family. Please give the Luo family some face and let us off." "Does the Luo family have some face?" sneered Fang Chen. "My big brother is the Iron Sword sect's Tai Yun. Do you think I'm afraid of the Luo family? Brother, if you kill us, the Luo family won't let the Iron Sword sect off," said Luo Yu. My Iron Sword sect has long since had thoughts of unifying the Golden Crown Nation. Once the Divine Illusion space closes, my Iron Sword sect will attack your Luo family, said Fang Chen. Luo Han and Luo Yu's expressions were ashen. "Then what will it take for you to let us off?" "Let you off?" sneered Fang Chen. A wild aura suddenly erupted from his body. Luo Yu and Luo Han were filled with regret. Why had they provoked this killing god? However, they had secretly sent a message to the Luo family's disciples that Luo Yu was no longer here. "I've already sent a message to the Luo family. If you dare touch the two of us, the Luo family's disciples won't let you off," threatened Luo Yu. "You're threatening me?" Fang Chen's eyes were icy. He took out the hidden star sword and walked step by step toward Luo Yu and Luo Han. Seeing Fang Chen's icy gaze, Luo Yu trembled and shouted, "Liuli, save me." Originally, Fang Chen had wanted to kill Luo Han and Luo Yu. But when he heard Liuli's name, he instantly stopped and looked at Luo Yu. "Who is Liuli?" "Luo Liuli,